Good morning. We're now in session. I'm Jennifer Homendy, and I'm honored to serve as chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board and chair of the Board of Inquiry. I'm joined by my fellow board members, Vice Chairman Michael Graham, Member Tom Chapman, and Member John DeLue. Together, we comprise the Board of Inquiry for this investigative hearing, the notice for which was published in the Federal Register on May 4th, 2026. Behind me is Mr. Eric Johnson, who will provide legal support, and I recognize our hearing officer, Mr. Chihoon Shin, for the safety briefing and general announcements.
Thank you. Please silence your electronic devices if you have not done so already. Restrooms are in the lobby to the left as you exit the boardroom. We will now share important safety information for those here in person. Please play the video.
Hello, and welcome to the NTSB Boardroom. Before we get started with today's meeting, I'd like to quickly walk you through our emergency procedures. First things first, please take a moment to silence your phones or other electronic devices. If you need the restrooms, they're just outside the boardroom on the left side of the lobby. If someone experiences a medical emergency, our on-site Federal Protective Service officers are trained to respond. They'll call 911, perform CPR if needed, and use the automated external defibrillator device mounted in the lobby between the boardroom exit doors. They're also trained to provide first aid. There's a first aid kit at the security desk in the lobby. If we're asked to shelter in place, like during severe weather or a security incident, please stay seated and listen for instructions. Our security team will manage the situation and let us know when it's safe to leave. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow NTSB staff to the nearest exit. There are two main options. You can exit via the stairs next to the stage, or you can exit the same way you came in through the lobby. Please walk, don't run. Once outside, you'll be directed to an assembly area. Stay there until we're clear to come back inside. If there's a small fire, our security officers are trained to respond using one of the fire extinguishers. You'll find them in 3 locations: by the stairwells on either side of the stage at the front of the boardroom, mounted on the wall at the back of the boardroom, and near the security area in the lobby. For anyone who needs an accessible evacuation route, you can use the door on the left side of the lobby, which leads you into the parking garage. From there, turn right and follow the walkway to the street level. NTSB staff will be available to assist anyone who needs help. And finally, safety is everyone's responsibility. If you see anything that seems off or concerning, please let a staff member or security officer know right away. Thank you for helping us maintain a safe and secure space.
Chairwoman Homendy, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, and thank you to Sherry for the safety video as well. For those who are here or who are watching online and who may not be familiar with the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB, we are an independent federal agency charged by Congress with investigating every civil aviation accident in the United States and significant accidents and incidents in other modes of transportation. At the conclusion of our investigations, we issue an official determination regarding probable cause and, as appropriate, safety recommendations to prevent future accidents. The NTSB also investigates certain incidents that present significant safety issues. The NTSB strives to accurately identify and report all relevant facts, conditions, and circumstances relating to each accident or incident it investigates. When necessary, we hold investigative hearings. An investigative hearing allows the NTSB to gather sworn testimony from witnesses on issues identified by the investigative team for a specific accident or incident. Investigative hearings are fact-finding proceedings. The purpose is to receive all testimony and evidence that may be of aid in determining the probable cause of the transportation accident or incident. This hearing is a critical part of our ongoing investigation of the accident involving UPS Flight 2976, which crashed during takeoff from Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport in Louisville, Kentucky on November 4th, 2025. As a result of the accident, the 3 crew members aboard the airplane and 12 persons on the ground tragically lost their lives. This includes 1 person who succumbed to their injuries 51 days after the accident. 23 others on the ground at the time of the accident were injured physically. I say physical injuries, and I highlight that in every public meeting we have, because this accident, just like others, undoubtedly caused invisible injuries that aren't reflected in the numbers we provide. Psychological and emotional trauma from being physically injured, witnessing an accident, or losing a loved one can have a profound impact on lives and livelihoods. With that, I'd like to take a moment to address the families and friends who lost loved ones or those who were injured in this terrible tragedy. On behalf of the NTSB, please accept our heartfelt sympathies, our condolences, and please know that your loved ones are the reason we're here. We want to find out what happened. And after this investigation concludes, our work does not end. Once we have a final board meeting, we continue to work to make sure all the recommendations we issued are implemented so that no one else has to suffer a similar tragedy. I have to say, before each investigative hearing, we meet with loved ones who choose to be part of that meeting. And it is a time for us certainly to walk through the process. That is the goal of the investigative hearing. But it's also a time where we learn about your loved ones, about surviving children, about the care you're providing them, about love letters that were written between spouses, poems over years. I just share with you how deeply sorry we are for your losses. And just know we don't forget. Several representatives from our Transportation Disaster Assistance team are here who can help connect you with support resources. Can our TDA colleagues stand? So we have Elias and Jessica and Sarah right here. Okay, yep, we have a bunch of folks here, also folks back in the lobby. Please don't hesitate. Anybody here, doesn't have to be a family member. If you need assistance, please don't hesitate to speak with them. They'd be glad to help. We also have the Red Cross here, and I want to thank them for their work. They are often with us in the immediate days following a tragedy, and certainly throughout the process. Volunteer mental health clinicians from the Red Cross are available today and for the duration of this hearing to provide support. I want to thank the first and second responders to this accident, also on behalf of the board. Multiple organizations responded to the scene of this tragedy to support search and recovery efforts and assist in our investigative work. Thank you for your public service, your dedication, and your heart. I also want to take a moment before we go into staff introductions to just highlight how important our recommendations are. We're not issuing findings today. We're not issuing a probable cause. We are not issuing recommendations today. What we do today will lead to that, and we appreciate all your help, everyone here, in doing that. But when we do hold a final board meeting and issue a final report, and we issue safety recommendations, they are the result of the hard work of all of you and the team here and our experts throughout the National Transportation Safety Board. They are to be taken seriously. Those recommendations are aimed, they're comprehensive, they're extensive, and they're aimed at preventing another tragedy. And if they're not implemented, and this is what I want to highlight, if they are not taken seriously, if they are not implemented, we will be here again. None of us want that. So we will work vigorously at the end of this investigation, just like we do in other investigations like DCA, to ensure that our recommendations are implemented. Now, for staff introductions, starting with Mr. Shin. In addition to serving as our hearing officer, he is also the investigator in charge for this accident investigation and is also involved in other investigations that are ongoing right now at the NTSB. Mr. Shin.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hamady. In the front row, we have the staff who are serving on Technical Panel 1. Starting to my right, they are Mr. Nils Johnson, Accident Investigator for Maintenance, Dr. Catherine Wilson, Senior Human Performance Investigator, Mr. Clinton Crookshanks, Aerospace Engineer for Structures, and Mrs. Eloisa Oki, Aerospace Engineer for Structures. Behind me in the second row, we have Mr. Errol Jordheim, Structures Engineer, who will also operate the audio visuals, Ms. Tatum Butler, Recorder Specialist, who will operate the timer, Mr. Tim LeBaron, Director of the Office of Aviation Safety, and Mr. Akbar Sultan, Director of the Office of Research and Engineering. Chairwoman Hamady, this concludes staff introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Shin, and thank you to the staff. Now let's turn to the parties to the hearing. Federal regulations guide how we designate parties to an NTSB investigative hearing. They are, quote, those persons and organizations whose participation in the hearing is deemed necessary in the public interest and whose special knowledge will contribute to the development of pertinent evidence. The parties to this hearing have been designated in accordance with these regulations and selected for their technical expertise in their respective fields. Parties are essential in helping us develop the facts around an investigation. We appreciate your valuable time and your contributions. As I call the name of each party, I ask the designated spokesperson to identify themselves and then introduce others at their table. Please push the microphone button to talk and push it again when finished. We're going to go in alphabetical order, starting with Boeing.
Thank you, Chair Hamady and members of the board. I'm Stella Widener. I'm the Director for Product Safety and Investigations. On behalf of the Boeing Company and personally, I would like to share my deepest condolences to the family and to the friends of those who died in the accident. Our thoughts remain with those who were injured and with the community of Louisville. With me today, I have across the table Eric East, Senior Air Safety Investigator and Technical Fellow. To his left, Nathan Williams, Air Safety Investigator. Stephen Chisholm, Mechanical and Structural Functional Chief Engineer. Across the table from Steve, I have Kristen Auslander, Out of Production Chief Engineer. And finally, Craig Gabriel, Chief Counsel, Quality and Regulatory Matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Widener. Federal Aviation Administration.
Good morning, Chairwoman Hamady and members of the board. My name is Matt Kabek. I'm the Acting Deputy Director for Accident Investigation and Prevention. With me is Heidi Kemner from the Accident Investigation Division, the party coordinator for this accident. To her right, Deep Guav from the Aircraft Certification Service. Across the table, Ken Fairhurst, Aircraft Certification Service. Rebecca Leip from Chief Counsel's Office, and Louis Weinhardt from Louisville FSDO. And FAA would also like to express our deep gratitude to the board for this investigative hearing and our condolences to the family and friends of the victims.
Thank you, Mr. Kabek. International Brotherhood of Teamsters Airline Division.
Good morning, Chairwoman Hamady and fellow board members. I'm Chuck Landis, Teamster Local 2727 Emergency Response Coordinator and a UPS Lead Service Technician. I'm joined by Mr. Chris Moore, Teamster Safety Coordinator, Josh McInerney, Legal Counsel, Mr. Doug Davis, Teamster Local 27 Vice President and UPS Aircraft Maintenance Controller, Brian Metzmeyer to my right, Teamster Local 27 Systems Group Investigator and UPS Aircraft Maintenance Technician, and Mr. Jim Cocking, Teamsters Local 27 Structures Group Investigator and a UPS Aircraft Maintenance Technician.
Thank you very much, Mr. Landis. And ST Engineering, San Antonio Aerospace.
Good morning, Chairwoman Hamady and board members. We also offer our condolences to the families of this tragic incident, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this investigation. To my right is our legal counsel, David Harrington. To his right is Daniel Perez, our SMS manager. Across from Daniel is Gary Mosier, who is our Director of Quality. And across from me is Yip Hin Ming. He is our Executive Vice President of ST Engineering. And my name is Chris Hentz. I am the Vice President of MRO Operations in San Antonio.
Thank you, Mr. Hentz. United Parcel Service, or UPS.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. I'm Captain David Smith, Vice President of Airline Safety. On behalf of the entire UPS Airlines team, we mourn the loss of our 3 pilots, Captain Richard Wartenberg, First Officer Lee Truitt, and Captain Dana Diamond. The 12 members of the Louisville community who lost their lives, Angela Anderson, Carlos Fernandez, Kimberly Asa, Trina Chavez, Tony Crane, Luinas Fanon, John Lokes, Elaine Rodriguez, John Spray, Matthew Sweets, Megan Washburn, and Ella Wharton, along with those who may have suffered an injury or loss to their property or business. We are profoundly saddened by this tragedy. Our thoughts are with their families, friends, and loved ones, and with the first responders and the Louisville community who carried the weight of this tragedy. With me today, sitting across from me and moving clockwise around the table, Mr. Paul Kane, Senior Director of Line Maintenance and Director of Maintenance, Captain Jacob Chambers, Flight Safety Investigator and Investigation Party Coordinator, Captain Paul Lowcraft, MD-11 Fleet Chief Pilot, Mr. Tony Haven, Maintenance Safety Investigator, and Mr. Mark Dumbroff, Legal Counsel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Captain Smith. As a reminder, only the designated party spokesperson may question the witnesses. On behalf of the board, I'd like to thank the witnesses testifying at this hearing in support of aviation safety. Witnesses will be questioned under oath. They will remain under oath until the conclusion of the entire hearing. A witness can be called to testify on either panel. Further, witnesses may be recalled for further questioning at any time during the hearing. Usually when that happens, there's a question that was asked that requires somebody else to answer and might be recalled at that point. As such, we ask that all witnesses be present for the entire hearing unless you've coordinated in advance with the hearing officer, which is Mr. Shin. The witnesses have been selected based on their ability to provide the best available information on safety issues that are pertinent to this investigation. The witness list was agreed to by parties to the hearing, NTSB staff serving on the technical panels, and the Board of Inquiry at a pre-hearing conference held last week, May 12th, here in the NTSB boardroom. We have pre-qualified each witness by documenting their qualifications in writing. You may review each witness's biographical information in the public docket, which opened this morning. I'd now like to provide a general overview of the hearing. Those in the room may wish to refer to the printed agenda. We expect the proceedings to conclude around 6 p.m. today. I do want to caution on that 6 p.m. We are not going to have another investigative hearing, and I don't like to rush people. So if parties have additional questions, if the Board of Inquiry has additional questions, if the technical panel has additional questions, I want to make sure that everybody has time to ask their questions. We don't get another shot at that. So it may go beyond that. Hopefully we have AC. Given the last one. I've now panicked everyone. We will break for lunch as needed throughout. Speaking of which, I walked around and mentioned, including to the witnesses, if you need anything, if you need water, if you need a break, if you, whatever you might need, just signal to me. They don't have phones or electronics up there. But it's certainly hot with the lights. So if you need some time, need a breather, please feel free to ask. I'm gonna be very flexible. Just wave me down. Yoo-hoo is fine. And I will pay attention and make sure that we do take that break at the appropriate time. Tomorrow we'll begin promptly at 8 a.m. again and wrap up around 1. Again, these times are approximate and we appreciate everyone's flexibility. The specific issues we'll explore at this hearing were finalized and agreed to at last week's pre-hearing conference. So today we'll start with fleet safety processes. We'll discuss the reporting processes for anomalies found during maintenance and inspections. Then we'll explore the Federal Aviation Administration and Boeing's continued operational safety program and processes, and end with communications to operators after continued operational safety determinations. Tomorrow, we'll discuss pylon design requirements. First, we'll delve into Federal Aviation Administration Part 25, design and certification requirements for pylon separation failure modes. Then we'll examine the design of aircraft systems routed through and near pylon attachment points. The hearing process will be the same for both panels, all panels actually. After an introduction from Mr. Shin, we'll move into witness testimony. The witnesses will be questioned in the following order. First, by the NTSB technical panel, that's staff. Next, by the parties to the hearing, and then by the Board of Inquiry. I'll then circle back to the technical panel for any remaining follow-up questions because something we asked might spur another question for you. And if we need to continue and go a second round, we will do that. Again, I'm not going to rush it. When it's time for party questions, I'll recognize each organization one by one. Each party will keep their questions to 5 minutes or less. We have a timer to help you stay on track. Given that there are 5 parties to the hearing, we certainly have time to accommodate 2 rounds. If we need additional rounds, I'll accommodate it. And that goes for all topics on both panels. If a party spokesperson has a concern regarding a question asked or wishes to discuss admissibility of an exhibit or the pertinence of proffered testimony, please raise your hand. After being recognized by me, you will have the opportunity to voice your concern. I'll consult with Mr. Johnson, our legal counsel, and in accordance with our regulations, make all rulings on such matters. All rulings will be final. I will also consult with Mr. Shin on those. A word about conduct. The board does not permit cross-examination of witnesses in the legal sense, nor do we permit questions related to fault, outside litigation, or legal liability. Such questions are not relevant to the fact-finding purposes of an NTSB investigative hearing or our statutory mission. This doesn't mean difficult questions won't be asked. They will be, and they should be. This is an investigation. We are here to improve safety, and that is our sole focus. Mr. Shin will now describe the exhibits.
Thank you. Exhibits for this hearing include reports produced by NTSB investigative staff, videos, and other documents submitted by the technical panel members, witnesses, and parties to support testimony and questions you will hear today and tomorrow. The exhibits for this hearing are in the docket, which opened this morning to the public. A link to the docket is on our website, ntsb.gov. The docket can be accessed using the accident investigation number DCA 26MA024. That's Delta Charlie Alpha 26 Mike Alpha 024. If you've joined us in person, you can scan the QR code on the hearing agenda. This will take you to the investigation page, and a link to the docket is on the right-hand side just below the map. The NTSB is authorized by statute to disclose information to carry out its mission, but we protect confidentiality and proprietary information to the extent possible. As such, exhibits contain redactions. These are the result of negotiations between parties and the NTSB regarding the disclosure of information claimed to be personally identifiable, security sensitive, or proprietary in nature. Though redacted, the exhibits contain sufficient information so that members of the public can follow along during the hearing and refer to them. The exhibits entered into the record and any presentations, along with other records of the investigation, become part of the NTSB public docket, which remain available via ntsb.gov. We provide party spokespersons and witnesses with electronic copies of these exhibits in advance for the sole purpose of preparation for this hearing. A transcript of the testimony will be taken during the hearing and will be prepared and entered into the docket as soon as possible. Mr. Eric Johnson will keep a list of additional documents admitted during the proceedings. We will add these documents to the docket after the hearing concludes. As a reminder, new exhibits are only admitted if the chair determines good cause has been shown, as outlined in Title 49, Code of Federal Regulations, or CFR, Section 845.9. While the parties do not participate in the analysis of evidence, parties can submit written comments for our consideration. This is where parties can state their views for the record, such as potential conclusions that may be drawn. We strongly encourage the parties to submit written comments, which are beneficial to our analysis. Our regulations provide two separate opportunities for parties to do so. First, parties to this investigative hearing may submit comments on the hearing per 49 CFR 845.13. Following the investigative hearing, any party to the hearing may submit proposed findings to be drawn from the testimony, exhibits, a proposed probable cause, and proposed safety recommendations designed to prevent future accidents and incidents. The proposals shall be submitted within the time specified by the investigative hearing officer at the close of the hearing and shall be made part of the public docket. Parties to the investigative hearing shall serve copies on their proposals on all other parties to the hearing. So such comments are due to me, the hearing officer, within 30 calendar days of the close of the hearing or by June 19th, 2026. We ask that submissions be sent to us electronically. Second, parties to the investigation as a whole may submit comments through the traditional party submission process outlined in 49 CFR 831.14. Quote, any party to the investigation may submit to the NTSB written proposed findings to be drawn from the evidence produced during the course of the investigation, a proposed probable cause, and/or proposed safety recommendations designed to prevent future accidents. I will provide a date for the submission at a later date for this one. All party submissions will be included in the public docket. As mentioned, we will consider party comments during the analysis phase of the investigation and in our preparation of the final report. Chairwoman Hamady, that concludes my remarks on the hearing exhibits and procedures.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chin. And we'll go to you for your presentation in just a second. I'm just going to, for everyone's benefit in the audience watching online and for everyone here, I just want to go through the specifics on at least right up until lunch. So we will have questions from the technical panel starting shortly. Might run an hour, hour and a half, depending on what time you need. We'll take a break right after that, and then we'll go to party questions. We'll start with 2 rounds. If we need to come back later, we'll do that. We'll start with FAA, and then we'll go to Boeing, UPS, Teamsters, STE, San Antonio Aerospace, and then we will do the Board of Inquiry questions right after that. If we need to take a break between the two, we'll go, at least for the witnesses, we'll go ahead and do that. Also, it can get hot. It's going to get hot. These lights are hot. We all look very formal today, even though I told you all you could wear your shirts. Teamsters were in uniform the other day. I'll tell Sean O'Brien that you were in your suits. But listen, if you want to take your jackets off, we are not that formal. Go ahead. It is going to get hot. Same for the witnesses, okay? And again, if you need water or anything, let us know. Mr. Shin, go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to present an overview of the accident to the Board of Inquiry. On November 4th, 2025, UPS Flight 2976, a Boeing MD-11F, registration November 259, uniform Papa, was destroyed after it crashed during takeoff from Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport, Louisville, Kentucky. Flight 2976 was a domestic cargo flight to Honolulu and took off from runway 17 right. Surveillance video showed the left engine and pylon separated after takeoff rotation. The accident airplane continued takeoff and climbed to about 30 feet above ground level, or AGL. The separated left engine and pylon were found adjacent to runway 17 right. The airplane's landing gear contacted a building roof south of the runway and subsequently impacted buildings and the ground about 17:14 Eastern Standard Time. The 3 crew members aboard were fatally injured. 11 people on the ground sustained fatal injuries, 2 people on the ground sustained serious injuries, and 21 people on the ground sustained minor injuries. 1 person who was seriously injured succumbed to their injuries 51 days after the accident. A 5-minute-long animation will provide an overview of the design of the pylon assembly, which is the same for the MD-11 and the 11F, which is the freighter version. The animation will detail the fatigue cracking found on the accident left wing pylon components, how these cracks ultimately resulted in separation of the left pylon and engine shortly after takeoff rotation during the accident flight. An airport surveillance video that captured the left pylon and engine separation will be shown at the end of the animation. We realize that some attendees and remote viewers may find this animation difficult to watch. We will pause before starting the animation to allow those currently in the boardroom to leave for the duration of the animation or turn away from your screens if you're viewing remotely. We will inform you when the animation has finished playing. Please play the animation.
This animation illustrates the construction of the MD-11F aircraft engine attachments and presents investigative findings regarding the separation of the left engine. The MD-11F has 3 engines, 2 wing-mounted and 1 tail-mounted. The left and right engines attach to the wings through a structure called a pylon, highlighted in blue. This illustration shows the frame of the pylon, which connects to the wing at 3 attachment points: the pylon aft mount, the pylon forward mount, and the thrust fitting, which is behind the pylon forward mount. This 3-dimensional model of the pylon aft mount will be used to explain the details of the attachment and how it failed in the accident. The aft mount consists of 2 triangular-shaped plates which are bolted together. The pylon aft mount is attached to a wing clevis located on the underside of the wing structure. At the top of the plates forming the aft mount are the forward lug and the aft lug, which fit into the wing clevis. The connection is made with a bolt, which passes through a bushing and is secured by a nut. The bushing is secured with a collar. The bushing features a grease fitting connected to internal passageways that channel grease throughout the assembly. The assembly includes a spherical bearing housed within the forward and aft lugs at the upper end of the aft mount. The spherical bearing is comprised of a monoball that sits within a one-piece outer race, which conforms to the spherical shape of the ball and distributes loads uniformly across the aft mount lugs. The monoball can rotate and move slightly within the outer race. This movement is designed to reduce stress in the assembly as the engine weight, aerodynamic forces, and engine thrust loads flex the structure during normal operations. The monoball contains shallow grooves on its inner and outer surfaces with 3 equally spaced holes to distribute grease. The outer race also contains a shallow groove on its inner surface to help with grease distribution. This lubrication groove is approximately 1/4 inch wide, centered along the width of the race, and extends around the circumference of the inner surface. The outer race from the accident showed fatigue cracking initiating from several locations around the inner surface at both the forward and aft corners of this lubrication groove. The fatigue cracks grew outward over time through the outer race thickness. Eventually, the fatigue cracks at the forward corner of the groove grew large enough for the outer race to split into 2 pieces. With the outer race separated into 2 pieces, loads were no longer evenly distributed across the lugs. The 2 pieces of the separated outer race could be forced out of the bore of the lugs, resulting in abnormal loading on the lugs. Fatigue cracks initiated within the bore of both lugs at both the inboard and the outboard sides. These fatigue cracks grew outward through the lugs. During the accident flight, the lugs could no longer carry the load and completely fractured at the inboard side, then bent and separated at the outboard side. With the pylon aft mount lugs fractured, the aft end of the pylon was no longer attached to the wing clevis. The remaining 2 pylon connections subsequently failed, resulting in separation of the left pylon and engine from the airplane during takeoff. A surveillance video at the airport captured the takeoff rotation and separation of the left pylon and engine from the accident airplane.
The animation has finished playing. UPS's MD-11 maintenance program required a 72-month general visual inspection and detailed visual inspection of the pylon while it remained installed on the wing. These inspections were last accomplished on the accident airplane on October 28, 2021 by ST Engineering San Antonio Aerospace. A 24-month, 4,800-hour lubrication task required lubrication of the pylon spherical bearings and thrust links while the pylon remained installed on the wing. This lubrication task was last accomplished on the accident airplane on October 18, 2025, also by STE San Antonio Aerospace. At a high level, a continued operational safety or COS program receives in-service data of failures, malfunctions, and defects. These data include service difficulty reports, or SDRs, and reports to Boeing from operators. A COS program will analyze the data to determine if an unsafe condition exists. After a COS determination, corrective actions and a timeline to implement these actions are selected. These corrective actions include service letters and airworthiness directives. This slide depicts a timeline of the history of reported bearing outer race fractures found on MD-11 airplanes, along with other milestones related to these findings. Investigators found 9 separate operator reports totaling 10 instances of fractured and migrated pylon aft bearing outer races that preceded this accident. These 9 reports were spread across 4 different operators and all involved MD-11 and MD-11F airplanes. In July 2008, 2008, STE San Antonio Aerospace reported to UPS and Boeing that they found a fractured and separated outer race staking ring on a pylon aft mount bearing. However, the staking ring is a retention feature of the outer race to keep the bearing within the lug bore and is a different failure mode than that of the accident bearing outer race fracture. Investigators found only 2 of these reports, September 2007 and July 2008, had a cost identifier associated with it. No cost identifiers were found for the remaining reports of fractured and migrated bearing races. The cost analysis of these 2 reports by Boeing determined the bearing failure mode would not result in a safety of flight condition. There was no record the FAA disagreed with this cost determination. In May 2008, Boeing issued a service letter that informed operators that the bearing race fracture and migration found in service and a new inspection procedure for the bearing outer race migration was added to the aircraft maintenance manual. On February 2011, Boeing released Revision A of this service letter, which added information about a redesigned spherical bearing that eliminated the lubrication groove within the bearing outer race. Investigators found that UPS had reviewed these service letters and determined no further action was required. Panel 1 of this investigative hearing will focus on fleet safety processes. This panel will delve into 3 primary topic areas. First, reporting processes for anomalies found during inspection and maintenance. Second, FAA and Boeing continued operational safety processes, including FAA and Boeing cost working agreements. And third, communications to operators after cost actions are completed. Investigators reviewed a McDonnell Douglas DC-10 accident that occurred on May 25, 1979. The airplane crashed after takeoff at Chicago O'Hare International Airport. The NTSB investigation determined that the left engine and pylon separated during takeoff due to improper maintenance. The airplane climbed to about 300 feet above ground level. The airplane experienced an asymmetric stall and left roll due to uncommanded retraction of the left wing leading edge slats caused by severed hydraulic lines when the pylon and separated from the left wing. The MD-11 is based on the design of the DC-10 and incorporates design changes based on some of the lessons learned from the 1979 accident in Chicago O'Hare. For UPS Flight 2976, after the pylon separation occurred, investigators found that the leading edge slats remained extended as designed. However, a fire ignited on the left wing and continued until ground impact, which was different than the 1979 DC-10 accident. The airplane attitude remained level through the remainder of the accident flight, but the airplane only climbed to about 30 feet above ground level. The NTSB airplane performance study remains ongoing. Panel 2 of this investigative hearing will focus on pylon design requirements. This panel will delve into 2 primary topic areas. First, FAA design certification requirements for pylon separation failure modes, and second, the design of aircraft systems such as fuel and hydraulic lines that are routed through and near pylon attachment points. 4 days after the UPS 2976 accident, the FAA grounded the MD-11 fleet, followed by the DC-10 and MD-10 fleets 6 days after, affecting over 70 airplanes. In the weeks after the accident, inspections were conducted on MD-11, DC-10, and MD-10 airplanes, focused on finding aft-mount spherical bearings that exhibited migrated outer races. 3 migrated bearing races were found on MD-11 airplanes, all from the UPS fleet. 1 migrated bearing race was found on a DC-10 airplane. Examination of the lugs of one of UPS's findings revealed a gap between the forward and aft lugs at their top ends. Additionally, surface inspection of these lugs confirmed the presence of cracks at the inboard and outboard sides of the aft lug. NTSB was notified of the accident shortly after it occurred on the afternoon of November 4th, 2025, and a GO team was launched the next morning. Former board member Todd Inman was the NTSB spokesperson on scene, and the following 2 slides list the NTSB staff that assisted in the initial response and are supporting the ongoing investigation. NTSB invited qualified parties to participate in the investigation as shown on this slide. Chairwoman Hamidi, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Shin. And I also want to thank Alice Park and Mike Meadows for doing that excellent video. I think we all believe they did a very good job. So thank you for that. We're going to turn to panel one, fleet safety processes. We introduced the members of the technical panel earlier. So Mr. Shin, please introduce the topics and the witnesses.
Thank you. This panel will address fleet safety processes in 3 sections. And this morning, we're starting with operator reporting processes for anomalies found during maintenance and inspections. Specifically, we will question the witnesses in the following issue areas: maintenance manual inspection instructions, reporting processes to UPS quality assurance, UPS reporting to Boeing and the Federal Aviation Administration, and Federal Aviation Administration reporting requirements for Part 121 operators. The witness panel is composed of the following individuals. Starting in the first row, nearest to the board members, we have Mr. Danny Wu, Manager of the Commercial Aircraft Group, Flight Standard Service, Federal Aviation Administration, Mr. Brian Knopp, Manager of the Continued Operational Safety Branch, Federal Aviation Administration, Mr. David Springer, Senior Director of Engineering at UPS, Mr. Shannon Deckard, Director of Quality Assurance at UPS, and Mr. Henry Gallegos, Director of Engineering, STE San Antonio Aerospace. In the second row, starting from the closest to the board members, we have Dr. Melanie Violet, Technical Advisor for Continued Operational Safety, Federal Aviation Administration, Mr. Scott Hirsch, Senior Director of Boeing Commercial Airplanes Fleet Operations, Boeing, Mr. Justin Konopask, Director of Airframe Service Engineering, Boeing, and Mr. Clint Dickens, Maintenance Controller, Teamsters. Chairwoman Hamidi, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and their respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket.
Thank you, Mr. Shin. I'll now ask the witnesses to please stand. Thank you. And I know you're kind of squished up there in the front row, but if you can raise your right hand, please answer by saying, I do. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. And just a reminder for the witnesses, I know that you already spoke to your party spokespersons and your teams. You'll remain under oath until the conclusion of the hearing, and we ask that you answer the questions factually. Please avoid analysis, and please also avoid anything that is speculative. Don't speculate. In fact, I don't know, if you don't know, is a perfectly okay answer. You can also say you could get back to us in writing if there's something you're not sure about. But I want to, just remind you of those. Finally, push the microphone button to talk and push it again when finished. And if you need a break, just flag me down. All right, I'll turn it over to Mr. Clint Cruikshanks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hamidi. My first few questions are going to be for the FAA. First off, what is the FAA's definition of a structural defect or anomaly that occurs in service? And by in service, we mean those that occur once the aircraft has received type certification and is in operation with an air carrier.
Good morning. Can we please call up exhibit? Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning. Can we please call up exhibit 7V, Victor, slide 2? So Title 14, Code of Federal.
Yes.
Am I the wrong one?
Yeah. That's for the. Thank you. That's right.
Oh, there you go. So Title 14, Code of Federal Regulations 121.703 for air carriers.
Sorry, would you mind pulling it a little bit closer?
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Just pull it up. Yep. There we go. Thank
Okay.
you.
Title 14 Code of Federal Regulations 121.703. That's for air carriers. For reportable structural items, it designates aircraft structure that require major repair and cracks, permanent deformation, or corrosion of aircraft structure if more than the maximum acceptable to the manufacturer or the FAA.
Thank you. Could you also please tell us what the requirements are for 145 repair stations, please?
Yes, sir. For 145-221 for repair stations is any serious failure, malfunction, or defect of an article.
Thank you. Next, can you please tell us what is a service difficulty report, or SDR?
Let's see here. Can I call up slide or exhibit 7W, slide 3, and maybe slide 2? I apologize if I got that wrong. Perfect, thank you. So an SDR is a report submitted to the FAA used to identify failures, malfunctions, or defects in aeronautical products that affect or could affect the safe operation of aircraft.
Okay, thanks. Couple more definitions. Can you tell us what is the FAA definition of primary structure?
Yes, sir. Can I have call up exhibit 7V? That it is in Victor, slide 4. So primary structure is defined in FAA Advisory Circular 25.1529-1A. Primary structure is structure that significantly contributes to the carrying of flight, ground, or pressure loads. It is also known as a structural significant item, SSI.
Okay, and to follow up, please define what is a principal structural element.
Yes, sir. A principal structural element, or PSE, are those elements of primary structure which contribute significantly to carrying flight, ground, and pressurization loads, and whose failure could result in catastrophic failure of the airplane.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Now that we have those definitions out of the way, we're going to turn to Mr. Johnson, who has some questions for UPS.
Good morning. My questions are to give you a time frame, are based at the time of the accident. So when responding, please use the time of the accident as your reference point. Please briefly describe the type of maintenance that UPS performed in-house on the MD-11 aircraft.
I'll let my colleague, Mr. Deckard, take this question. Good morning. UPS internally performs line maintenance in our gateway operations, and we subcontract out to a third party major maintenance or heavy maintenance, as known in the industry, to a third party vendor.
Okay, thank you. Please describe UPS's maintenance program as it reflects the aft or pylon aft bulkheads on the MD-11 aircraft.
I'll give an overview of the maintenance program for the pylon aft bulkhead. There are 4 scheduled tasks associated with the pylon aft bulkhead. So we'll start from the highest level and we'll get into the most detailed. It starts with a general visual inspection that's of the area or the zone of the pylon. That's accomplished every C-check. Also accomplished every C-check is a lubrication task, which involves lubricating the joint between the lug and the clevis that was illustrated in the opening presentation. Going deeper into the inspection task associated with the aft pylon or the pylon aft bulkhead is a general visual inspection that calls out paying particular attention to the lugs. That's accomplished every 72 months in our maintenance program. Also, we have a detailed visual inspection of the aft bulkhead that's also accomplished every 72 months.
Do you believe prior to the accident, do you believe that the inspections were adequate?
Our maintenance program was based upon the Boeing MD-11 maintenance planning document, or MPD inspections, which included both the general visual inspections and the detailed inspection, which is an intensive examination of the area that were being done every 72 months.
So is that a yes, you believe it was appropriate, adequate?
Yes, the visual inspections of the area, both general visual, detailed, were the inspections we were doing.
All right. What is UPS's definition of a structural defect?
Our definition of a structural defect would align with the SDR criteria, which is cracks, permanent deformation, corrosion, and could include other discrepancies to structures such as chafing, galling, other types of damage along those lines.
All right. Can you please explain the UPS process when a structural defect is found on an airplane?
How far would you like to go through that process?
As far as you would like to go.
Through
Well-
the whole process.
I'll review the process, starting with the defect being found by the aircraft maintenance technician, and I'll roll through what happens when they look at existing manuals, and then if it's outside the manuals, the interfaces that occur with the vendor engineering, UPS engineering, and the manufacturer. Can we pull up Exhibit 11, Alpha, page 6, which is UPS major maintenance vendor and Boeing fault communication. I'll walk through the process here. This is a simplified flow chart of what happens when we're executing a scheduled task. When an aircraft maintenance technician is in the area and identifies an item that's out of the norm. So that could be cracks, corrosion, anything that's out of the norm. They would record that as a fault. So I'm going to use fault, discrepancy, defect synonymously. Fault is a newer term with our current maintenance information system where we electronically record faults, discrepancies, or defects. The first decision point, once it's recorded and identified, is and when an aircraft maintenance technician will then go into the manual system. This could be our structural repair manual, aircraft maintenance manual. They'll look to see if there's any guidance that would allow the damage to continue as is within allowable limits. If the answer is yes, then they can use the manual, the published manual procedure to address the defect. If not, it flows on down through the chart as we see here. And then we get into, can it be repaired? This would, when I say repaired, this would be a restoration, a reinforcing type repair. Does the SRM allow that? If the SRM provides a repair procedure, then the AMT could execute that repair per the structural repair manual. If it's outside the manuals, the aircraft maintenance manual or the structural repair manual, then we get into engineering assistance. So I'm going to use our process that we utilize with ST Engineering and all of our third-party airframe maintenance vendors. It's a collaborative process with the legwork being done by the vendor engineering that's on site. So as you can see, the blue area, this is the area that we have a dedicated UPS engineering team, our major maintenance engineering support team, that's working directly with the vendors engineering to develop a repair, submit that proposed repair to Boeing, get Boeing review of it and approval of it, and then it comes back. That process could be iterative, obviously, as you work out a repair. But our aircraft engineering team, our major maintenance team, is in collaboration with the vendor engineering team all the way through their final development of the document. When they provide their final document that's approved and it has all the correct, acceptable, or approved data for the repair, then UPS will provide their own approval of that in our system via an engineering order. Part of that engineering order provides the approval of the repair being accomplished. It also includes any follow-on actions. Since we're talking about structural defects, a lot of times you will have follow-on inspections, damage-tolerant inspections that will occur later in a repair's life. So we will document those so those are properly tracked.
Thank you. How is that process that you just described different if it's primary structure or a principal structural element?
The repair flow, whether it's primary or PSE, flows basically the same way. Where it will get different is if we're on a primary structure or PSE and it's outside manual limits, that will always route through Boeing for approvals if it's a reinforcing repair. Approximately 80% of our major maintenance repairs flow through the Boeing system. And we get into also classifications that are associated with. Most of our reinforcing repairs, or technically all of our reinforcing repairs associated with primary structure or PSEs, requires FAA approval, and we heavily rely on Boeing for that FAA approval.
How does this process differ if it's secondary structure?
Secondary structure, we have other avenues to provide repairs internally as well as with external approval. So with secondary structure, we only are required to have acceptable data as the authorizing data for the repair. So we get into a differentiation of what's acceptable data and approved data. So for secondary structure, we can approve those with acceptable data. What does acceptable data mean in our system? We can use Boeing messages for secondary structure. We can use a document called an RDR, Repair Design, an acronym I'm not dialed in on. But we also can generate acceptable data internally with our engineering authority. So we can develop an engineering substantiation following our procedures that's considered acceptable data to authorize a repair to secondary structure.
Okay, so now that the damage has been identified or the defect has been identified, what UPS documents are generated for structural defects?
For structural defects, we talked about the general process. So obviously we get into, and we'll go back to the 2008 timeframe. In 2008, 2011 timeframe, we were in a paper system still. So if a discrepancy was identified, you would have a non-routine card looking at the heavy maintenance. You'd have a non-routine card generated. If the repair occurred per a manual, that was documented on the non-routine card. So it was all contained in the non-routine card. If it was outside of the manual, there would both be a vendor repair document and a UPS engineering order authorizing the third party, the vendor engineering document.
All right. One follow-up from my previous question, and that was, would the lugs and bearing for the aft bulkhead on the pylon be considered PSE? Principal structural element?
The lugs would have been considered PSE. They are identified in the structural repair manual as such, as part of the overall bulkhead assembly. The bearing itself being hardware, how we would classify that, it's hardware that could be removed and replaced. I do not believe we would have considered that a PSE.
How does UPS comply with the reporting requirements of 121.703 in the CFR?
I'll review how we comply with 121.703. We have a slide that's Exhibit 11AA, page 13. And Mr. Johnson, do you still want this to be the 2008, 2011 timeframe for answering this question?
That's fine.
The process we have outlined here is actually our current process, but there's still similarities to what we were doing. There's been very little change over the last 18 years. So we comply with 14 CFR 121.703. We mirror that criteria. That criteria has basically, we have a copy and paste of that right into our general maintenance manual. So when a fault is identified, the main source for identifying whether or not that's an SDR flows through the aircraft maintenance technician. We have a specific section in our general maintenance manual that is trained to with those criteria. It would get marked, back in the day, it would get marked in a different, maintenance information system. Back then it would be a system we called impacts. It would get marked in. That would flow to our engineering standards team that would review that to make sure it met the criteria and basically compile those for accuracy and basically a quality audit before submitting those to the FAA. The change over time as we've moved from one maintenance information system to a newer maintenance information system, which was a 2023 changeover. We now have our engineering standards team is able to review certain subject areas to provide a second level of detection or identification of items that could be SDRs. Once that is all compiled, it is uploaded to the SDR system, the FAA SDR system. We also give a courtesy copy of that to the FAA Certification Management Office that oversees us. The other item that's related to this, that's part of our training per our general maintenance manual, is when we're working with our third-party maintenance provider that's providing our C checks. Our manual requires that all SDR identify items flow through our system so that we are the ones that have visibility and submit them. And that's what we train to and expect of our third-party maintenance provider.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
could you pause for a second? I just for the purpose of the Board of Inquiry and the technical staff, were there any differences to this? And can you just point out where any differences were between 08 and 11?
Between 08 and 11, the process would have been the same, which really would have been the main focus because being in a more paper-based system would really have been across the top line where the AMT and the maintenance team would have been responsible for really identifying those. While the lower section still had that ability, that has improved over time since 2008 to 2011 as we've changed over our maintenance information system.
Okay, to follow up, you said that you guys notify your principal maintenance inspector of every SDR that you submit to the FAA database. Is that correct?
That is correct. We provide a courtesy copy of the submission. The same table that we've submitted and uploaded into the SDR system is provided to our certificate management office.
Do you ever receive feedback from your certificate management team, about SDRs that you filed?
Yes, we have routine interaction with the office as they perform surveillance over the documentation that we provide. It's not uncommon at all for them to ask about an aircraft maintenance visit and associated records with that, ensuring that we are following the process of what qualifies to be submitted or not, as well as the documentation that was performed in the repair. So that is fairly routine interaction with our local certificate management office based in Louisville.
Do you ever notify Boeing of filed SDR information?
Looking back specifically at SDRs, we do not provide them holistically to Boeing. One of the, I referenced the maintenance planning document. Part of the structural part of the maintenance planning document and the requirement that we carry over into our manuals is that structural discrepancies found with the maintenance program are submitted via the SDR system. The only time Boeing would be aware of a related item would be if we work typically, if we work a repair with them, that would be the main source of documentation coming into the communication system for Boeing.
Do you ever query the service difficulty report database looking for items related to your fleet?
No, up until recently, we have always used that as a reporting system. We have not used that as a input or a resource to understand what is happening in the overall industry associated with the fleet we operate.
All right. Going back to structural defects, who within UPS can document a structural defect?
The way our GMM is written, our general maintenance manual, we have a defect identification and reporting section. So that could be anyone performing a maintenance operation, whether, as previously mentioned, in a line maintenance operation or in a heavy maintenance operation where we utilize the third parties. Both maintenance arenas are trained to the same standard on how to identify a defect and what the reporting requirements are.
Okay. Where is a structural defect documented at UPS?
It is documented in the maintenance information system.
Okay. Who would analyze a defect that was reported? Is there any system within UPS where someone looks at the overall submissions and analyzes for trends or problems?
There are a lot of interfaces that would help with the identifying of the trends that we have in the related to structural defects. You know, we have several reports that happen that are pushed to our structural engineering team that can include our corrosion prevention and control weekly report. We also have an ALI biweekly report for airworthiness limitation items if there was any findings associated with a maintenance program task that's looking for fatigue through the ALI. We also have daily communication between our major maintenance team, our team that provides oversight in our third parties, and those daily meetings include our major maintenance team, the vendor team, and our Louisville-based engineering team that supports major maintenance. In our current environment with our new MIS, the engineers have the ability now to watch an aircraft real time to see what's open during a C check and to be monitoring structural defects that are recorded as faults. That division again is really fall of 2003 when we moved to a new system, as opposed to pre-2003 when we were still using more of a paper-based non-routine system. So that's the way we're monitoring and the interfaces that we utilize to identify any trends that are happening as far as structural defects.
So you said your structures engineering group would be monitoring that and analyzing?
Yes, so we have two different groups that are involved with the aircraft structures. We have our major maintenance support team that's providing the collaboration and approval of all repairs that are being accomplished in the C-check environment at our third parties. We also have our structural engineers that are embedded as part of our fleet teams. So there's interaction from our major maintenance, the actual maintenance side, the major maintenance on the engineering side that's supporting it, and then back to our fleet teams that are fleet specific.
So what is done with the analysis when it's been completed?
If we identify trends, there's a couple things that can happen. I talked a little bit about corrosion prevention and control. That's a representation of the process where we've identified a trend. We develop a corrective action, which could involve issuing an engineering order to do a specific action. It could involve an adjustment to our program, and that's representative of any structural defect. Once we see the trend, we can go in, decide if it's something that we want to come up with a procedure, inspection, or a change to be proactive and get ahead of the issue with an engineering order, or if it's an area that we think we need to monitor through scheduled task, we have the ability to also steer that into our maintenance program.
A little bit of a follow-on. Once structural defects are collected and analyzed, what is done with the information? How is it being used within UPS?
Once there's a trend identified, there would be action taken on it. The way that we follow that kind of from a reliability analysis procedure, if there's not a item that's led to trending, usually once we have a trend, that's when we are taking action on it. If there's not any trends, there's really not any action that's taken because there's nothing that's been identified.
All right, let me ask a different way. Does that information ever make it into your continuous analysis? Wow, I just drew a blank. Your CAS system?
Yes, it does. And I'll explain a little bit further. If we could pull up Exhibit 11, Alpha Alpha, page 3, and then we'll move to 4. So if we could go one page prior to, please. Thank you. We have a safety management system that I'll talk about, and then I will get into answering the CAS question, the continuing analysis surveillance system piece, a little bit deeper on the next slide. The UPS compliance with the regulations is our minimum level of safety. When we received FAA approval of our SMS system, we've adapted our program to achieve the highest level of safety. And I'll get into explaining it a little bit further. As a regulatory Part 5 requirement, we established our SMS system in 2017 and have continued to mature it by adding critical data, if you will, feeding the machine. The program consists of the 4 pillars described on the screen. The 2 that we'll focus in on further are the safety risk management and safety assurance, which is where the CAS, or the continuing analysis surveillance system, resides, which is also a regulatory requirement for a Part 121 air carrier to establish a CAS as well. Our CAS accomplishes surveillance and analysis of our maintenance and inspection program by verifying performance and design and effectiveness of our continuous airworthiness maintenance program. It's designed and incorporates a system safety approach for sustaining safe operation of the UPS aircraft. On the next slide, this slide shows a variety of inputs that go into our CAS program. We acquire the data, input it into the SMS or the CAS program. CAS, again, resides within SMS. And as shown in the flow diagram in the upper right-hand corner, it starts with the data collection. And that's a key piece, as I previously mentioned, to feed the machine. The data has to go in for the rest of the blocks to follow through with the process. You can see it moves from data collection to an analysis. Once root cause is understood from the analysis itself, corrective actions are put in place. Then lastly, as far as the flow goes, we have verification of effectiveness. We want to make sure that the corrective actions are working as designed to prevent future recurrence. But notice there's an arrow that continues right back to data collection. The system never sleeps. It's a closed loop design. It's constantly running in the background all the time. The various inputs are described on the screen. And if you really think about this at the high level, you've got auditing and surveillance activity is half of the CAS program. The other half is the reliability inputs. Under the reliability inputs is where we get into the maintenance information system that we've been talking about, or the faults which get generated from the maintenance activity, recorded, and then fed in to the process itself. I referred to earlier the auditing that occurs. We not only audit ourselves as a requirement within our CAS program, but we also have surveillance of this entire CAS process that's performed by the FAA, as well as the Department of War and the IATA, which is the International Air Transport Association's safety operational audit. So we take not only internal analysis of how we're performing and executing our program into consideration through this process, but we also add in any letters or findings that may occur, as I mentioned, from external entities such as the FAA or the other external parties.
With all that said, how do you track action items?
Within the reliability side of the house, we have tracking through corrective action plans, and we identify those with the commitment or the deliverable, when that time frame will be completed as far as implementation goes, and then follow through to verify that they were in fact implemented, as well as that they are actually working. We do the same process on the audit side within CAS.
And with that, who has primary responsibility for oversight of the action items being implemented?
The owner of the area is responsible for their specific corrective action, and then CAS, which reports back up through me in my position, as responsibility for the quality and the effectiveness of our CAS program.
How often are status updates given on action items?
As often as is needed based on the timeline for completion. Some actions may be implemented within a couple of weeks, and some may take a while to procure and or build and add into manual processes, revisions to those programs, train individuals on the new process. Sometimes that can take months. So we will keep them open, and we track those in our database until they are fully closed out. And we have a routine report that goes out every week on what remains open, and we account for every open action item through closure in a monthly report as well.
And we've kind of described what happens internally. How is that communicated externally to, let's say, vendors or major maintenance providers?
Yes, so the responsible party within the quality system sends out notifications of when the corrective action plans are due. And then all the way up through closure, an email is sent out for formal notification to the party that is responsible for answering and providing the corrective action plan documentation back to the CAS team. And we also communicate those out, and we talk about what is currently open in our processes in our CAS quarterly meetings as well.
Has UPS ever received any feedback from an outside vendor on this process and the results of a finding?
Yes, the overall corrective action plan process, we're constantly looking for process improvement opportunities. So we make sure that our communications are clear and what the expected deliverables are. We have meetings that support that to ensure at the end of the day, once we receive the corrective action plan, it meets our expectations. So we put emphasis on that up front at in a formal meeting when the corrective action plan is assigned. And then we also look for effectiveness of the actual outputs, and we take the input from all of the system owners, if you will, to make sure at the end of the day we have an effective program. So it is a continuous process improvement opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Wilson has some questions for the Teamsters.
Thank you. Actually, I have some follow-ups for UPS before I get to Mr. Dickens. Mr. Springer, you mentioned with the service difficulty report, Mr. Johnson had asked you if you look at the SDR database for items related to your fleet, and you said until recently. So I was curious, since the accident, is that something that UPS has started doing?
So in the past, we always looked as SDR as a reporting system. And obviously, when you get into what other inputs do you have, not only our own internal experience, but what other ways can we get external inputs. So as part of our process improvement enhancement, we've made a change to ask our structures engineers to not only review our SDRs, but also make them aware that there's the ability to search the FAA database.
Are you aware, have they found anything of interest in that review?
This is a fairly recent change within our processes.
Okay. SDRs, when they're submitted, is there a quality control, quality assurance review process to make sure that quality SDRs are being submitted?
Yes, our engineering standards reporting team is responsible for reviewing everything that's been initially flagged as meeting the SDR criteria. And they also look at specific in the current setting, they look at certain subject areas that are more prone to have potential SDRs to be a second way of identifying them. But part of that quality process is sometimes an item will be marked as an SDR as it comes through from the aircraft maintenance technician. They'll look at it, they'll review it with our engineering standards manager who has a structures background. If we're talking about structural defects, they'll get the right manager involved and make sure that we're consistent in meeting the criteria so that we're trying to submit the best and consistent data into the SDR system.
And when a structural defect is reported, does that ground the airplane?
In a line maintenance setting, when a structural defect is recorded, like any defect, it's now an open fault in our system, or could be before we went to our current MIS system would be an open logbook item, or it could be an open logbook item too. So it has to be addressed per the manuals or other engineering document if it's outside the manuals, and it has to be closed before the airplane would be considered airworthy and return to service.
I'd like to add to that as well. From an overall perspective, just explaining a little bit further from what Dave had expressed with affecting the airworthiness release, any fault that's identified requires to be addressing the discrepancy before the aircraft can operate again. We have a airworthiness release procedure that is in our general maintenance manual, and it can only be performed by trained and qualified individuals on that process. We do this prior to every flight where we have maintenance staffed in that location. And the airworthiness release process certifies that the work was performed in accordance with our manuals, that all inspections that were required to be performed were performed to a satisfactory condition, that no known condition exists that would make the aircraft unairworthy. And so far as any of the work that was performed since the last airworthiness release process was executed, no known condition exists making the aircraft unairworthy. And so far as the work performed, the aircraft is in a condition for safe operation.
Thank you for that. We've seen in other accidents that SMS looks great on paper. And you identified that great slide of all of the different processes under your SMS. How do you think SMS has improved UPS's ability to identify trends?
I think if I go back to the initial time we implemented and had an initially approved SMS program, we like to refer to that time frame as having many silos of excellence. And I think it's broken the barriers down a lot where we have cross-pollination of information. It's really pulled our flight maintenance and ground operation teams together We do a lot of collaborative reviews to get other perspectives on hazard identification within our operation. So I think we have a much wider lens of our organization now that we have SMS implemented.
Is the safety department included in that process? You mentioned flight and I think maintenance and engineering, but is safety also looped into that?
Yes, our airline safety department is part of that process, and they routinely attend meetings and analysis reviews to make sure at the end of the day we are executing the process correctly and recording the results so that we have those for record retention.
All right, Mr. Dickens. Could you please describe who at UPS is represented by Teamsters?
Okay, the aircraft maintenance technicians are represented by UPS Teamsters. Our utilities personnel are represented by Teamsters. Our tech publication individuals are also represented by Teamsters.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dickens, would you mind pulling that closer?
Okay, is that better?
Oh, wonderful.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And approximately how many employees does Teamsters represent at UPS?
Right now, we're approximately about 1,500.
And of the Teamsters personnel that are working on UPS aircraft, are they FAA certificated mechanics?
Yes.
And what about those working in maintenance control? What is their background?
Maintenance control are also individuals who have an airframe and power plant license. So technically, they are certified by the FAA.
We had FAA and also UPS define in service structural defects. How would you, as a mechanic and under maintenance control, how would you define that as well?
Yeah, I would use the similar information that they've already applied, but so technically cracks, permanent deformation, corrosion of aircraft structures, defects of that nature.
And for the line maintenance technicians, how are they trained to identify structural defects?
Okay. All aircraft maintenance personnel are trained in our GMM, which
Sorry,
states-
Mr. Dickens, would you mind moving the
Not at all.
microphone right in front of you?
How's that?
Wonderful.
Okay. So all the aircraft maintenance technicians are trained in our general maintenance manual, which gives them the definition of what a structural defect is and how they would proceed if a defect is found.
Is there on-the-job training as well?
Basically, if an aircraft technician has to be trained on the job, they would be provided some sort of a manual or an engineering order on specific details on what to look for the defects.
And who provides this training?
UPS provides training on a daily basis, and we have aircraft maintenance bulletins that are sent out regularly for updates on information that maintenance needs.
So information related to structural defects, is that a one-time training? Is that offered in recurrent training? How often do they receive that?
That I can't give an exact answer for.
Okay. What role?
Could you provide that for the record? Could the Teamsters provide that for the record in writing?
Yes, ma'am, we will attempt to get that for you. but-
Thank you.
What role does UPS maintenance control play in the reporting of structural defects?
So when a maintenance technician discovers a defect, that individual would enter that into the aircraft log as a discrepancy. Sometimes the maintenance technician himself will review the technical manuals. We will assist when required, to help the mechanics go through those technical manuals. We'll help them determine whether or not it's something that can be repaired on a line maintenance base. If it's out of allowable limits, then that's when we would request engineering assistance, and then they would proceed with providing an EO for a corrective action.
And I don't know if this question is better for you, Mr. Dickens, or possibly UPS, but what structural defects seem to be the most common?
The most common in a line maintenance facility that we run would be dents and scratches or gouges on aircraft surfaces.
Is there a particular fleet that has more reports than others?
No, it's pretty much even across the board.
For the MD-11F fleet, are there any known hotspots, so to speak, structural defects that appear commonly on that aircraft?
None that I'm aware of.
UPS, do you have any data on that or information?
No specific data, but notionally we know that any part of the aircraft that's accessed on a routine basis, like lower cargo doors, main cargo doors, tend to have more structural discrepancies as far as dents or scratches or gouges, just because of the interfacing with ground support equipment.
Mr. Dickens, so when a defect is reported, and I think you alluded to this a little bit, but I'm just going to ask more pointedly. So a defect's reported to maintenance control, and what do you do next?
When a maintenance technician makes us aware of a defect, we will use the technical manuals to determine whether or not that's a allowable limit maintenance manual, structural repair manual. If we cannot find a corrective action in those manuals, then that's when we would proceed with requesting engineering assistance and proceeding from there.
And again, this could be for UPS or Mr. Dickens. Does Maintenex identify repeat defects that are reported?
Yeah, in our maintenance system, we can search history for defects. Typically, we would use the ATA code system, or we can also search history using keywords.
So that's something that has to be initiated versus just an automatic, the process, the system itself is looking for trends.
If it's like a one-off type discrepancy from a mechanic, when we issue deferrals through our MEL system, once that process is started, it will trigger recent faults under that same category as we are in the middle of issuing that deferral through our MEL. More or less, it'll show some history that way.
I'll add as well that we have an analysis tool that we use that looks for repeats. It's not contained within the Maintenex application, which is our maintenance information system we've generically referred to. We have other data mining tools that look for repeats as well, and that falls under the reliability portion of the CAS program.
And is there a dedicated person that is their role to look for that data, mine that data?
Yes, it falls under our maintenance action inspection program, or known as MAIP, within our general maintenance manual. And it's performed in a tech support function within our airline, within aircraft maintenance and engineering. And they're looking for things such as like a repeat of 3 in 20 or 3 in 30 days, as it currently is now, for something that is repetitive in nature on a more current frequency.
And Mr. Dickens, does maintenance control receive any reports from outside vendors such as STE, SAA?
We don't receive the reports. We communicate with them and we assist them when we're able to, but specific reports we do not receive.
Is Teamsters involved at all in the analysis of repeat defects? Are you involved in either running those reports or participating in meetings regarding them?
That would be handled in a different department than the actual line maintenance Teamsters personnel.
Okay.
And I'll just clarify, the team that looks at that is within the tech support function of our maintenance organization.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Johnson, thank you very much.
All right, my next group of questions are for Mr. Gallegos from San Antonio Aerospace. Can you please describe the services San Antonio Aerospace provides for UPS, and let's look through a lens of at the time of the accident?
Sure, we provide major maintenance support for UPS and UPS aircraft.
And specifically, what type of work did San Antonio Aerospace perform on the MD-11 fleet?
So for the MD-11 fleet, we provided C-check support, we provided gear change support, and drop-in aircraft support, and other types of checks.
Okay. What is San Antonio Aerospace's definition of a structural defect?
Structural defect is similar. Our definition is similar to UPS, and then basically taken from the FARs. It's a defect, cracks, corrosion, gouges to aircraft structure.
Okay. Are all San Antonio Aerospace maintenance personnel working on UPS FAA certificated mechanics?
No, not all of the maintenance personnel are certificated mechanics.
Are each of the San Antonio Aerospace maintenance personnel that work on airplanes for UPS given UPS training for procedures and documentation?
Yes, the initial training for any personnel working on the UPS program is a in-class training, and we go through their GMM, and then there is testing on that or after that training, and then there is recurrent training, which is a computer-based training.
All right. And how are changes to the UPS manuals communicated to San Antonio Aerospace personnel when they occur? So if there's a revision to a UPS maintenance manual, UPS general maintenance manual, how is that communicated, and how is the workforce kept aware of that change in real time?
So UPS issues, I believe they're called AMBs or AMPs. I believe UPS can clarify what exactly they're called, but we get those notifications from UPS, and then our technicians are all required to read the bulletins that UPS issues and acknowledge that they have read and understood those bulletins.
Mr. Deckard, is that what those were called?
Yes, they are called Aircraft Maintenance Bulletins, AMB.
AMB. Are the San Antonio Aerospace inspections of the pylon aft bulkhead consistent with the UPS inspections described earlier?
Yes, we use the UPS task cards for the general visual inspection and the detailed visual inspection as described by UPS earlier.
Do you recall if San Antonio Aerospace has ever found any defects on the pylon aft bulkhead other than the 2008 swage ring failure?
Yes, I recall in 2020, we, as part of a different repair to a different area of the aircraft, actually to the wing of the aircraft we were doing, we had to drop or remove the
engine and the pylon to do the repair on the wing, and corrosion was found subsequently on the aft bulkhead. And due to that corrosion, the aft spherical bearing had to be removed and replaced.
How are San Antonio Aerospace personnel trained to identify and report defects? We'll call it structural defects.
Excuse me. So our like I stated earlier, all our personnel that work on the UPS program have to go through the GMM training first of all, which defines their maintenance program and structural defects, and then they go through training in our repair station manual, which covers maintenance requirements and reporting requirements.
All right, let's expand on that a little bit. Is there a inspector qualification course where they're taught about corrosion and cracks and defects that they would be looking for?
Right. So our inspectors are all certified mechanics, and so they go through training to get certified by the FAA. And all our inspectors have a minimum of 5 years experience in aircraft maintenance, and they get training when they come in. Initial training, they get a training assessment on what areas may be lacking that they need training on, and we focus OJT in those areas while they're working.
Are there any differences between San Antonio Aerospace and UPS inspection and maintenance procedures for the MD-11 pylon?
No, sir. We follow UPS's general maintenance manual procedures.
What personnel at San Antonio Aerospace are able to report defects?
Our quality control inspectors are able to report defects, and all of our AMTs are able to report defects.
What is the process according to the UPS working agreement for reporting structural defects?
Can we pull up Exhibit 11 Alpha Alpha? It's the same slide that UPS was explaining earlier. Page 5, I believe. I'm sorry, that's not the right page.
Page 13.
Apologies. So this is the SDR reporting process. It's not the defect. Do you mean defects as far as faults and non-routines?
That is correct.
What page is it on your process?
Take your time to look at the exhibit list. It's fine. Don't worry.
Apologies. No, but 4 is raised. The one where you explained the OEM? Yes, that one. So it's going to be PDF page 6. 6. I'm sorry, page 6. Right. So when a structural defect is found, our quality control department will initiate a non-routine card in the UPS maintenance platform, and that is the current process. So just to be clear, we're talking about the current process, not in 2008.
Correct.
So when they initiate that defect, our AMTs evaluate the defect against the OEM manuals or the UPS data to verify or to see whether it is within allowable limits or not. And then If it is found to be within the allowable limits, they proceed to perform the maintenance per the OEM or UPS data. If it is found to be outside of the limits, then they contact engineering for support and disposition. If it is determined in coordination with SAA engineering and UPS engineering that OEM review is required, we will send the data to the OEM for disposition. Once the OEM provides the disposition, we work in coordination with UPS. We provide them documentation and instructions based on the OEM disposition. They review and they approve the documentation that we provide via their engineering order, and then those instructions are issued to the floor so the maintenance personnel can perform the task per the OEM or the UPS data.
Okay, one follow-up on a previous question. Are non-certificated individuals allowed to sign off work at San Antonio Aerospace?
I'm not exactly sure on that question. I'm not sure how exactly it works with our non-certificated mechanics. I know that the complete sign-off of the entire job, it has to be done by certificated, but each exact step that they do, I'm not sure exactly how that works, so we can definitely get that information to you at a later date.
Mr. Johnson, I don't know if it's appropriate if I could add something on the manual change process that you asked about earlier.
By all means.
I think it's important to note as well that the portal for the UPS manuals, which include our company manuals, such as the general maintenance manual, as well as the aircraft maintenance manuals that we provide to ST Engineering San Antonio, are only the current revision is available at all times in that portal that we provide to our vendor.
I guess what I'm trying to make sure is that when a change is made, that the techs on the floor are aware of that change, because the way they're doing it yesterday is not the way they're doing it today. So now we need to make sure that they understand there is a change and that they can follow it, and not everyone goes to the GMM every day of the week. So that's what I was trying to understand, is how is that communicated?
Yeah, I just wanted to add for importance of the old revision is no longer available, so an outdated process would no longer remain accessible.
Okay, thank you. Are repetitive defects at San Antonio Aerospace captured and reported in any way?
Yeah, currently all the defects are captured and reported in the UPS Maintenance platform.
So San Antonio Aerospace does not have its own system that would capture and report trends?
No, we do not. We rely on UPS's system for that.
Are repetitive defects reported to the FAA and or Boeing?
Repetitive defects, as described earlier, is just a non-routine that does not have an SDR, is not reported by us to the FAA. And if it does not require Boeing engineering, it is not reported by us to Boeing.
So if there are inconsistencies between a UPS work scope and a manufacturer's maintenance manual, how are those situations rectified?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific in as far as UPS work scope?
So if there's a task card from UPS, and I understand you're following UPS's program, but you notice that there's a difference between a Boeing maintenance manual and the instructions in that task card. How would you rectify that discrepancy?
Typically, the mechanics, if the task card contains all the instructions and does not refer us to the maintenance manual for anything, then we would not typically go to the aircraft maintenance manual. But if there's some reference to the aircraft maintenance manual in the task card, and if there is any discrepancies in between what the task card is telling us to do and what the AMM is telling to do, yes, we would definitely raise that to the to UPS. And I'm not aware of a system that does that, but usually those discrepancies are noted verbally or in writing by email to the local maintenance supervisors, UPS maintenance supervisors.
Okay. Does San Antonio Aerospace file any service difficulty reports on behalf of UPS?
We file the service difficulty reports directly to UPS. We do not file service difficulty reports outside of that system directly to the FAA.
Okay, thank you. Next, Ms. Oki has some questions for the FAA.
Right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Wu, you stated earlier that 121.703 is a requirement for 121 operators to report defects. It requires each operator to submit an SDR covering each 24-hour period, and each report shall be submitted within the next 96 hours. Could you please explain the criticality of the information being supplied to the FAA?
The reports sometimes come as an initial, may not have additional details, but we do receive supplemental reports as well, but they are very critical to the FAA, to the principal inspector that receives them. It's important to, of course, understand whether the deficiency, defect, malfunction is a critical safety of flight item. And if those do encounter those, our guidance does require them to reach out to further investigate, assess, and also work with our aircraft evaluation division, who is our liaison to the aircraft certification service, and then bring all those folks on board to do some further risk analysis, looking at severity, likelihood, and those type of things, and other actions that need to be taken.
Why the 96-hour requirement?
Okay, can I call up Exhibit 7W Whiskey, Slide 6? So this timeline depicts the evolution of the reporting window, and actually began even before 1964. In 1949, under the Civil Aeronautics Manual 42, it actually required immediate reporting for mechanical defects and hazardous nature. That didn't have what we currently consider the enumerated list that we have today. That didn't come about to about 1962. And then in 1964 is when 121.703, what we know as SDR today, which was actually mechanical reliability reporting back in 1964. That actually required 24 hours notification. And then in 1985, it was revised to 72 hours. And then in 2005 is when it came to the current 96-hour rule. And basically, under the Federal Register, it speaks that the increase in time from 72 to 96 hours is to reduce some of the reduction of supplemental SDRs and reduce the administrative burden for both the FAA and industry. But our guidance in 8900.1, Volume 3, Chapter 32, Section 15, speaks to review and acceptance of SDR programs. And it does state in there and in our safety assurance system data collection tools that inspectors use to evaluate SDR programs, that if it's a critical safety of flight issue, that operators would immediately report that to the FAA and then provide a report through the SDR system within 24 hours.
Since the form can be filled out electronically and sent to Oklahoma City, are the principal maintenance inspectors made aware of the SDR discrepancies for their operators?
In our guidance, we do have the ability, and the system is called the Enhanced Dynamic Reporting, ad hoc criteria-based email alerts. So principal inspectors and all ASIs actually can go into this system and schedule daily, weekly, monthly, yearly reports that get emailed to you, and will provide you all of those SDR submitted within the last, if you choose daily, the last 24 hours.
Could you please explain who in the FAA reviews and analyze each of these submitted SDRs?
Okay, and our guidance speaks to the principal inspector having that responsibility to perform that initial function. The PI has a very important role with regard to this, with ensuring that the operator's program contains the appropriate design and making sure that these reports are submitted. They also have responsibility for validating and ensuring that those reports contain all of the requirements stated in 14 CFR 121.703, and also validating that any actions taken are appropriate corrective actions, and also validating if there's any immediate safety risk to also bring on those other folks that I had mentioned in my previous response.
Could you please explain the process, if any, on how historical SDRs are taken into account when reviewing recently submitted SDRs?
So principal inspectors do have the ability to, with a couple other items as well. We have a safety analysis branch that our 8900 guidance details as well in volume 8, chapter 5, section 6. For reviewing, analyzing, and assessing SDRs. And this speaks to the safety analysis branch, where we have our operations research analysts and data scientists that can support in some of this data searching. There is also the SDRS system itself, where if data is correctly inputted, they are able to search by part numbers and such. And we also have a new system that was implemented in April that's actually available to everyone. And it's an SDRS by year, all the way back to 1995, the ability to pull that data.
Are these SDR provided to the manufacturer for their review or awareness? Or are we relying on them to look through the database?
I would have to ask if Mr. Knopp could answer that.
So today, the database is available to anyone to look through. So Boeing is able to, and as part of our current cost working agreement, they're expected to review SDR data.
Does the FAA provide these SDRs to the International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, for awareness or information?
I don't know if we specifically supply them to ICAO, but again, they are available for review. So,
Mr. Wu, can you provide an example when the FAA received an SDR and the FAA took immediate action? Or it could be for Mr. Knopp as well.
I don't have an immediate example of that, but I can share with you that many of the changes and outcomes of SDRs drive some immediate action, and many of those actions are taken by the operator with maintenance inspection interval changes to their program, and that involves error usually in those discussions as well, and as they come across those type of situations.
You mentioned that the PMI looks through their operators' SDR. Are they also responsible when looking at trends?
They are. The trend data would probably fall more under the air side with some of the systems that they have available to them. Mr. Knopf.
So today, we do have a section in air that does holistically look at trends in SDR data to identify anything that we would need to take additional action on. That is all SDRs across the entire system to see. So we have folks that do look at that.
Is there a notification system in the SDR database where the PMI gets notified, or is that just more of a manual process?
I apologize. I missed the first part of that question.
Okay, so you mentioned that the PMI reviews database for their operator. Is there a notification system in the database where the PMI gets, a ping whenever their operator submits an SDR?
The PMI. Let me just kind of add some clarity to that. Sometimes at the certificate management offices with large CMOs and air carriers, some of that work is performed by ASIs, but that doesn't really relieve the principal inspector of his responsibility. But if he schedules that system through the EDR system, the Enhanced Dynamic Reporting System, he will receive that email at that specified time, daily or weekly or monthly.
Okay. And in the group that's analyzing the SDR for trends, does that get sent to the PMI for awareness with their operator?
If the section in aircraft certification identified a trend that was concerning, then they would reach out to our branch, and then we would reach out to the CMOs as appropriate, depending on the issue.
Okay, thank you. Now Dr. Wilson has some questions.
Thanks so much. I wanted to follow up on the enhanced dynamic reporting. It doesn't sound like it, but is it required that PMIs get notified or sign up for this notification?
That is true. It is not currently a requirement.
Okay. And can it be filtered by operator and or fleet type, or is it all SDRs that are reported? You said daily, weekly, monthly.
Yes, you can set specific filters to specifically your fleet, specifically what air carrier, what fleet type, and even further refine those reports if you want.
And just out of curiosity, if you know, how many SDRs are reported on a daily, weekly, monthly basis? Any idea?
I don't have that offhand, but I can get you that information if you would like.
Okay, thanks.
We get about 20,000 SDR reports on Boeing products a year.
Okay, thank you. The 96-hour rule for reporting, is there a requirement for those SDRs submitted to be reviewed by the FAA? Are they reviewed the next day? How quickly are the SDRs that are submitted? How quickly are they reviewed by the FAA?
Yes, there is a requirement to perform those reviews. They are ad hoc reviews as well. We principal inspectors, those are certificate management functions, as far as air traffic reports, air turnbacks, incidents, occurrences, those type of things drive principal inspectors to review those and also validate that SDRs are reported, and then also that drives them to also evaluate those SDRs for any immediate new hazards or risks or emerging trends that they observe in those reviews to drive it to a higher levels of collaboration across the FAA.
And I apologize if you said this and I missed it, but is there a time limit? So does an SDR have to be reviewed within 96 hours, or 72, 24 hours?
There's not a time limit. They do have a requirement to review, but most ad hoc type of events or those type of things drive the principal inspectors or the partial program managers for those fleets to perform those reviews.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back to Mr. Gallegos. So let's say that there is a borderline finding. Not sure if it meets the structural defect or if it requires additional work. How does a mechanic or an inspector handle that process?
I'm sorry, a structural defect. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So maintenance is being done, an inspector or mechanic sees something that may or may not be a structural defect. What is that process? Who reviews that to make that determination?
Typically, things are it's not upon our quality control inspectors usually to determine, I guess if it's not a defect, usually if they see something and it looks like a defect, they'll write it up.
Okay, so at an abundance of caution, we'll report that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Are personnel discouraged from reporting a defect because it could ground an aircraft and won't get out of maintenance?
Absolutely not.
Has anybody, to your knowledge, reported any pressure from UPS to not report something with the aircraft?
I have no knowledge of any reports like that.
Okay. For the FAA, is the FAA involved in any of the meetings at UPS where trend data is discussed?
I'm sorry, I'm in policy, so I can't speak for the safety assurance offices and how they perform those functions.
UPS, does FAA participate in your meetings?
Yes, the one meeting related to our fleet, we have a bi-monthly or every other month, we have our fleet. We have a fleet technical review. Our fleet management teams lead that, where any emerging issues and reliability trends are discussed, and any projects that are coming forth to address trends, they are invited and participate in those meetings on a regular basis.
And is it the POI, the PMI, both? Who's invited?
It's usually it flows through the PMI and the PAI. It's usually some of the inspectors that report to them that have the fleet specific assignments. They'll be the ones that come and participate in the meeting because they have the knowledge of the fleet that's being discussed.
And to further help with that, if we could bring up Exhibit 11, Alpha, PDF page 12. So on this slide, this is the UPS communications to the FAA. You'll see on the left-hand slide, in accordance with our general maintenance manual, there's all the required reporting per the regulations of what is provided, to include, as we've been discussing, the service difficulty report. Additional communication that also goes out and is a little more specific to the local CMOs or the certificate management offices, and to the leadership as well as the ASIs that are assigned to a particular area, whether that's maintenance or avionics by fleet. We have an aircraft reliability report that gets produced monthly. We have certification project calls to status where we're at with projects so they can evaluate and assign resources to support that activity. We have a continuing analysis and surveillance system report that goes out on a quarterly basis. We have informal leadership or certificate management office meetings. A lot of times that's led by the resident 119.65 qualified personnel within UPS and the PIs, as well as on occasion the office manager at the FAA. We also have routine safety management system reviews on a quarterly basis that talk about what we're seeing as far as trends, emerging issues, risk assessments that are performed, as well as any of the outputs of that. And then under the Surveillance Safety Assurance System, or SAS, we talk about what's the office has identified and where we're at in progression with addressing any of those issues. They have access, our local FAA office membership has access to our maintenance information system, also referred to previously as Maintenance, so they can see our daily activity status, what's going on at the time a fault is opened up on the aircraft, all the way through closure of a maintenance visit, where we're at with the airworthiness release process, et cetera. They have on-site visits that they routinely perform, not only at our program levels, but they do gateway visits. They will visit any maintenance activity that is available to them. They have access to our engineering orders and what's produced out of that activity. So if we identify a repair or a fleet campaign that we're going to perform on the aircraft itself, they have access. Tech reviews, which is what Dave was referring to as well. We have those routinely by fleet type, and the fleet SMEs, if you will, within the certificate management office are invited to attend those. It's always an open door to anyone they want to bring. In fact, any of these processes, a lot of times new folks within the FAA office are brought along so they can kind of be trained up before they're assigned a formal position. And then lastly, of course, we provide voluntary program reviews for ASAPs to include any trends within our VDR program, and ASAP is Aviation Safety Action Program, which the FAA also has a member on our committee.
All right. And one last question for the panel as a whole. So we've talked about the reporting of structural defects and SDRs. So what about that process do you think could be improved? And I'd be interested in all of the parties, FAA, UPS, Teamsters, STE, SAA. What do you think could be improved about that process?
For us, I really the data quality side of the house, I think could be improved a little more. Description, trying to work on better taxonomy, using correct part numbers, component numbers, those type of things that help improve the ability to mine that data.
Yeah, just to add on to that, as an example, the 4 SDR that are in the 7F exhibit, you'll see the JAS codes are different, even though they're reported the same thing. So that is, and there are other differences for a report that's supposed to be really the same thing happened 4 times, and it's not 4 same SDRs. So that is important for us, so that our folks that do look at trends have that data to look at the trends appropriately. So thanks.
I'll echo some of those same thoughts. From an industry perspective, we've had some working teams focused on the criteria and the consistency of what we report across the board through all operators to be consistent, give good data into the system. Now that we've started to look at searchability of the system, it's very cumbersome. In this world where we're into machine learning and AI, if we have better access to the whole data set, it obviously would provide better results.
If I can, echo, what these gentlemen have said as well. Just consistency on the requirements. If we can pull up slide or exhibit 7 Victor, and I believe it's page 2. Right. So if you just go through the different requirements based on the different regulations, you can see for how it's different for each regulation. So I guess just clarification or more cohesive approach on what the requirements actually are.
Mr. Dickens, anything?
Sure. I think at the line maintenance level, I think it would be very helpful that once the SCRs are submitted to the FAA and that data is compiled, if that would be somehow filtered back down to the line mechanics in some format that they could actually be aware of the trends that are happening. That would be helpful.
I have a follow-up with UPS. When you guys identify a trend, is that communicated to Boeing for informational or help with analysis or resolution?
So there's a yes, no there. It really depends on the trend that we're finding. So, for example, if we're finding cracks on, let's say, secondary structure that we can handle through a maintenance program change to just have better, more timely detection, so when we replace the part. But when we get into, if we're starting to see repeat items on primary structure and PSE, there would be communication just dependent upon the nature and the severity of the issue.
I actually have one follow-up for Mr. Dickens because I did ask Mr. Gallegos if he ever was aware of any pressure from UPS to get an airplane out of maintenance. And I would ask the same from the Teamsters perspective. Are you aware of any pressures from UPS to shortcut maintenance or get aircraft out back on the line?
Nothing that would be considered inappropriate. Obviously, we run an operation, but no mechanic is pressured to sign off any defect.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Wu, as far as SDR notifications to the principal inspectors, would it not make more sense to automatically notify them based on the certificate number, the CMT or PMI that's responsible for that certificate as an automated function of the SDR database input rather than depending on a PMI to go sign up to be alerted? It just seems like backwards to me that with the technology we have today, we could automatically notify somebody instantly when it's occurring rather than depending on them going to look and hoping they find it. Is that a possibility? Would that be favorable?
I think that's definitely a possibility. The other aspect, and I'm sorry that I failed to mention it again, is that in our guidance, it does speak to any critical safety of flight items, that those are immediately reported. So those would be evaluated and taken through AED and aircraft certification branches for those areas. But I do see absolutely what you're saying there, that function. I think that there is a possibility of doing that. I'm not sure why the branch that's responsible, but that's something that we'll take back with us.
Thank you.
Before I forget, Mr. Gallegos, for the 2020 pylon removal and bearing remove replace, could we get a copy of that work order or the work done on that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Knob, did the FAA mine the SDR database after this accident for this bearing failure mode?
Not that I'm aware of.
And then this question goes to Mr. Gallegos and possibly Mr. Springer, maybe Mr. Deckard. But in 2008, SCE found the aft pylon bearing staking ring had fractured. What were the outputs of that finding from the UPS fleet side, both from STE and from UPS side?
Could you clarify what you mean by the outputs?
Were there other aircraft that were looked at? Was the other pylon looked at? Given that this was an anomalous finding that was reported to Boeing, what was done with this finding beyond just that one finding and resolving it on that aircraft?
As far as SAA is concerned, there were no other actions taken other than rectifying that discrepancy.
The SWED ring or the staking ring failure and finding was through our normal general visual inspections of the area. So there was no additional changes as a result since it was found with a normal inspection.
Were there processes in place back then that might have driven the inspection of other aircraft, given that it was an odd finding per se?
Yeah, looking at our processes back then, other than the interaction with our maintenance team, the interaction between our maintenance team on site and our engineering, but I'm not aware that there was any specific outcome to do any additional inspections over than what we were doing normally and found it.
And was there a root cause analysis to determine why the SWED ring or staking ring had fractured and separated on that one?
Well, in the communication with Boeing, we between ST and UPS were asked to return the discrepant bearing once it was removed. I'm not aware of what occurred after that. There was the ask, but there was no outcome that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Chair Hamidi, that's technical panel one's questions.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break to 10:45, about 15 minutes. All right, we're going to go to the parties now for questioning of the witnesses. Parties, please remember you have to limit your questions to the topics listed in the agenda. Please also refrain from asking questions that call for speculation or analysis. Finally, only your designated spokesperson may question the witnesses. I had a different order earlier. Well, we're going alphabetical now. Boeing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have a question for this round.
Federal Aviation Administration.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Knopp, you mentioned earlier about the expectation of Boeing review applicable SDRs based on the cost agreement. Can you clarify?
Yes. So there isn't a regulatory requirement for Boeing to review SDRs. As part of the cost working agreement, which is Exhibit 7S, if you look in Section 4.1.3, it talks about all data sources that could be used for event reporting. One of the items is FAA reports, which we would consider SDRs to fall within that title. Again, it lists a number of things that Boeing has to look through that they should use to meet their 21.3 requirement, which I think we'll get into this afternoon. And so that is what I was referencing earlier with review of SDRs.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Knopp, can you also clarify the FAA research done into SDRs post-accident?
For sure. So after I said I wasn't aware of it, I immediately thought of us doing stuff to look at the SDR database. So I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. We did do efforts after the accident to look in the SDR database. I don't know if it would be considered an extensive mining of the SDR database. We did search for other events that would be related to the pylon or the engine or anything to do with that could have been at the accident. So So yes, we did do some effort in that regard. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. For Mr. Gallegos, what supervision or oversight does ST have over non-certificated mechanics on the work they perform?
The certificated or the non-certificated mechanics are overseen by certificated mechanics.
Directly per job?
That is correct.
Okay. And also, what level of certification is required to return an aircraft to service?
The quality controls inspectors are the ones who return the aircraft to service on our facility, and they are all certified mechanics.
Okay, thank you. For UPS, does UPS audit training for persons performing maintenance at vendor facilities or contract facilities?
Yes, we do. Within our CAS program audits, that is one of the elements in the audit checklist is to verify that the vendor is following their internal repair station requirements as well.
Okay, thank you. For structural defects that are found by yourselves or by your vendor maintenance, do you share those findings with other operators of similar fleet types?
We would share those if asked. Sometimes we utilize a Boeing fleet idea exchange where other operators will ask other operators about their experience. In that setting, that we get exchanged or communicated, but it's not. That's more of a pull by other operators than a push by us.
Okay, thank you. And similar question to what I had for ST, but for UPS as well, what certification of mechanics does it require to return to service for an aircraft?
Our GMM procedure for anyone performing airworthiness requires certification. So an A&P license plus the training. At a minimum, you have to have also the training. You can't just have an A&P license by itself, but training specifically on airworthiness process before you're qualified.
Okay, thank you. And finally, for us, for UPS, according to your SMS program, after you identify an issue that needs to be fixed by one of your vendors, who within the company ensures that that issue is properly addressed?
So organizationally, within UPS, the responsible UPS department or person would oversee that process. So as an example, with a third party, we have major maintenance airframe UPS representation. That consists of a manager as well as supervisors who are considered UPS reps. They would be the interface from our company to the vendor on implementing any actions locally.
Okay, thank you. I see our time's about to expire. That's all the questions we have for now.
Thank you. International Brotherhood of Teamsters.
Yes, ma'am. I have a few questions. First one's for Clint Dickens. You'd said, or you were asked about a department that looked at repetitive issues within the airline. Is there a department that looks at that?
Yeah, we have a lead service tech department, and we have a lead service tech department, and they follow the chronic issues on aircraft. So when a fault happens, say multiple times within a 30-day period, they will investigate those faults and then issue alerts for those faults to be worked.
Okay, thank you. And next question is for Mr. Gallegos. I'm sorry, pronouncing your name wrong. The gentleman from San Antonio. Is there a ratio that you try to maintain between certificated mechanics and uncertificated mechanics?
I'm not sure if there's an exact ratio that we try to maintain, but the work that they sign off is allowed by UPS's GMM, and the non-certificated mechanics is also accepted by or allowed by the FARs.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. STE San Antonio Aerospace.
Madam Chairwoman, at this time, we have no questions for the witnesses.
Thank you. UPS.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For UPS, who decides whether a part is a PSE?
we rely on the manufacturer or OEM to determine whether or not structure is a PSE.
Earlier in your response, you mentioned the GVI and DVI inspections. Can you describe what they are?
Yes, if we could bring up Exhibit 11 Alpha Alpha PDF page 7, please. All right, on this first slide, we have the definition for a general visual inspection. It's excerpt straight out of our general maintenance manual, and I'm going to read some of the high points. A general visual inspection is a visual examination of an interior or exterior area, installation or assembly to detect obvious damage, failure, or irregularity. This level of inspection is made within touching distance unless otherwise specified. Included is a note that says this level of inspection is utilized in the zonal inspection program. And I'd like to also add that term zonal inspection is applied to each zone defined by access and area to check a system and power plant installations and structure for security and general condition. The next slide defines our detailed inspection in accordance with the UPS maintenance manual. So if we could roll one more, please. Okay. Detailed inspection is an intensive examination, so it's more invasive, of a specific item, installation, or assembly to detect damage, failure, or irregularity. Normal available lighting is generally supplemented with a direct source of good lighting at an appropriate intensity. I think it's important to key in that inspection aids such as mirrors, magnifying glasses, etc. may be necessary. Surface cleaning and extensive access may be required. Also included in the note is confirmation that this inspection level meets the intent of the structural inspection programs.
For UPS, had the accident aircraft had both the GVI and DVI inspections completed?
Yes, as shown in both of the slides, the general visual inspection of the aft bulkhead was completed in September of 2021, and the detailed inspection was completed in September of 2021, with both of those inspections being due again in September, October of 2027.
Could you tell us, how does Boeing communicate with the company?
Can you restate that question, please?
Yeah, what communications methods, such as service letters, service bulletins, et cetera, does Boeing use to communicate with UPS?
Can we pull up slide or exhibit 11 Alpha Alpha, page 9, please? This is just a quick review of the Boeing service documents. It also has the FAA documents at top and kind of a hierarchy of how we look at them. You're going to just touch briefly on the top, which is the emergency AD, which is an immediate rule that's mandated and we take action on. An airworthiness directive, a standard airworthiness directive has a comment period that operators and the public can comment on and provide feedback on before it's finalized and published. It's a mandate we take action on. But the primary service documents that we take action on are an alert service bulletin, a standard service bulletin, and a service letter. An alert service bulletin has been one that's been through the cost process and been determined as safety. A regular service bulletin does not have that safety designation. And then you get into the lowest level, a service letter, which is advisory and informational in nature.
Thank you. It's our time. We'll wait for the next round.
Great. Boeing?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Knopf, on the question of FAA reports and the cost working agreement, would it be fair to say that the common understanding between the FAA and Boeing is that FAA reports has been in reference to reports made by the FAA to Boeing rather than third-party reports made directly to the FAA?
Well, I guess I can't speak to the history of this agreement before I was there and what exactly that references. I would say that the intent today is that we should all be looking at SDRs to understand if there's any info. And I think we'll talk about the nature of that data later today. So I don't know what the intent was before, and we should clarify that moving forward. So,
Thank you. We have no further questions.
Thank you, FAA.
FAA has no additional questions. Thank you.
Teamsters?
No additional questions.
San Antonio Aerospace?
No additional questions?
UPS?
And Madam Chair, you mentioned today that you may do 3 rounds. I've probably got quite a few questions if you have the time. So thank you very much. This question's for the FAA. At the time of the accident, did the FAA look for trends in the SDR database? And if so, what action, if any, was taken to make operators aware?
So I think at the time of the accident, yes, we looked for trends. I think that those trends would be trends in a database of specific to Boeing, I'll say 20,000 SDR reports each year. So 4 SDR reports spread out over 20 years would not indicate a trend. I'll say, as an example, we get trends of like smoker fumes in the cockpit. There's hundreds of those reports a year, so we look at those. So that's an example of what our trend analysis has identified, and things we do take action on. There was no trend analysis identification of this issue that we had, reported to operators, anything like that.
Thank you. For UPS, earlier you talked about an airworthiness release. What is an airworthiness release?
An airworthiness release confirms that the aircraft is found in an airworthy condition and occurs for any maintenance activity that's been documented back to the last time the airworthiness release was performed. Airworthiness release is executed prior to each flight, and as we covered before, it's performed by trained and qualified maintenance personnel. It certifies that the work was performed in accordance with our manual. All items that were requiring inspection were determined to be satisfactorily completed, and no known condition exists that would make the aircraft unairworthy. And so far as any work performed since the last airworthiness release, the aircraft is in a condition for safe operation.
And is the flight crew made aware of the airworthiness status of their aircraft?
Yes, they are. Prior to departure, in accordance with flight crew procedures as well as maintenance procedures in the respective manuals, there is a face-to-face interaction that occurs where the airworthiness release is shown on a tablet as completed in our maintenance information system. That is shown to the flight crew for confirmation, as well as the tracking number that's assigned that's unique to that airworthiness release instance for that flight is also documented in the logbook. The flight crew not only confirms that a face-to-face occurs prior to departure, but they also verify that that airworthiness release number is recorded and signed for in the aircraft logbook by the maintenance technician.
Okay, at this point, UPS has no further questions. Thank you.
Boeing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have no more questions.
FAA.
No additional questions for FAA. Thank you.
Teamsters.
No additional questions.
San Antonio Aerospace.
No additional questions?
UPS.
No additional questions at this time.
Captain Smith, you said you had a lot.
I do, but I'm going to save a few of them for the next.
Oh, we're going to save it. Okay. So now we're going to move to the Board of Inquiry, and I'm going to start, and then we're going to stagger different rounds. So, Mr. Gallegos, you had mentioned that you don't file an official service difficulty report, which again, for those watching, it's the document failures, malfunctions, or defects in an aircraft or its components. You give it to UPS.
That is correct.
UPS, Mr. Springer, what do you then do with it when you get it from San Antonio Aerospace?
When we get the fault that or the discrepancy that's been flagged as an SDR, it flows through the process that we illustrated earlier, that it ends up, it's been flagged already by the AMTs in our major maintenance facility at ST Engineering. It comes to our engineering standards team. They review it for quality and confirmation that it does meet the SDR criteria, and then it's filed, uploaded into the SDR system.
Okay. And so once that is uploaded, then does both Boeing and FAA, you have access to it then, correct? How about Boeing? Anybody?
Chair, if you're asking that question to Boeing, I
Yes.
believe it's publicly available data.
Okay. So you both have access to it.
Yes.
And UPS, do you have access to SDRs that were filed by other operators?
The SDR system does have a searchability function today. I'm not sure when that system, as it evolved over time from 2008 till today, at what point in time there was the ability to search it. But I know it can be searched now. We've learned about that ability.
Does FAA know when that searchability began?
I'm not for sure. I can confirm that.
Okay, so SDR goes to FAA. And did I hear you right, Mr. Knapp, that it goes to the principal inspector? Or who else does it go to?
Yes, actually, it immediately goes to the Automation Systems Management Branch, who is the responsible party for the SDR system itself. And they will do an initial review of the data, just a quick cursory review, and then classify it to make sure it's correctly classified as air carrier or general aviation. And they will also validate any, flag any personal identifiable information, PII, and they'll go into the system. And once it's in the system, then it's available for everyone to access.
Okay, so that cursory review isn't a safety review. It's to make sure it has all the information, PII is out. It's not a technical review.
Correct. It's not a technical review, and some of those are just initial reports because there's no supplemental data and no further analysis done. So they're just initial cursory look.
Okay, so then it is available for the rest of FAA use. And it's then for the principal inspector to use, or do others in FAA actively utilize it?
Yes.
What are you talking about? You talk about principal.
Okay, I'll talk about, for us, the aviation safety inspectors, partial program managers that have responsibility for the various fleets, the principal inspectors, they will all have the ability to look at that data. What I failed to mention earlier, I think, is that a lot of the times the principal inspectors are aware of these SDRs before they are even submitted because of the in-service events that occur that drive us to validate that those those SDRs were submitted, and then of course then also assess and review those SDRs. But it's also available to our aircraft evaluation division. Those folks they're the maintenance review board chairmans of that process, so they have access to that data as well. And those are our interface to the aircraft certification branch. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Knopp on
Yeah, and then on the aircraft certification service side, we have a section that does look at trends in all of our data sources, and SDRs is one of, the data sources we have that's rather large. So we do look at those to identify trends, and that is aviation system wide, so not just specific to Boeing, but GA, general aviation, and anywhere else. So.
Okay, great. Vice Chairman Graham.
Thank you, Chair. And before I start, I want to personally send out my condolences to the families and friends who lost loved ones in this tragedy, and to those who were injured. My thoughts and prayers are with you. I want to thank the investigative team for the work they've done so far. I want to thank all our party members for being here, and I want to especially thank the witnesses for being here for our questioning. If you could call up Exhibit 7F, page 26. And as he's calling that up, Mr. Springer or Mr. Deckard, this exhibit for the hearing includes a UPS extended corrective action document from a July 2008 case in which a component that holds the bearing in position had separated from the outer bearing race on the aft bulkhead bearing assembly. What is the threshold for creating a corrective action plan, and how does that process work in conjunction with the maintenance contractor such as San Antonio Aerospace?
The question, as I understand it, is how a corrective action plan would work for a single finding such as this.
Correct.
Reviewing this item, we've talked about identifying trends, and one of the things is usually when we have a one-off, unless it's something a complete airworthy issue that's a safety item that's right there right now that has to be addressed, we're always looking for the trends. And so this was a one-off item that was identified through our normal maintenance program, and there was no outputs as far as looking at a corrective action or a trend to provide a correction for.
Okay. Mr. Gallegos, as part of the extended corrective action document, the SAA engineer who identified the issue reported that, and I'm going to quote this, Boeing has advised that the number 3 pylon aft bulkhead bearing assembly must be removed and replaced prior to further flight, end quote. How does SAA receive this guidance from Boeing, and what does this process look like when you receive guidance from the manufacturer along these lines?
So at that time, I believe the service requests were delivered by email. So that's how we received the advisement from Boeing. What was your second question? Sorry.
Yeah, and when you receive this guidance, what does the process look like when you receive this guidance from the manufacturer?
By the process, I mean, you mean the process to perform what the manufacturer suggests?
Correct.
So per the, if you can bring up UPS's slide 6 again, please, 11 Alpha, page 6.
Do you receive that guidance directly from Boeing, or do you receive it through UPS?
We receive it directly from Boeing.
Okay.
So per that process, so this would fall under it's not within allowable limits because there was no limits on this item. So it went to in conjunction with UPS Aircraft Engineering. The decision was made to go to Boeing. We sent it to Boeing. They provided the disposition to remove and replace, which is not an unusual disposition from Boeing. That can happen quite often. just on different damage, whether it's cracks, corrosion, gouges, or whatnot. So
Okay, so when Boeing advises that a component must be replaced prior to further flight, would you interpret that as a safety of flight issue?
no, sir.
Okay, why not?
Again, it's a common practice to remove and replace components, and those rectification of those components is the part of getting the aircraft back to an airworthiness condition.
Okay, it's the same question for UPS. If it must be replaced prior to flight, do you interpret that as safety of flight issue?
I'm going to put some context. There was a Boeing message traffic from ST Engineering to Boeing asking for guidance on how to approach this. We were copied on that traffic per our processes. I don't have a copy of that message, but I've read that message, and it did not say you must replace it like the item being displayed. I think Boeing's recommendation, that they said we recommend you replace the spherical bearing, which was accomplished.
Okay, but if you received a message that said must replace, how would you interpret that?
If we received a Boeing worded that way, I've never seen a message from them worded other than recommended. So, but if there were, I mean, this is getting into hypothetical. If there were a must, that's a different language than normal, which would put us in a different direction.
FAA, how would you interpret that?
If the documentation said you must remove and replace, then it must be done before you would fly the airplane. So yes.
Okay. And for Boeing, last question here. Given that Boeing South Safety Review Board determined the issue with the spherical bearing was not a safety of flight issue, how does that square with the guidance given to San Antonio Aerospace in that July 2008 case that said the bearing must be replaced before further flight?
Have you read it? You must. Yeah. I'm not aware of the language that we provided to ST Aerospace that it must be replaced.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm not aware of the language that was in the message to ST Aerospace that said it must be replaced. Apologies, I'm just not aware of that language.
Okay, thank you. I'm over time.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. I believe our investigative team has identified at least 10 instances where there was a race fracture involving this bearing. Of those, only 4 were reported to the FAA, I believe is what we found. And those were reported through service difficulty reports. When does a failure become reportable to FAA by an operator or a maintenance provider?
So there are Part 21.3 requirements for reporting. We have that as an exhibit. It's 7V. And I think that's the best way to answer the question is 7V, page 2. So Part 21.3 has a significant aircraft primary structural defect or failure caused by a autogenous condition or any structural or flight control system malfunction, defect, or failure, which causes interface with normal control of the aircraft for which degrades the flying qualities. And there's more reasons, but that's when it is a regulatory requirement to report to the FAA.
Are you aware of anything among the various instances where this was found to be a problem? Some reported to FAA, some not reported to the FAA. Are you aware of anything that would distinguish those that were reported from those that weren't reported?
I'm trying to make sure I understand the question. No, I do not. In our review of Exhibit 7F in the reports, there was nothing that was distinctive of why they weren't reported.
I know this is hindsight, but should an SDR have been submitted in each instance where a fractured race was discovered?
If an operator discovered a fractured race, they should have submitted an SDR. Yes.
And who's responsible for reporting an issue like that to the FAA? Is it the operator or is it the maintenance provider? And it sounds like, at least with respect to UPS, this would go from the maintenance provider to UPS, and then UPS would report it to FAA. Is that typical? Or might it vary depending on the operator?
It could vary depending on the operator. It does provide the guidance in both, but it does say that in their airworthiness agreements, they should have state who would report these SDRs.
Did the Boeing service letters, the original issued in 2008 and then the revision in 2011, did they affect reporting in any way? Either in terms of requiring it or indicating how it should be reported or not reported?
I don't think they should impact the reporting if they're a major repair considered classified as that as primary structure or PSC. It falls in that category or the reportable. So the service letter, as far as reporting an SDR, that doesn't come into play with that. But
correct. Yeah. The fact that there's a service letter on anything does not affect whether or not something should be reported as an SDR.
So the service letter would not have it wouldn't have changed the reporting requirement. It couldn't have, for example, indicated that this should be reported if it otherwise wasn't reportable.
No, it would not affect SDR reporting, and it would not affect any FAA reporting.
This is kind of an opinion question, and I apologize for that, but do you believe that the letters should have acted as a flag to maintenance that discovering a failure of this kind should be reported either to Boeing or to FAA? Should the letters have essentially heightened the awareness of this for maintenance providers and perhaps encourage them to report?
It is an opinion, so I don't know. Not having worked in a maintenance organization, a service letter isn't mandatory, and so it certainly would call attention to a specific area, but I don't know if it would affect how you would report. It shouldn't, honestly. Just you should report what you're required to report. So.
Okay. That's a fair answer. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member DeLue.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I do want to say thanks to the staff, the witnesses, for those folks working and for the parties for the efforts you've done. But more importantly, I do want to also express my personal condolences to the families of the 3 pilots, as well as the folks that the fatalities on the ground and those that were injured. So I definitely want to take a minute to give you my condolences. Okay, I have a number of questions too. Let me start with the question to Mr. Springer. So you had mentioned to Mr. Johnson, I think also to Captain Smith, about the F bulkhead being a primary structural element.
That is correct.
Okay, is that a UPS definition or is that a FAA definition?
That is a FAA definition, and PSCs are identified by the manufacturer in the structural repair manual.
Okay, thank you. I'm just digging because I want to get some clarification for the people even listening. Now, about this spherical bearing, that seems kind of important to me. Is that considered a primary visible structural element?
I did make a comment earlier about that, but it's back to the realization that the structure, we rely on the manufacturer to make the determination if it's a PSE.
Right, so I understand that it's not your decision to necessarily decide that, but the spherical bearing at the time, and I think probably now, maybe unless it's changed, but that was not considered a principal structural element.
I believe per one of the exhibits in the docket, there's some direction that it was not considered a PSE.
Okay.
If I'm recalling one of the exhibits correctly.
Okay, it was not, I don't believe. So to the FAA, who decides at the end of the day, because that was what Member Chapman was asking too a bit, What determines it's a structural, principal structural element, particularly if you've had more than one? We've had almost 10.
So a principal structural element is decided upon during the certification of the aircraft. I don't know when it went into the specific decision, but it's members that structural members that need to be inspected during the life of the aircraft, and that is a decision that the OEM and the FAA make
At the time of certification.
That's right. And it gets adjusted certainly throughout the life of an aircraft.
Okay. So, Mr. Springer, I want to follow up a little more on the spherical bearing because clearly that was an issue. So during a GBI or anything like that, it would not necessarily be replaced, right? I mean, it's just observed and looked at.
Correct. During our scheduled maintenance task, it would have had a visual inspection, whether that was the general visual inspection level or even more detailed with, quote, the detailed inspection. But that's looking to see if it's discrepant, if anything's going on, if it's migrated. There was no scheduled task that was have you remove the bearing or replace it. It was just part of the normal scheduled task for inspection.
Okay, and how often would that bearing get replaced then?
Pre-accident, it was never scheduled to be replaced.
So it flew to failure?
Yes, it would have flown to failure. There was no scheduled task that would have removed that bearing and had it replaced in the maintenance program. Or the maintenance planning document for the MD-11 that comes from the manufacturer.
Okay. So in the interest of time, I'll have more questions, but I do want to follow up a little bit the question that Captain Smith asked, and I believe it was to you. I just want to clarify it. So actually, it was to Mr. Deckard. So the airworthiness release that was asked. So when you mentioned the airworthiness release and you get the handoff to the pilots, I want to clarify that a little bit too. The airworthiness release being signed, that's always done by a mechanic, or can a pilot sign the airworthiness release?
The pilot cannot sign an airworthiness release, only done by maintenance personnel that are qualified.
Correct. Yeah, I used to work for a mechanic, and he made that very clear to me. But the reason I asked that, is that a UPS thing or is that an FAA requirement?
I would believe it would be an FAA requirement.
It is. Only a mechanic can sign the airworthiness release, correct. Chairwoman Hamady, that's it my time, but I do have more questions.
Yep. I think that's fair for all of us. No problem. Great. I want to go back to the SDRs. You meant, would a foreign carrier file an SDR?
They would not. If
Right.
it's under 120, yeah.
Okay, great. And I only ask that because obviously we have a few operators that have been de-identified, and so they would not be filing the SDRs. But Boeing can see everything, UPS can see everything, and FAA can see everything, right? Now back to FAA, you said principal inspector would get that information if they signed up for the auto emails, correct?
Correct. Any inspector can sign up for those emails, and partial program managers through the enhanced.
So the principal inspector and another inspector.
Yeah, any of the inspectors can sign up for that report, and then filter and sort and put in what type of data they want, specific carrier, fleet types, those type of things. So any inspector can sign up for that.
And do you know how many inspectors sign up for auto emails, or is there any sort of audit or review to see how many are getting these emails, or do they mainly look at, for example, something specific they would be looking for at the time?
I'm not aware of how many. I can reach out to the system owner, but many of the in-service events that occur, most of the time, the principal inspectors and the partial program managers and the ASIs responsible for those fleets are aware of those type of events because we get reporting through air traffic. We get reporting, for incidents, occurrences, all those things that come through. We get accidents through AVP. Sometimes we have interface in that. So when they see those, part of their job is also to validate if it was a failure, malfunction, defect of a component or something, to go back and verify that those SDRs were submitted. So many times they are already aware of those SDR events, as they're being reported. But I don't know how many are subscribed, but we can go back and I can ask the system owner to see if they can pull that data.
Well, and so for these in particular, would they go back and do any sort of trend analysis on specific items, or?
They can. They can go back and do a search, and additional function that was added as well this year is that you can actually anybody can have access to this, but you can download SDRs by year, and that's a complete listing, and it's in a spreadsheet format, and all the way back to 1995. So, but in the system itself, there is some restrictions. I think it's a 1,500 report limit, but if you could go in there and specifically query for specific part numbers, fleet types, those type of things, and pull up all of the reporting that falls under that. But some of the things that we encounter, as Mr. Knopf had mentioned earlier, is some of the data quality issues.
Yeah, and I'll get into that in a minute. But then, how are service difficulty reports used to drive safety initiatives at FAA?
So some of the things that for the immediate, for flight standards side of the house, for the safety assurance inspectors, most of those changes, a lot of those are interactive with the operator. The operator sometimes, as they are reporting SDRs, they are also making changes to their maintenance inspection program. Those type of things happen, so the PI sees that firsthand. Some of the other things that we don't see, some of those things get evaluated, and that's the air side of the house with some other systems evaluate some of those other trend type of data as well, along with the other information that they receive from manufacturers. And I'll let
Mr. Knopf?
Yeah. I mean, I think we do look for, like I had mentioned before in my example, trends that affect any part of the aviation system where we see lots of events in a specific area. So we get a lot of that. Examples are on the general aviation side of the house, where we get less reports from the field. And so the SDRs are a primary source of our information. So we've seen some of that in the last few years.
Okay. I'm out of time. I have more questions along those lines. Vice Chairman Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Wu, Airworthiness Directive 2007-07-04 for the MD-11 and the MD-11F airplanes mandated revisions to certain maintenance documents to incorporate new inspections for fatigue cracking of principal structural elements. This included 3 different types of inspections of the pylon aft bulkhead for fatigue cracking. How often were these instructed to be conducted, and who would be doing these types of inspections?
I can talk to it. So throughout the life, I'll talk in a little bit more generality. So throughout the life of an aircraft, as we learn from service history, there are changes that are made to the airworthiness limitations, depending on, cracks that we see that get discovered throughout the life. And so this would be an AD that mandated shorter thresholds than was issued at the time of certification. And so that way we want the operators to be looking at these parts of the airplane sooner than we had originally thought when the aircraft was certified.
Do you have those intervals?
I do not have the intervals off that specific AD, no. But we can certainly look that up.
And this would be for specific inspections then?
That's right,
okay.
Yes.
And who would be qualified to do those inspections?
the operators maintenance would be the ones that would get incorporated into their maintenance program, and then they would be the ones to do the inspections.
Okay. If you could call up Exhibit 7Z, and that is, as he's calling that up, it's the history of the reported outer race fractures that we have documented in a timeline. And this probably either for you, FAA, or Boeing, along the lines of maintenance inspections that are several previous bearing failures on the MD-11 fleet that are documented here on this exhibit. I think only 3 of them that I could tell had specific type of maintenance activity identified the failure. To either you or Boeing, FAA or Boeing, for the 10 reported failures from 2002 to 2020, do we know what type of maintenance activity identified the failure in each scenario? And that might be for Boeing too. I don't know. Or in generalities, which ones would have identified these?
We do have some information in some of the reports of when it was identified. I can't speak specifically to which ones were or what task was being performed at the time, but it was identified during a maintenance check. But which task was being performed, I don't have that information.
Okay. Can you get that?
We can definitely try. Some of our records are going to be a little bit challenging to obtain, but we'll follow up on that.
I think that'd be good because I think only 3 of the 10 is where I could determine which tasks were being done at that time. So let me go to Mr. Dickens. As someone with plenty of aircraft maintenance experience, what types of maintenance activities would you expect to find this type of a failure?
Specifically the bearing failure.
Yes, correct.
Typically, this type of finding would be done under an inspection. So this is not normally something that would ever be found during a line maintenance operation. This would be done at a major maintenance facility.
A major maintenance. And Mr. Gallega, same question to you. Would you agree with that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. As someone with a lot of maintenance experience, what types of maintenance activities would you expect to find this type of a failure, the bearing failure?
Either a specific inspection for the bearing. If you can pull up Exhibit 11 Alpha Bravo, please. Page 7. So this page at the bottom, step E, there is a procedure, an inspection specifically to look at the aft spherical bearing inspection. And it tells you to examine the spherical bearing to make sure that the outer race of the bearing has not changed position. If we can go to the next page, please. And it states there, step 1 at the top, movement of the spherical bearing is shown by movement of the outer race protruding forward or aft beyond the surface of the lug of the bulkhead. So that is something very specific that you have to look for. And if we can pull up Exhibit 7 Kilo, page 5. So this is a photo of UPS aircraft 250 UP, the inspection specifically looking for bearing race migration was performed post-accident to look to see which aircraft had bearing race migration. And this aircraft was found to have migration both on the forward and on the aft side when we were doing the specific inspection to look for migration. And I'm pointing to the aft side. You cannot see the migration in that photo because there is sealant around the edge of the bearing. That sealant is there to prevent moisture ingression between the bearing and the lug. So you would have to remove that sealant in order to do the type of inspection, the specific inspection called out in the AMM to verify that the bearing race is no longer flush with the surface of the lug, because you can have 5-10 thousandths. If it's just beginning to migrate, you would not be able to see it with that sealant installed. And if you're not doing the specific inspection for that bearing race migration.
Great. Thank you for that. My time's overdue.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm remiss in not having extended my own best wishes and concerns to the family and friends of those who were lost in this terrible tragedy. We're going to try not to bore you to tears today, but this is a very important process, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. All of us collectively are going to get to the bottom of this, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that such a tragedy can't be repeated. I want to ask the FAA folks, the 4 incidents that were reported to the FAA through service, through SDRs, were reported between 2007 and 2020. And those were all reported by one operator, and I believe that operator was FedEx. Was there follow-up from FAA to FedEx or communication back and forth between the operator and FAA after those SDRs were filed?
I'm sorry, I'm in a policy office, so I don't know what that specific office did, but we could follow up with that office and get that information.
Yeah, okay, that would be helpful. Can I ask our folks to pull up Exhibit 7W and specifically page 10? And I'll just tell you what this is. This is the FAA presentation on service difficulty reports. And what this, actually, that's not, it might be the next page. There we go. This indicates that there are 3 elements within FAA that look at SDRs, principal inspector oversight, the aircraft evaluation division, and aircraft certification service. Can you indicate to us what the respective roles of each of those elements is in evaluating SDRs?
Yeah, absolutely. So the principal inspector, in this situation here, I think we were, if it's a critical safety of flight type of issue, they would immediately get involved with the aircraft evaluation division. There are liaison between flight standards and the aircraft certification service. So they would also assist in evaluating and looking at the safety risks and those type of things, and then bringing in our air counterparts in the certification branches to, and they're the ones that kind of bridge and identify the correct contacts with the specific fleet type, and to bring the right people into the room to look at those and look at severity, likelihood, and all those things to make a good safety risk decision. But normally a PI will review and look at these. Their responsibility also is in the SDR program, making sure that the operator has the right procedures in place for reporting, and then also validating that those reports are being reported and in compliance with the requirements of 121.703, and then also reviewing for any issues that what type of actions the operator has taken and how have they mitigated or addressed and corrected the actual issue. And some of those things are in like maintenance inspection schedule changes, interval changes, reduced cycles to go perform these inspections, those type of things. And then on the air side, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Knopf.
So on the air side, we're responsible for oversight of the type certificate holders of the OEMs So in this case, we would be responsible for oversight of Boeing. The PI is responsible for oversight of the operator. And the AED folks have knowledge of both sides, and they look at fleets particularly. So they would be responsible for the whole MD-11 fleet. In this example, we would have a person who makes sure that we're talking amongst ourselves for a fleet specifically or some more overarching area.
And is there ultimately one of these organizational elements that is principally responsible for responding to report once that process is completed?
So it depends.
Okay.
So if it's a operator issue, then the PI would be responsible with that.
Okay.
If it's an aircraft design issue, then aircraft cert would be responsible, and we would write airworthiness directives to mandate changes to the aircraft or the inspection program.
Okay, so it's going to depend on the nature of the report.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
Member DeLue.
Thank you, Chair. For UPS, does UPS have a voluntary confidential program, which we refer to as the ASAP, Aviation Safety Action Program? Do you have an ASAP program for tech ops?
Yes, we do.
Is it a vibrant program utilized by the AMTs?
It is. In fact, we received in 2025 roughly 275 reports in that system.
Okay, just to verify, you said 275 reports, tech ops. Do you know about the year prior? I mean, is it consistent? Was it an unusual year, or do you normally get?
Not unusually different, no.
So about, okay, 200 to 300 a year. Okay, so for Mr. Gallegos, Dr. Wilson asked you about hazard reporting. So does San Antonio, do you have an ASAP program for your mechanics?
I'm not familiar what an ASAP program is, so I don't believe we have an ASAP program, but we have an SMS program where our mechanics are allowed to report safety concerns.
Okay, well, they're two different things. So ASAP is a unique program for safety assurance as part of SMS. So for SMS, do you have a confidential voluntary reporting program for your AMTs?
I am not the SMS administrator, so I wouldn't be the best person to ask that question, but we can definitely get that information to you.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how the AMTs, if they discover a hazard or something, how they report that. Do they?
As far as I'm aware, they report it through our SMS process.
Okay, fair enough. I want to follow up a question on the heavy maintenance, the C checks. Is that done primarily by outsourced to an MRO, or does UPS do also some of the heavy or the C checks?
We, in our model, all of our line maintenance operations, we handle those internally. UPS employees take care of the line operation. When it comes to the major maintenance, heavy checks, C checks, we use a third-party provider for all of our fleets. That's always been our business model since our inception as an airline.
Okay. The reason I asked that, I want to follow up a little bit. So for the mechanic, the EMTs, either at UPS or in San Antonio, when they were looking either at just a GVI or a little bit more detailed inspections, would a AMT be able to understand race migration if they were to see the bearings?
Depending upon the level of inspection assigned, we've talked to date about the zonal inspection, the general visual inspection, and a detailed inspection. A zonal and a general visual is performed by an AMT. A detailed inspection is performed by an inspector. So different resource groups there. But we feel like, based back to our definition, that if the migration was obvious, it would be detected. As has been brought up in previous comment, if the migration was only at 5 thousandths or 10 thousandths behind the sealant, it would not necessarily manifest itself. We will point out, though, and we'll get into a little bit more of this when we get into some of the timelines, that I think someone asked the question earlier, what type of inspections have identified the failures to date that are on record, that various maintenance inspection programs have been identifying these failures.
Okay, that's good. Mr. Dickens, I know I can't see you because you're in the back row there, but does do the AMTs, what's their at UPS, what's their feeling of the ASAP program? Do they like to contribute? Do you encourage contributions to ASAP?
Yes, our aircraft maintenance technicians feel freely to submit their ASAP reports, and as the Teamsters, and we also, provide guidance and recommend that they do so.
So I certainly understand the how hard it would see race migration, for instance. But for UPS and for Mr. Dickens, have you ever received any ASAP reports in the last 5 years about the spherical bearing, about the F pylon? Do you have any ASAP reports at all?
None that I know of.
And we agree. We concur. We have no reports of ASAPs on the fractured bearing or a migrated bearing.
Okay. Thank you, Chairwoman Hamady.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp, I just want to go back to, and thank you for clarifying that you did a search on the bearing after the accident. I want to ask just a couple of questions on that. You mentioned it wasn't, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You mentioned it wasn't, mining data, but what sort of search did you do? What were you looking for?
Well, we were looking for aft pylon or bearing migration. So
aft pylon or
pretty
with
specific
keywords,
to, yes.
aft pylon or bearing migration.
That's right.
What did you find?
No, the ones we found were the ones that are in
That
the
we've
exhibit.
identified,
That's
that has been identified. And what did you do with that info once you had it?
Well, at that point, the airplane was grounded, so there wasn't a need to look at that point, we weren't focused on the past.
Sure.
We were focused on the present. So we didn't do anything with it extensively at this point. It was part of this. We assumed it would be part of this investigation.
And did you use that as part of the in feeding into your airworthiness directive or the grounding? I'm sorry, the grounding of the fleet. Did you use that data as part of that?
No, the SDR data was not used to make the determination around grounding. It was specifics to the accident.
Specifics to the accident. Okay, that's
Yes.
helpful. Thank you. And I had asked about how FAA uses service difficulty reports, and I failed to clarify now versus then. Do you know what the difference was in 2008 through 2011? If you don't, please don't speculate.
Sure. But so as of 2023, aircraft certification has a specific section that has folks that do look for trends in SDR data, along with lots of other things they do. We didn't have that in existence before. So that is a difference. Our review of SDR data in 2008 to 2011 is mostly from talking to people that used to work at that point, and it was more at the engineer's discretion on what they would look at from an SDR perspective.
And what made that change for you to start doing that trend analysis?
Well, I don't know everything
Anything
that
specific?
went into the reorganization, but I think it was the knowledge that there was a lot more data out there that we could look at. And so the SDRs are one thing that group uses to look at trends. It aligned with other reorganizations that brought all of our safety oversight of Boeing into one specific organization as well. So there was a number of things that were taking place at the time. But I think the availability of a lot of data, SDRs plus lots of other data that's out there, led to the decision to create a section to look at fleet safety.
Well, and one thing you mentioned is you get 20,000 annually from Boeing. That's just Boeing. How about annually entirely?
I do not know that number, but we
Okay.
can get it for you.
Oh, that would be helpful if you could get that, if you could submit it after the hearing. Maybe over, yearly over the past 10 years might be very helpful. Maybe if you have anything over the past 20, that might be helpful.
Okay.
Do you have that? Yeah. Okay. And one question related to that, you just taking the 20,000, over the past 18 years, that's 340,000 reports. 4 out of 340,000 reports. So I'm just sort of wondering, are there criteria for when you would trend something? I'm trying to figure out whether the service difficulty reports might trigger an analysis, or whether you would become, or if the service difficulty reports database is used more when you're aware of something, so you go there as a second. And what is there criteria for what then bubbles up to trending?
I would say that, so not working specifically in that section, I do not believe we have any specific criteria, but we look at things we know that are going on in the aviation system and look for those specifically. You're right, 4 out of 300,000 plus items probably wouldn't identify. In examples we have recently done, it's more like hundreds of examples of something in a year that we would use that data, because it isn't something that would necessarily be reported by the manufacturer. So this afternoon, we'll talk about 21.3 reports, but those are the primary source of info for a number of reasons.
And may I just ask, Mr. Wu, do you have anything to add to that? Yeah, and you don't have to. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, we're in the same situation in flight standards as well, but there is coordinated efforts between Air and us in flight standards with our analytical folks to look to find more actionable data to move towards more predictive. But he's spot on. A lot of the reactive driven that drives us to go back and search for trends.
Understand. Thank you very much, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gallegos, this is going to be to you, and it's a little bit hypothetical. That we had a report in 2009 we were looking at that maintenance personnel from another operator had reported they believed a grease leak observed on an MD-11 aircraft would, in the personnel's opinion, only be possible if the aft bulkhead spherical bearing outer race was cracked. Now, if one of your folks had reported that up through your various entities that you need to, what kind of feedback would you guys usually expect?
I'm sorry, your question is if our AMTs reported to engineering grease, in a place that it's normally not seen.
Correct. Like in this case, in the bearing area, and they said it would only be possible, in their opinion, if the outer race was cracked.
Right. So what's your question after that?
So the question is, if a personnel had reported that found that or was working on that, what kind of feedback do you think they would get from engineering or your other entities that you would report that to? What kind of feedback would you expect?
If the AMTs would report an anomaly that they haven't seen, typically they report it to us, to the engineering team, or again, the same process that we've been describing would happen. We would, in conjunction with UPS, see if they believe OEM review is required, we'd send it to the OEM for them to chime in on what can possibly cause this or what can possibly be done to rectify that.
Okay. Do you feel that information, is there anything they can do better about communicating back to you?
Who specifically?
Whoever you report this through, up through the chain, through UPS, through engineering, through Boeing.
I mean, we got in the case, or in every case, that we submit something to the OEM, we always get a response back from them. And the same thing with UPS.
Is there anything they can do better to communicate back? Are you happy with it?
In specific cases of addressing discrepancies, such as that, I am happy with the dispositions that they receive, the communication they send back to us to rectify those specific discrepancies.
Okay, thank you. For Boeing, if you received a report like that from personnel, how do you investigate that internally, and then how do you communicate that back with who reported it?
Yes, so the engagement that was described would come in via our Boeing communication system in the form of a service request, and the details would be defined within that service request message. Upon receival, the service engineer would review the details, perform the respective analysis, evaluating it in the continued operational safety process. Additionally, for the disposition to support the aircraft, and then draft up the respective response and return the message.
Do you think this is adequate, or do you think is there something they could do better? You could do better.
I think to best answer that question, I'll circle back to a comment that was made earlier. One of the largest challenges we have is the communication of data as it relates to between parties. The industry has definitely advanced quite extensively with respect to standardizing a lot of this nomenclature and the expectations, and we have published service letters to define the criteria that the Boeing company would like to receive to help us better respond to them.
Okay. For the FAA, do you believe there's anything more that can be done to improve communication between the maintenance contractors, operators, manufacturers, and the regulators?
I mean, yes, there's always something more that can be done to improve communication. What that looks like, I don't have a specific answer, but I think it's a lot of people that have to talk to each other to understand. And it does need, I mean, we always are looking to get better at that.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's all I have in this round.
Member Chapman.
I'm fudging a little here because this actually spills a little bit into the next panel, but I'm curious if you have any information on this. Is there a connection, or was there a connection between, at the time some of this occurred several years ago, is there a connection between service difficulty reporting and the continued operational safety program? In other words, do those programs inform one another?
I think they inform one another. The amount of information that we get from SDRs is sometimes not the best, I guess. It's not adequate to make a safety decision sometimes. So we work through that, getting additional information other ways. But yes, SDRs inform the continued operational safety program.
And the cost program is one of the ways that you get additional information. Is that fair?
Yes.
And has that changed or improved over the years? As FAA has gotten better and the tools are better in terms of collecting data?
Yes, the continued operational safety program has improved from 2007, 2008 timeframe. Yes.
Okay. Chair, thank you. That's all I have in this area.
Thank you, Member DeLue.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Hamady. Back to UPS. Just want to follow up on the last round of questions on ASAP. So you didn't get any ASAP reports this, but do you have a formalized process? So for instance, on the spherical bearing, in your technical reviews, would you have gone back and searched for ASAP reports from your AMTs, or is that part of your defined process in SMS?
We would look at, in the analysis, any of the maintenance records themselves, because, ASAPs themselves are voluntary, so it may not be a comprehensive piece of data. It certainly could be considered if it's available, but it's not our normal process to look through through every ASAP to see if there's an associated maintenance write-up. When the ASAP is investigated itself, the maintenance records are reviewed at that time in association.
I would have to say that if you have a OEM service letter or something like that, it would be beneficial to look at ASAPs because you might only have one ASAP, but that's the first flashlight to start showing. You might have more issues because there's no such thing really as a one-off many times. Could you pull up Exhibit 11AA, page 3, please? And page 3. So I noticed in this UPS data collection, which looks pretty comprehensive, I noticed that you also had mentioned there your ASAP reports with the liaison data, but what I'd like to focus a little bit is on the industry participation. So, Mr. Springer, I think you are with the Airlines for America, A4A. You're currently a chairman of one of the groups. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm currently chair of the Engineering, Maintenance, and Material Council, known as the EMMC.
Okay, and Mr. Deckard, you're also with A4A, one of the committees. Is it the Airworthiness Committee, I believe, right?
That's correct.
So I respect and appreciate what A4A does. I know you meet several times a year. So when I look back at the timeline of the spherical bearing, without necessarily mentioning other carriers, but for everybody's enlightenment at A4A, you have numerous carriers that are participating in these meetings, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the other carriers that were there, they might have had an issue with the spherical bearing of the aft pylon. Was that ever discussed or brought up at any of the A4A meetings on airworthiness or engineering?
From the 2008, 2011 time frame, I'm not aware of any discussions that would have happened.
Well, there's been a number of them since 2002.
That is correct. We meet 4 times a year. So with those relationships, if we're seeing something on our side, we do, with that network and those relationships we have through the council, we can leverage that to reach out to each other and gather external data.
So the reason I asked the question is there were other operators who had noticed this. My question really was this never discussed in your meetings at A4A? Not that it needed to be, but was it ever brought up? Since, I've used fly airplanes for a living, and I would hope that these things would be brought up in your committees.
I'm not aware of it being brought up under the MMC umbrella, the specific topic.
How about you, Mr. Decker?
Nor am I for the Airworthiness Committee. I'll give a time of reference. I've been part of the committee for the last year and a half. But prior to that, I have no knowledge of.
Okay. All right. Since my time will be done, my next line questions, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And at the time, though, you would have only been aware of the July 2008 separated staking ring event, right? Or would you be aware of all the other ones as well?
Well, the only ones that we would have been, if we're talking about bearing issues, the ones that we would have been aware of, without getting into the entire timeline, is we would have known about the first one that was reported in the 2008 service letter. We'd also had our event where we had a little bit different failure, which was the staking ring failure. And then in 2011, the revision A came out and identified 2 others. So that's the only information that we were aware of, is the information that was being provided through the service letters.
How many service difficulty reports does UPS submit annually?
I knew that question was coming, but I do not have that with me. I think I will be able to provide it after lunch.
And can you provide maybe not today, some historical context for the record?
Yes, we'll take that as an item we owe you to look at our SDR submittals. But I do believe I have that. I just do not have it with me.
And when something is raised, well, let's say, these 4 times or several times that you became aware of, including in different letters, Would you do a trend analysis to check, especially since you experienced one, or did you in the past? Are you aware of anything?
Well, the typical with a service letter or service document, I do have an exhibit I could put up that talks about generally how we would process those and talk through it if you want to go into that detail.
No, I'm more looking at if you experienced a defect and it was something that was reportable, would you go into the system, typically the database, to see have other operators experienced this and reported it as well?
Well, we would always first look to see if we had any prior history within UPS. What's our internal experience? And if it was something that we felt that we needed to reach out because of the impact of it or the significance that we needed to reach out to other carriers, we'd reach out and see if we could get some input from them. Or there's other avenues through fleet team meetings to ask those questions. So we have avenues to ask questions when we see something that's significant.
Okay, earlier, I'm a little bit confused because earlier you mentioned that data is available for everyone to see, correct? So you would be able to see what other operators are experiencing? Or what was filed?
Yeah, so from the SDR system perspective, we've always used that as it's required reporting. So we've always been submitting that. We're aware that now through the portal that you can do limited searches through the query to see if there's other data out there. So that's through continuous improvement. We're looking to utilize that. That's another source of data that we can try to mine. Obviously, we know there's data integrity issues, but it's another item out there that we can use to see what's going on in the industry. In addition to those that I outlined with reaching directly out to other carriers, we would be able to do that.
But that's not something you did previously.
Correct.
Okay. And would you be now feeding that into your SMS? All that data? The whole, I'm quoting you, a whole data set when you talked about your SMS, sir.
It's in its infancy as far as what's in the SDR system and how we could use it. So we've not pulled it in. Right now, we just know about the query that you can query and do specific part number, ATA coding to try to search. We've not gotten to the point to see how we could utilize that data in a bigger data set.
Okay, I have other questions on that. Vice Chairman Graham.
Thank you, Chair. To the FAA, would you agree that learning from NTSB investigations is an important, if not a very important way the aviation industry learns from accidents and prevents future accidents from happening?
Yes.
Okay. When entities choose not to take full action to fulfill our safety recommendations, it allows for heightened risk for a future accident and disregards the incredible work our investigative team does to uncover not just what happened, but why it happened and how to ensure it never happens again. In light of that, I want to talk about a safety recommendation issued by the NTSB stemming from the 1991 DC-10 accident at O'Hare, in which an engine pylon separation from the aircraft and the FAA's response to that recommendation. Sorry, I got the date wrong on that. So in 1979, the recommendation A79-100 in part asked the FAA to ensure manufacturer service difficulty and service information collection and dissemination systems ensure that all reported service problems are properly analyzed and disseminated to users of the equipment, and that appropriate and timely corrective actions are effected. This recommendation also stated that the program should include full review and specific FAA approval of service bulletins which may affect safety of flight. This recommendation was closed unacceptable action after the FAA told us, and I quote, additional reporting requirements would cause an economic burden without yielding a corresponding increase in safety benefit, end quote. is it still the FAA's position that the additional reporting and information NTSB recommended in 1979 regarding service difficulty reports would not pass a cost-benefit analysis despite the loss of 15 lives in this terrible tragedy?
Well, I think that first, I'm not aware. Obviously, I wasn't around when we responded at that point. And it is a lot different age now where data is a lot more available. And so I think in light of this event and other events that we've dealt with, I think it certainly is something that we are working on. There is an SRM currently going on within the FAA right now that's around SDR data and how to increase the use of it and how to ensure that timely reports and the data quality is increased so we can use those reports. So I think that we would look at that recommendation differently in 2026 than we did in 1979 regarding the cost-benefit analysis.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Member Chapman?
No further questions. Thank you.
Member DeLue?
Yeah, just really one last question. This is more of a hypothetical, I guess, but could you pull up Exhibit 7Z as in Zulu, page 2? Thank you. We've talked this a couple times. So we see that there's a little bit of I'll call it a little bit of signals in the system, possibly starting already in 2002. But if we take the last 4 or 5 years, and some of the folks in the room are here, what is concerning to me is that, we're trying to prevent this from happening again, obviously. So we see there's some, I'll call it the signals. After the accident, I know UPS did your own inspection. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but we found 3 aircraft. What exactly were they? You were just starting to see the race migration of the bearing, correct? Or was it even more severe than that?
We inspected the entire fleet of 26 aircraft with the inspection for the migration and found migration on 3, which is noted in the docket.
So I think we saw a picture this morning that you showed with the gap there from San Antonio, I believe it was. So the concern I have is as we go forward here, the unfortunate accident, it happened, but we had 3 other aircraft that potentially were in the same situation eventually. So, we don't want this to go happen again. We want to prevent this. So I'd like to get your input on this. We had, since June of 2020, we had 3 events that were signals to us out there in the world in aviation safety saying, might have a small problem here. Clearly there was, because we found not only the accident aircraft, but 3 more. So I'd like to hear from UPS, really get your input. What do we got to do different next time? How would you like to do this? So next time we would have caught this, whether it was at an A4A meeting, a safety info share, a briefing from OEM, because we had something here. We just didn't do anything about it.
Yeah, I'll frame that up. I think the key is the way our processes are set up. We're relying on the data that's out there, and what kind of determination is made on whether it was safety or it's not safety. In this case, it came through the service letter with an explicit notation that it would not be a safety of flight condition. So that started this on the wrong trajectory to begin with. But the key is understanding the data that's out there is, and I can talk about the data that we knew and the data that we didn't know. I mean, I can pull up a slide and talk more about that if we want to go into that detail now. But that's the key, is understanding the extent of the problem. It's framed up, and even the title of the slide we just had up says wing pylon, aft mount, spherical bearing, history of reported outer race fractures. The issue was the outer race fractures were causing damage to the lug, both the forward and aft lug halves, and then that was propagated into what caused our accident. So that additional information, that not only was it a bearing issue, it was the collateral damage that was happening to the lugs with deformation and gapping and damage to the lug bores. So all that information, you know, you read the service letters, it's the same way, just like the slide I referenced. It talks about, hey, it makes it sound almost benign. We have a bearing fracture and it slides out, it migrates a little bit. It's not a big deal. The rest of the damage that was being caused was a big deal. And I think if we would have known that at UPS, I think we would have asked a lot of different questions over the years.
Great. I appreciate your honest response on that, because that's, you know, we're trying to figure out how we're going to make a change at the end of the day here. So, Mr. Deckard, you'd like to add something, please do.
Yeah, and I think it ties in a little bit with some of the questions that came earlier about your SMS and a data point, right? You can have a single data point or an obvious trend. What you also have to have with that data are the known associated hazards. That also has to be accounted for in SMS. We have scattergrams of data all over the place that don't necessarily indicate that it's a safety of flight concern. So had we been aware of additional associated hazards, such as the what is caused to the lug bore or the lug itself, it would have heightened and ratcheted up. When you look at our safety matrix, it would not have been down in a green area, but it would have been more in the middle to high area of concern. So I think that we want to make sure that we're understanding that composite review. It's not just a data point by itself. It's the full picture. And out of a fear of not adding too much speculation, right? We've talked about gearing away from that, but to try to answer your question as bluntly as we can, had we known more, we could have done more with this.
Super. Thank you for your time.
All right, a couple of questions to Boeing. Is Boeing mining the SDR database?
No, ma'am, we are not.
So do you do any trending at all, or have you in the past?
Yeah, we implemented a process that implements our continued operational safety working agreement with the FAA as part of our reporting criteria. We have not looked at SDRs for mining in the past. We ran a pilot and also found difficulties with the data quality. We are currently exploring what we can do better, and we plan to work transparently with the FAA.
When was that pilot?
In the last few years.
In the last few years.
Yes.
And what sort of difficulties do you have with the system and the information?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, we determined that the data was not actionable, data quality, and we were not able to find a way to implement it.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? What do you mean?
Yeah, to the best of my understanding, we were not able to find a way to integrate the data with our continued operational safety criteria, how we go through and we determine if something is reportable, if it's a potential issue in our current contract with the FAA, and then take action. We just weren't able to integrate it with our system.
Is that because of nomenclature used, or?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. So that is a question I have. In aviation, the same part can have multiple names. How does the FAA ensure that reportable occurrences, such as reports to the SDR database, are entered using harmonized wording to ensure the data is useful? Anyone from FAA?
I don't think we have a system that ensures harmonized use of nomenclature. As Mr. Wu talked about, there's we ensure the data meets the requirements, and it is all the PII is removed, but there's no harmonization effort done to SDRs.
Yeah, some of the challenges that we encounter is fillable fields, and then you have drop downs. But the concern is if we drop down and then, you miss something that is option, and then everything gets selected as other. So trying to strike that balance and find a way to do that is something that I think the SRM was also looking at. So those are things that we are definitely evaluating how we can do that better.
How does UPS find their experience with the database?
We're, as I mentioned earlier, we're just at the infancy, but when you're looking at the query fields and trying to query and for other data, it does get difficult. Just us looking for some specific things that we know are out there, like looking at the SDR data associated with the outer variant. You get a lot of data there that you have to comb through. And we know what we're looking for in this instance. So we're still trying to figure out how much value we can get out of it if the data is not as clean and searchable as you would like.
Well, I guess that raises my last question is, does the SDR system actually provide the safety benefit that the FAA and the industry seems to imply it does?
I think we do. It's probably the things that you don't see. The corrosion events, the changes to the maintenance inspection programs to ensure those aircraft are not falling apart on us. I mean, those things are being done every day. So I think there's some value in that. I think improvements to SDR, I think it's an important thing. I think the success of the SDR system relies on open and transparent data sharing. The collaboration between manufacturers, air carriers, operators, repair stations, and the FAA is vital. We have to continue to work together, do better with making sure that we have data quality in what we put in, taking that time to put those additional details, making a conscious effort to make sure that we're consistent in the terminology and nomenclature that we use, making sure that part numbers are correct, and those things that we input into the system. I think it could be a valuable asset, and I think that that open and transparent transparency that we hopefully have today, with all the changes that we've had, the culture changes, the shift in just culture, the changes in the compliance program and philosophy at the FAA, and those type of things. I hope all those things in SMS is driving us to do better with working with each other and being open and transparent.
Did you want to add anything, Brian?
I guess I would just say that I think Mr. Wu correctly stated there are a lot of additional uses for SDR data, not this specific case, but especially in the general aviation world and outside of Part 121 operations, where we gain a lot of valuable info from SDRs. So there's a lot of uses, maybe not here specifically, but in other cases where the SDR system works very well and it's helpful.
Tom, do you have anything? Okay. Back to the technical panel.
Thank you. I know it's been a long morning and you all have shared some really good information with us. Mr. Wu, I do have a question though about the SDR system, and I hope that you can help fill in some of the gaps that I have in what you discussed. And so it might be helpful if we could pull up again, Member Chapman had asked to pull up 7W, it's page 11 of the PDF. So it's mentioning that there is the slide is who and the FAA looks at SDRs, and the first box is PI oversight. When we asked about if PMIs or PIs were required to receive the emails from the enhanced dynamic reporting system, you said that it wasn't required. They could get these emails if they wanted. So I guess in my mind, help me understand, when are PIs looking at it? I think that's the question. When are they looking at it? Should they be looking at it? Are they sometimes looking at it?
I think the answer is that there's somebody always looking at it. And the thing is, and I think I probably lacked a little clarity in what I was trying to share. Many of the things that the PIs encounter are in-service events that occur all the time, and they're aware of those. So not only are they evaluating the SDR itself and analyzing that and reviewing that and looking for safety, critical safety, safety of flight issues, those type of things. But they're also ensuring the reporting of those. So a lot of times when they're doing that, they're seeing that firsthand. I get a report from air traffic that there was an event. So now I'm looking to see what failed and trying to identify what's in the operator's system. And then now I'm looking to make sure that that was reported through an SDR and that all that data is being added into the SDR system. So those things are happening. But the reports is something additional. But they also have the ability to search the SDR database itself. So they could pull that up daily and search through that way. So there's other methods of doing it. Some of them do incorporate and had operations research analysts that support those certificate management offices. So they also have them as a resource to provide information to them as well. So there's various ways of getting that information outside of just scheduling them through the EDR. As UPS has also stated, they actually provide those SDR reports directly to the principal inspector. So some operators choose to do that as well. So those are also being provided on a daily basis, unless I misquoted.
So it seems though that, at least from the PI side, they may or may not be using the system. Because you said there might just be in-service events that they become aware of, and then they could go to the SDR database.
True. The PI themselves, and the other thing is in a large certificate management office, you have a large staff. So for instance, like the FedEx CMO, there's probably a team of 78 team members in that CMO. So there's a partial program manager for maintenance. There's a partial programmer manager for avionics, and then you have an operations a manager that manages each fleet. So those folks probably do most of the reviews, because in our guidance it does speak that could be delegated down and resourced out to those ASIs to perform that review. And then those folks would, of course, anything identified would report that to the principal inspector. And then but that doesn't relieve him of his responsibility for SDRs.
Okay, and then going back to the slide, there's 3 boxes: PI oversight, AED, and AIR. Are these reviews happening in parallel? Are they sequential? Are these related, or everybody, the PI is doing some oversight, AED, AIR?
So they could be unrelated due to specific issues identified by AED or AIR. They could be looking at those type of things, or looking for trend data, or looking for repetitive type of events, or same type of components failing. There also is that instance where if the PI identifies an immediate safety concern, our guidance speaks to bringing these folks together, right? And I'm glad that Mr. Knopp added some clarity to it. There are some different ways that folks are looking at things. So for the PI, he's concerned about his certificate and making sure that operator is doing what they should be doing and complying with 121 regulations. The air side is looking at the design. So there are some different perspectives being looked at as well along the way.
Okay. So given the volume of information that comes in through the SDR database, is it more beneficial then for trend analysis than one-off events? Is that what I'm understanding?
The system's built, with the reporting and all those things, it pulls, you can look at all that data. You're going to look at each one and look at specifically what type of, issues are involved, or their immediate corrective action. We know that the majority of SDRs reported fall into ATA 53, which is fuselage, and then next is lights. So some of those are indication lights, and some of those, and they're found through things, and they find out it's a light bulb. So there's some things in the system that gets reported that maybe is not of a real safety concern once additional corrective additional investigation and corrective action is done in those. So there's a lot of things that as you're looking through those things, you do see some things that are reported. Like I said, in 53, you find a lot of corrosion We all know in the wet areas of these aircraft, just about every, when you C-check, you pull up the floor, you're going to find some corrosion. And then you're looking to see what is it localized, is it a systemic issue, right? And if it is, that's what the PI is always asking is, hey, operator, why this aircraft, and why are you saying it's not systemic, and why do we not need to change the inspection interval? So those are things that are going on every day behind the scenes, and that's why, I'm not going to even say it, so I'll just leave it there.
And just a last question. I feel like, again, we've sort of alluded to this in some of the answers, but excuse me, I just wanted to get, your opinion. Are the challenges with the SDR database, is it a volume issue, excuse me, or a data quality issue?
I think more so along the data quality issue. If we're looking for trends and repeats, it is not an easy thing to do. Like I said, anytime we have fillable fields, there's that opportunity for inconsistency. So I think that's one aspect. I think the platforms that we are looking at leveraging down the road, technology that's coming in, I think we're going to be in a different place. But unfortunately, we haven't found that magic platform yet that's going to do that for us. But that is something we are absolutely in search of. And like I said, the SRM that Mr. Knopp was talking about is something that we're finalizing and hopefully getting approval to move forward with those items that we're looking forward to making some improvements. The good thing is, one thing that we haven't done in the past is we didn't do a good job of bringing the data folks with us. So in this SRM, we absolutely made sure the data folks were in the room. So we're hoping that will also drive better data intelligence and an actionable data.
And when is the SRM scheduled to be completed?
I think it's sent up for approval. So hopefully we'll see more information soon. Brian, if you know more.
Soon's good.
All right. Thank you.
Chairwoman Hamady, that's all for us.
Okay, great. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We're going to come back at 1:30. And please return in time to pass through security. I ask that the witnesses return a little early to ensure that they're seated by the time we convene. We're adjourned. All right, welcome back. We're ready to resume. Mr. Shin, please introduce the topics and witnesses for the next round of testimony and get us started.
Thank you. This section will focus on the Federal Aviation Administration and Boeing's continued operational safety program and processes. Specifically, we will question the witnesses about the following: the Federal Aviation Administration's methodology for continued operational safety, Boeing's continued operational safety program, working agreements between the Federal Aviation Administration and Boeing related to the continued operational safety program, and continued operational safety program oversight. The witnesses and technical panel members remain the same. However, the seating orders have changed. I'll begin with the NTSB staff. To my right, they are Mr. Clinton Crookshanks, Aerospace Engineer for Structures, Mrs. Eloisa Oki, Aerospace Engineer for Structures, Mr. Nils Johnson, Aviation Accident Investigator for Maintenance, and Dr. Catherine Wilson, Senior Human Performance Investigator. Sitting in the first row for witnesses nearest to the board members, the witnesses are Mr. Brian Knopp, Manager of the Continued Operational Safety Branch, Federal Aviation Administration, Dr. Melanie Violet, Technical Advisor for Continued Operational Safety, Federal Aviation Administration, Mr. Scott Hirsch, Senior Director of Boeing Commercial Airplanes Fleet Operations, Boeing, Mr. Justin Konopask, Director of Airframe Service Engineering, Boeing, and Mr. Henry Gallegos, Director of Engineering, STE San Antonio Aerospace. In the second row, closest to the board members, we have Mr. Danny Wu, Manager of Commercial Aircraft Group, Flight Standard Service, Federal Aviation Administration, Mr. David Springer, Senior Director of Engineering, UPS, Mr. Shannon Deckard, Director of Quality Assurance, UPS, and Mr. Clint Dickens, Maintenance Controller, Teamsters. Chairwoman Hamady, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and their respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket. The witnesses were sworn in this morning and remain under oath until the conclusion of this hearing. I will now hand it over to Mrs. Oki.
Thank you, Mrs. Chin. This set of questions is for the FAA and Boeing. For FAA, what is the regulatory reporting requirement for design approval holder and organization delegation authorization for structural defects?
Could you please call up Exhibit 7V as in Violet, the second page? My colleague, Mr. Wu, spoke this morning about the requirements 121 and 145 for operators and repair stations, respectively. The bottom two rows in this table would apply to Boeing, 14 CFR 21.3 for Boeing as a holder of a type certificate, and then the 18363 for Boeing as a holder of an ODA, an organization designation authorization. What's shown here in the last column is the reporting requirements relevant to structural failures, malfunctions, and defects. 21.3 has a very specific list of items that must be reported. And again, as they pertain to structures, a significant aircraft primary structural defect or failure caused by any autogenous condition. And examples are fatigue, understrength, corrosion, etc. 18363 is a little bit broader. It requires the ODA holder to report any condition in a product, part, or appliance that could result in the finding of an unsafe condition by the FAA administrator.
Has there been any evolution to this requirement since 2005?
21.3, the wording shown here has not changed. It was, I believe, first published around 1970. And the specific wording that was shown on the screen a moment ago has not changed. There have been a few other changes to that regulation. 18363, the ODA designation itself came into being since 2005. I don't remember the exact year. Would you happen to know when Boeing received the ODA? Okay. I believe it was around 2010, but I don't have an exact date. We can get an exact date for you if that would be helpful.
Yes, please. For Boeing, how does Boeing comply with the requirements just stated?
If we could please go to Boeing Exhibit 7T, page 2. And I'd like to discuss how we comply with our in-service reporting for 21.3. Maybe it's the previous page, page 1. Thank you. As you see here, the Boeing company in the third bullet has created a working agreement with the FAA to implement the cost working agreement. And so we established first in 1999 with the FAA, and then it's been evolved over the years, including ratifications into the Long Beach Group in roughly 2005. And this is how we meet our requirement for 21.3 reporting.
Now I'd like to discuss FAA's continued operational safety process. The following questions are for the FAA. Please briefly describe the continued operational safety process when the FAA received reports from Boeing Long Beach Division between 2005 to 2015.
Okay, so specific to that time frame in that office, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so reports, Boeing would submit cost reports per the criteria that were established in the 2005 working agreement. Those reports would be reviewed by engineers in the office. There was some evolution in that, internal review process throughout from 2005 or in before to 2011-12 timeframe. Those reports were reviewed notionally by individual engineers assigned to those reports. If the reports were determined to not be a safety issue by Boeing, our engineers had the discretionary, authority. They reviewed those reports and met with Boeing during partnership meetings. Those meetings were at least every 2 months to discuss the cost reports and exchange information about the reports. It was a very more paper-based, certainly, than we are today with the exchange of information. In 2012, Safety Oversight Council was stood up, and that required a cross-disciplinary review of reports. So it wasn't just the discipline necessarily that was immediately affected that would review the reports, but it would be reviewed by all the disciplines, whether they were not safety items or safety items. Any item that Boeing identified as a safety item would have to go to our Corrective Action Review Board, or CARB, for review by the FAA to determine if an unsafe condition exists and if action was required to be mandated, which would ultimately lead to an airworthiness directive.
I understand that the FAA and the Boeing cost working agreement were harmonized in 2015. You kind of described some of the changes between 2012 and whatnot, but please describe any changes from 2015 to the current process.
Yeah, so from 2015 till now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So in 2015, there were 2 offices with primary responsibility for oversight of Boeing within Aircraft Certification Service. So that was the LA Aircraft Certification Office that had primary responsibility for products that were managed by Boeing in the Southern California area. That was legacy McDonnell Douglas products and other out-of-production products. That included 737, 100 through 500, and 757. And then in 2015, the Seattle Aircraft Certification Office was primarily responsible for in-production Boeing safety oversight. They worked with mostly Boeing engineers that were based in the Seattle area. Today, there's one office that is managing oversight of Boeing safety, no matter where it is. So that office is the branch that I manage. And so that is the biggest difference. There's been lots of evolution in how we do quantitative safety analysis to determine if there's an unsafe condition, and additionally with other aspects that we review in the Corrective Action Safety Board. From a technology perspective, we moved from primarily a paper-based system starting in 1999, when the first agreement is till all digital review of cost items from Boeing and daily downloads automatically into our system. So there's, as you can imagine, from 1999 to 2026, quite an evolution on the information technology side and how we logistically do our reviews. So.
Was there any changes to the data sources?
I think that I guess Boeing would be more apt to address the data sources. Our primary data source, due to the level of detailed information we receive, is the 21.3 reports that we receive from Boeing. My guess is there weren't necessarily changes to the broad categories, though we get more data faster now than we did before.
Has the cost structures reporting criteria evolved from 2005? I think Mrs. Violet kind of mentioned a little bit earlier.
Thank you. In the requirements in 21.3 regulation have not changed. However, the cost working agreement between Boeing and the FAA have evolved over the years. Would you like further information on that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
While Melanie looks, I think there, in general, our criteria have expanded to include more, the requirement for Boeing to report more cost items to us that are factors that we've learned, over time should be included in the data that the FAA receives. And Melanie has a good slide for that.
Okay.
If you could again, please call up 7V. And page 3 of the PDF, please. So this compares the wording of the reporting criteria in the cost working agreement, Appendix 1. So this is what Boeing reports to the FAA. As Brian said initially, there were 2 separate agreements, one between Boeing with the out of production models and the LA Aircraft Certification Office, and the other with Boeing with the in production models and the Seattle Aircraft Certification Office. So this is showing the South, which would have been applicable to the MD-11. South agreement in 2005, the wording is shown here, is the same in 2014. Any significant damage, defect, failure, crack, or corrosion in primary structure, regardless of cause. In 2015, some more words were added, as you can see here. Any significant autogenous damage, defect, failure, delamination, disbond, crack, or corrosion. So the delamination and disbond was added, recognizing that composite structure in particular tends to have different failure modes than metallic structure. So cracking and corrosion is not something you look for so much in composites. You would look for delams and disbonds. Again, in primary structure, regardless of cause. And then the current one is shown here in the last. It also goes through any significant autogenous damage, malfunction, defect, or failure. And then it lists the examples, fatigue, cracking, under strength, corrosion, delamination, disbond, hot air from pneumatic duct leaks, etc. In primary structure, regardless of cause, that meets any of these criteria. And I did not list them all here just for space. It goes into some detail. But the gist of it is anything that is being found that might be a safety concern in the fleet that is not already being addressed by a service bulletin and AD or within its directive.
Thank you. Can you please define the term potential safety issue, or PSI?
Sure. So what we just looked at was Appendix 1, the requirements for what is to be reported under the cost working agreement. Appendix 2 has requirements for what is a potential safety issue. So these are things that are of greater safety concern, and they are a subset of everything in Appendix 1 that must be reported. The potential safety issues get closer scrutiny from both Boeing and the FAA to evaluate their safety implications.
Does the FAA ever downgrade a potential safety issue determination?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Boeing will report something initially as either a PSI, a potential safety issue, yes or no. We will take that into consideration, but we then, Boeing and the FAA have separate safety determinations.
So once something is already a PSI, you can't downgrade it to non-PSI, basically?
No, but we can certainly find that it is not, in the end, an unsafe condition.
Okay.
And that happens probably with the majority of our cost items.
Okay. What actions are taken if the issue is a PSI?
So it will go to Boeing's Safety Review Board, and they will make a safety determination. Following their SRB, Safety Review Board meeting, they will send us a copy of their presentation, which includes a lot of good information, honestly, about the issue at hand, figures. So if it's a structural issue, it may have photos of the damage that was encountered. It will also include their rationale for whether they considered it to be a safety issue or not. The FAA will then review that, review Boeing's information, their rationale, their safety determination, and then we will make our own determination whether we have an unsafe condition.
How does the FAA ensure the actions are completed or implemented based on their presentation?
So we kind of have two paths. One is if the item is determined to be not a safety issue, and there's this distinction here in the terminology that I'd like to explain for a moment. Boeing's determination is whether something is a safety issue or not a safety issue. The FAA determines if we have an unsafe condition. And the terms are almost interchangeable. The main distinction is who is making that decision. So we have two paths. If something is determined to be not a safety issue, not an unsafe condition, then that can be closed with minimal further action. If something is determined to be an unsafe condition, the FAA will write an airworthiness directive which mandates corrective actions in the fleet. If it is not an unsafe condition, we're less concerned about following up on whether any corrective action is completed.
How does the FAA know if a cost items are repetitive?
Two ways to do that. One is often Boeing will identify this is a similar issue to what has been reported before, and they will identify the cost item number associated with that previous report. That is very helpful. Our engineers also have a way to group together cost items, similar cost items, into a safety investigation, so we can do that as well ourselves.
Was there any changes between the 2005 to 2015 and then 2015 to the current process as far as analyzing repetitive cost items?
I would say our tools have gotten better at being able to track all of the items. So I think we're better at identifying them. But from a logistical perspective, or I guess at the basic level, we did the same thing. Either Boeing would identify, potentially report a cost item, and Boeing would identify that it aligned with a previous cost item, or the FAA engineer who is responsible would get assigned these multiple cost items and understand that they were repetitive.
And then you mentioned that if a PSI exists, an AD or airworthiness directive will be issued. Can you provide an example when a potential safety issue resulted in an AD?
Understand that a potential safety issue is just that, it's potential. That does not necessarily mean that it is an unsafe condition. So of those things that are determined to be unsafe conditions, those will go on to be airworthiness directives. Do you have any reasoning?
I mean, I just think every AD we write for the Boeing company aircraft was most likely a potential safety issue that turned into an AD. So you could look at almost every AD that we've issued, and that would be an example.
If I could just give you an idea of the scale here, Boeing's cost reports to the FAA are about 4,000 per year. I'm estimating rough numbers, roughly half of those are potential safety issues, so somewhere around 2,000. We write somewhere like 50 to 100 ADs per year on Boeing products. So the majority of things that are potential safety issues, after careful review and analysis, are found to not actually be unsafe conditions that require ADs.
What happens if there's a disagreement with categorizing it between Boeing and the FAA?
So there are two steps in that categorization. One is it or is it not a potential safety issue? If Boeing identifies something as not a potential safety issue, but our engineer is concerned about it, then we can ask Boeing for additional information. So we can do an investigation. Then if there's a disagreement about whether or not something is actually a safety issue, an unsafe condition, that depends on which direction the disagreement goes. Most often when there's a disagreement, when one of us finds it to be unsafe and the other one does not, most often that is where the FAA finds something to be an unsafe condition and Boeing has not found it to be a safety issue. That's of all the items that either we or Boeing identify as unsafe conditions, that's maybe 10%. 90% of the time we're in agreement on that something is a safety issue. In that case, if the FAA has identified an unsafe condition, then we still require Boeing to provide the root cause analysis, the service information to support our airworthiness directive. If it goes the other way and we do not feel there's an unsafe condition, but Boeing has identified there's a safety issue, and again, that's of the two disagreements, that's the less common, then Boeing can issue a service bulletin to the fleet. It just will not be mandated by an airworthiness directive.
Can you confirm who has the final say whether an issue is unsafe?
It is the FAA's decision that we have an unsafe condition that requires mandatory corrective action.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Dr. Wilson.
Thanks so much. I'd like to discuss Boeing's continued operational safety process. And I know that we heard from FAA and now we've got the joint working agreements, but from Boeing's perspective, so keeping that in mind when you're answering the questions. And I also know that we have evolution of the process over time. So I'm going to try to be time specific to help when you're answering the questions and also keeping track in my mind. So let's start with the process prior to 2005. So if you could describe the cost process when Boeing would receive a defect report from an operator or the FAA.
In that time frame, we had something called the incident review process. There was an in-service safety team that reviewed the incoming communications from our operators, and they would look to determine if there was a potential incident through some criteria that was established at that time. Once they identified something, they would take it to the in-service safety team for a further evaluation. If it was determined to be an incident, then it would progress through a safety board, and we would communicate with the FAA as we executed on a safety decision and potential corrective action.
And then this process changed in 2005. Can you walk me through that change?
Yes, I'd like to use a chart to do that. If we could go to Exhibit 7T, and I think it's page 5. Next page, please. This is a representation of how we implemented the working agreement in the 2005 timeframe. On the left side, these are the process inputs. Essentially, this is information coming in from the fleet. There is the in-service safety team that will, at this point, is now working to COSP and PSI identification criteria. So as Brian said, we had expanded on the criteria as the process matured. They would determine if it was potentially reportable. If it was reportable, then you can see the gray lines down to the FAA. And this was a significant change from the previous incident review process that once we determined something cost reportable, we were communicating to the FAA in various forms. At the beginning, a database. And then it would mature into a decision as to whether it was a potential safety issue, again, against criteria established in the working agreement. If it was determined to be PSI, yes or no, we communicated with the FAA, again, with the database. If it was yes, Then the technical review team would take over and they would perform their investigation. And as the investigation was run, they would look for additional information. They would go back to the operator that reported it, more than likely. They would also maybe use other sources or functional leaders inside the Boeing company to help determine whether there was a potential safety issue or not recommendation for the board. It would go to board, Program Safety Review Board there. A presentation would be made and a decision would be made. That decision would be, again, communicated, as my colleagues at the FAA said, to the FAA. And then if it was safety, corrective action would be required. And every item that was determined to be safety, we would begin to communicate with the fleet, commonly called Fleet Team Digest. And then every item that was opened as a safety item was required to have what we call an SRP, a service-related problem. It's a project which would be opened and it would be executed and tracked inside the Boeing company.
And then now the current process.
Yes, thanks. If we go to the next page, it says 2016, but this is very close to what we have today. I do want to use some numbers this time with the process inputs. We have in today roughly 14,000 messages from our operators every month communicating something unique to us. And of those 14,000 messages, there'll be many back and forth emails and phone calls. So it's into the tens of thousands of inputs that come into the service engineering team every single month. The service engineer's responsibility is to do a potential cost assessment. And so we have, again, criteria that's been created in concert with the FAA as to if something is potentially cost reportable. And if it's potentially cost reportable, we click the button and the database is updated. At that point, it moves over into our airplane safety engineering team. So it changed from the previous version. And the airplane safety engineering team will do a determination as to whether it is in fact cost reportable per the 21.3 criteria. They will also do a potential safety issue evaluation. And if they determine that it is a potential safety issue, then it moves to one of our technical review boards. And we have technical review boards for essentially every discipline. So think propulsion structures. There'll be multiple boards of functional experts that will perform their evaluation. And the engineering investigation team that you see at the top is to help them develop a recommendation that would come into the Program Safety Review Board. Again, communicating with the FAA all the way through, as you see with the bottom arrows. Similarly, we will make a decision. We will communicate with the FAA. And if I back up just a little bit, today's environment, when we have something that's determined to be a potential safety issue, we're communicating with the FAA. We have a partnership, a partnership meeting that meets today every month, and I think it was every other month at the time. And it was to discuss items that were maturing through our safety system before a decision was made. If something's determined to be safety, again, it requires corrective action, and we will do that and work with the FAA as we develop that corrective action. And then a difference here, you see the safety lessons learned. In our prior history, lessons learned were expectations, but it wasn't a requirement built into our process. And so in the 2016 timeframe, it was, I'll say, codified into our process along with the FAA that every safety issue had to have a safety lessons learned developed, and then we would figure out how to employ it back into the system to try to prevent it from happening again.
14,000 messages, that's a lot in 1 month. How big is the service engineering team?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's roughly 1,000 people in service engineering. There's roughly 2,000 people in the team that receives most of those messages. But the majority of those 14,000 will hit that service engineering team of 1,000 people. So think repairs, troubleshooting events or incidents. There's a smaller subset that will be requests for manual changes or something like that that we also do. And then it is a requirement that every one of these have a human look at it. And so that is an important element of our process.
And the changes that came about in 2005 and then 2015, 2016 timeframe, was there a defining event that led to these changes in the process?
Oh, I'm not aware of like a specific event that caused it. My understanding is that the working agreement had lines that there should be a continued improvement activity. And so then when there was enough information or enough value that the agreement would be improved.
And the process that you go through, is it different if a report is received from the FAA versus an operator?
Fundamentally, no. If a report comes directly in from the FAA, it will be routed to the appropriate team to determine the cost reportability. The FAA will obviously help us with that on that unique occasion. And it'll mature through the safety system, making sure functional oversight.
So going back to the process again, pre-2005, if you're aware, how is it determined who would be involved in the cost process?
Thank you. There wasn't a cost process pre-2005. There was a group of individuals, the ISST technical staff, that reviewed incoming messages and things that met the criteria established at the time were brought forward to a team that include technical leaders.
And so then in 2005, was there a dedicated cost team then?
Yes, if we go not a dedicated cost team, the way I would describe it is that there was a further integration of the working agreement into the organization, and so the roles expanded across the organization so that the engineering teams, so service engineering and their managers, had more responsibility, more accountability.
And then what about in today's process?
Yeah, I think today, structurally, our engineering team inside customer support, it aligns with this intent. And so we've been intentional to build an organization that would execute on the working agreement.
How many costs processes do you go through in a year? I don't know, a month, a week? What is the right defining time frame?
How many per year?
Yeah.
Ms. Violet said 4,000.
We get 4,000 cost reports from Boeing a year, about.
So
It's about 80 a week.
Okay. So those are actual cost processes that go through the full process is 4,000?
They go through at least some part of the process. They might not all go to a corrective action review board, but those are items that are reviewed by the FAA to conclusion.
So these are the 4,000 have gone through Boeing's cost process and then goes to the FAA. Am I following that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I might add, I'm sorry that all 14,000 start with a cost process getting a potential cost evaluation a month.
And there's a cost number that is assigned to those, or when does the number get assigned to it?
Once it's been determined to be a cost item.
Okay. And for those items that aren't given a cost, I know you say cost, but I think for simplicity, we were using cost just to be use one term for this hearing. So when is the number assigned? You said when it's determined that it needs the full review.
I believe when it's actually determined to be a reportable event.
Okay. And then for those that don't reach that determination, is there some kind of documentation that we looked at this and this is why we feel it's not raising to that level?
No, there is not a requirement to document when something is determined to be not reportable.
Okay. So I think you described in the slides that you had up, you sort of showed the information flow from Boeing. Did it include the Boeing Service Engineering Group to the Cost Engineering Group? Was that on your slide, or was it just showing the process of information flow from Boeing to the FAA?
If we go to slide, it's 7 on my exhibit. There we are. It's the first box. And that is precisely how it's done today, that the first person to receive the message is service engineering typically, and to perform the evaluation.
Okay, thanks. And I believe Mr. Knopp thought that you would be able to better answer the different data sources that are used for evaluating.
The majority of the data that we receive are from our operators, and it's a global fleet all over the world. There isn't a requirement for operators to report to the Boeing company, but we have a strong relationship on safety, and so we receive quite a bit of information. Other data sources will come from suppliers if they have escapements, and then also from our production system as well. Those are common. I would like to say that we do have a speak up policy inside the Boeing company. And so if anyone sees something that they're concerned about, it can also come in that way.
And is the reporting criteria for a potential safety issue and a cost event, are those the same reporting criteria? Are they different?
I think we're saying the same thing. The reportable criteria would make it a COSP event.
Okay. So one of the things we heard with service difficulty reports is sort of the coding or classification of these events is difficult. How is that process under cost, or how is that, I guess, am I trying to say here? Are you finding that the coding and classification is consistent with the reports that you get, or are you finding the same challenges that come with SDRs?
We've taken a look at it, and we had various challenges. My understanding is data quality made it very difficult for us to integrate it into our existing system. And we are exploring how better we can integrate the data.
Mm-hmm. As a part of the cost process, what risk assessment tools are you using for making those determinations of safety of flight or not?
Sure. The criteria themselves, I believe, are based in a risk assessment methodology. And so the large team that we have a set of criteria that have already been very carefully developed with safety professionals at the Boeing company and the FAA, so that a set of criteria is used to identify what might be an issue. And then as it matures through our system, there are additional guidelines and tools and experts as we get into what type of an issue it is, what tools are available to them to perform their analysis. So the first screening is generations of safety knowledge, I think.
So a report comes in. Let's go back to the 2005 to 2015 timeframe. And so how is it determined if something is safety of flight versus not safety of flight?
The first evaluation is to determine if it's cost reportable. And there's criteria for that. And then there's the potential safety issue criteria. And if it meets the criteria as a potential safety issue, then it will go through a technical team, the technical review team, to determine if it meets the criteria for safety relative to structures or systems or propulsion or whatever the type of issue might be. And so that functional excellence and safety tools live in the engineering functions that own it.
And then what documentation is kept as a part of that process to, support the determination of safety of flight or not?
The final document would be an SRB, a safety review board presentation, and the substantiating information available.
And is that the process of the tech review team and then determining where it sort of fits? Is that the same today?
Ultimately, the airplane safety organization today ensures that the information is maintained, and it's in another database.
Okay. And is there still, there's still the SRB presentation? Is that the documentation? Any other supporting documentation under today's process?
I'm sure there are other documents that are generated, but the one that gets sent to the FAA would be the SRB and the supporting information. The engineering investigation and analysis certainly is archived, by the team.
Mm-hmm. So if something is determined to be a safety of flight issue, now what is the process?
Once we determine it to be safety, then the Boeing company will develop a corrective action for it, whatever it might be. At the same time, we're communicating to the FAA that we're going to go do this. So we open up a service-related problem, which is a project that is managed and tracked with milestones and clear deliverables, so that we can end up with whatever the remedy is for the fleet, whether it be a bulletin, whether it would be a procedure, but it is tracked and managed.
And just so that I just want to make sure that I'm clear in my mind. So if it's not a safety of flight issue, so you went through the cost process, it's not a safety of flight issue, it's still reported to the FAA, does it still go through the SRB? Is there still that documentation?
If it was determined to be a potential safety issue, yes, it would go through the process and be closed with an SRB pitch typically.
Documentation of I know you said it wasn't a cost process per se prior to 2005. How long was the documentation prior to that kept for any process that went through an analysis?
I don't have knowledge of our retention requirements.
Okay. Is there a document retention requirement now?
There is.
Okay,
and
what's that?
I don't know what the length of is, but I know we have a requirement.
Okay.
We can certainly find it and provide it.
Great. So again, prior to 2005, repetitive defects, how were those handled? If there's documentation of that, how were repetitive defects handled prior to 2005?
And the information that we have in that time frame doesn't specify how we would address a repetitive defect. So I don't know. We've not been able to find it.
Okay. And then between 2005 and 2015, how were repetitive defects handled?
Yeah, we have had the expectation that our team review cost reports as they come in and then update information as it becomes available. It was in a later iteration of the cost working agreement where we put it in as a requirement for our teams to review repetitive potential cost rate and then potentially update costs if necessary.
And when did that requirement start?
I believe it's in the 2017. We can check. I'm sorry.
Okay. And so then, so now it is documented now, repetitive, that you will be reviewing post cost reports or previous cost reports when a repetitive defect is identified.
It's the expectation that the team is reviewing the information with a mind of potential repeat events. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any cost reports analysis that have been reevaluated based on repetitive defects?
I wouldn't be able to tell you one personally here.
Okay. The partnership meetings, I think you said you meet monthly on those?
Today, yes.
Today, okay. And it was every other month, you said, prior to that?
I believe that's accurate.
Can you just briefly go over what an agenda for one of those meetings would be?
Sure. There would be the PSIs, the potential safety issues that were in process, and they would be open for a conversation. I think it was expected that it would be a conversation. The Boeing team would provide that. The Boeing team also had items that have items that they may want to discuss with the FAA. And then conversely, the FAA can and will put whatever they want on the agenda, items of concern, which can be open items or any item that they would like to discuss. And then there's a process by which we manage and then show up and discuss.
And who leads those meetings?
Yeah, currently it's Air 520, I believe. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so I think usually our senior engineers in the various disciplines would lead those meetings. I'll also add, we call Boeing whenever we want to go get the info we need. So while we do have these more formal meetings on a recurring basis, our engineers pick up the phone or whatever the tech is these days and get a hold of the right person at Boeing if we need information. So.
Okay. And reviewing some of the meeting minutes from back in 2007, 2008 timeframe, are the meeting minutes from the previous meetings, do you know, I know it was a long time ago, would those meeting minutes be reviewed to ensure that action items from the previous meeting were being followed through in the next meeting?
I don't know.
I would assume so, yes. I don't know in every instance, but general practice would be that that's what we would do, yes.
Are you aware, is that the process today?
We take meeting minutes in most of our more formal meetings with Boeing and have action items that we review, at the next iteration of that meeting, yes.
Okay. And I know that Ms. Oki asked FAA if they could recall when there was maybe a disagreement between Boeing and FAA where they didn't agree on the disposition. Boeing, do you have any examples of that and how that was resolved?
I don't have a specific example, but in the working agreement, there is a process that is written out on how to resolve disagreements. And so it is elevated inside the companies, and different conversation is allowed. And I would say, the agreement, I think, may be higher. The PSI yes, no. There are many that are PSI no that I think the companies agree on. And so I think it's a much higher in the high 90% alignment. And then when we're not aligned, it is important that we get together and we discuss why. And we absolutely do that.
Going back to the cost process between 2005 and 2015. So initial information comes in, a report. What if additional information is received by service engineering? Would that information be passed along to be considered in a cost?
In the 2005 to 2015 timeframe, it would take somebody to identify that it was new information and to pass it along, and not an automated system.
Mm-hmm. Is the process better today to catch that, to make that an automated process, or does that still require a human to review it?
I think we're better at executing, but it's a human in the process. It is not automated.
Any idea of how long the cost process takes?
The initial phase, we do have requirements. So today, environment, a P cost determination, which is a potential cost reportability that happens inside service engineering. We use 3 M days. It's manufacturing days aligned, with the business days. And so we have no more than 3 days to make that determination on every one of them. And the next phase is that it's handed off into the aviation safety team, and they have additional requirements for execution. A key milestone that we do our very best to maintain is that if something's been determined to be a potential safety issue, it comes to safety board within 2 weeks. The time between something being determined potential safety yes or no can vary as we attempt to get more information from the operator or from the maintenance provider, as an example.
And just to be clear, that's under the current process.
That's correct.
Okay. Did they have requirements like that, do you recall, with the previous agreement?
We did a little bit different. If we go back to the 05 timeframe, it was we were to make a determination within 1 week of receipt of the message. And that's the information that I have. And that would be a cost reportability, a 21.3 reporting determination within 1 week of receipt.
Safety management system. Can you give me a high-level overview of Boeing's SMS?
Sure, thank you. The cost working agreement is an integral part of our safety management system for how we work with the in-service fleet. The safety management system of Boeing is quite a bit larger because it covers our production system, and of course, but on the in-service supply chain, the in-service work, cost working agreement is crucial. It has both safety assurance and safety risk management. We're monitoring for information, and then when we see something, we attempt to understand it and take action if action is necessary through the protocols we've discussed. We continue to learn SMS. We've just worked on how we're going to be compliant with 14 CFR Part 5, the two-way hazard identification. And so what this is doing is the Boeing company is opening up our criteria as we work with the FAA so that we look a little bit differently at the operational environments that our airplane is flying in. And so we have a pilot with a major domestic airline to work taxonomy and language and identification.
How do you think the implementation of SMS has improved the cost process?
I think that we have a journey to learn how to communicate better between the different parts of the industry. How our airlines, how our operators communicate safety inside the airline is a little bit different than how we communicate safety inside the Boeing company. And the more time we spend together talking about those differences, I think our in-service safety, will benefit.
Thanks for that. And I have one last question that I'd like to pose to Boeing and the FAA. Obviously, looking back at this event, very, tragic that this was missed, that it fell between the cracks, and we didn't recognize that we would be in the situation that we're in today. So if it's even possible, how are we looking back at previous costs, processes to kind of through today's lens to ensure that other items haven't fallen through the cracks?
I'll start. We have work to do. We have trend capability that we are using and probably have opportunity to improve. As cost reports are generated, we have an airplane safety analytics team. We also have a data team inside of engineering. And so they are looking for trends. We typically are focused on, say, like a part number and look at if there's a different supplier to see if there's a trend there. Also looking at maybe more systems events, think about an autopilot or, something that might be more rate dependent. But our airplane safety team looks at that data, and the rest of the engineering team supports them with it.
Yeah, and I think similarly to what Ms. Hirsch said is, we do have the section that is looking at trend data, not just with SDRs like we talked about this morning, but other sources of data. We have the ability to identify if we have cost items that come in, and we can search through a large database of stuff to understand if there are previous cost items related to this, if they weren't identified before. So I think those are the things we are doing, as well as just ensuring that our processes, we have better tools to ensure that we don't miss anything that comes into whatever the data source is. So.
Thanks. And I should never say that it was my last question because I have one more. See, I just did it again. I said one more. So, with new technology, AI, is FAA or Boeing, are you exploring any technologies to help you mine through all of the data that you have?
We are. Carefully. So what we're doing is we're using AI and machine learning to scrape the data from many different sources. We train it with the reporting criteria and other items that we've learned to help identify items that maybe were overlooked. We are very intentional, though, that we'll always have a human that is making the decision. And so we're trying to create a tool that brings information to the person in a very easy way to address. I'll also say that we continue to do our best to increase communication with the fleet. Operator reporting is crucial. And so this is something that we advocate for and are doing our best to remove barriers to communication with the Boeing company.
Yeah, and just as Boeing said, we are exploring large language models and artificial intelligence to, improve our cost review process. Again, in the infancy stages of that, there's certainly lots of potential because we have large data sets in a unique taxonomy that will take some training to make that usable. But there's certainly, I think, lots of opportunity there that needs to be explored, and we're working on that.
Thank you. I will now turn it over to Mr. Crookshanks.
Thank you. So most of these questions are going to go to Boeing, and we're going to get into the specifics of the known events that we have. So, Mr. Jordan, if you could pull up Exhibit 7Z, please. Okay, we've seen this slide before. This is the 10 reported events that we know about that occurred prior to the accident. And I want to start, let's be very clear here. Does Boeing consider the pylon aft bulkhead halves, both the forward and aft half, as principal structural elements?
The lugs are defined as PSE, principal structural elements.
Thank you. And the spherical bearing is not considered a PSE, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. So we're going to go through each of these events one by one. So the first one, Operator 1 reported a right aft bulkhead spherical bearing that was fully fractured to Boeing in July of 2002. The operator also reported a lug separation of about 30 thousandths of an inch and internal board damage. The operator additionally reported that they would provide that bearing to Boeing for analysis. Okay, so there we are. Have you found any record that that bearing was ever received or analyzed at Boeing?
No, we have not.
Have you found any analysis related to the event reported by Operator 1 in July 2002? Any kind of analysis or cost process?
We have not located an analysis relative to cost process.
Okay. Was there any differences in the cost process at the time? So at that time, it would have been the aircraft incident review process. Was there something in that process that maybe prevented it from entering into the process?
Yeah, I understand the question. We had screening criteria at the time, which was significant structural defect or damage. And this particular event, to the best of our knowledge, we can't find a record that it was reported to the 21.3 pre-COS era.
Okay. So would this damage and deformation to a principal structural element, the lugs of the aft bulkhead, would it qualify as a cost reportable item under that process back then?
Based on the records that we've found and the details provided by the operator, it's unclear what data was used in the determination at that time and how they considered the respective details about the gapped lug. There was a known gap as part of the production requirement, and service did not have an allowable associated with it. Everything had to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. And so we just don't have any record of how it was considered or what they understood to be cost reportable at that time.
Okay. Do you recall what the gap allowance would have been from production?
Yes. In terms of the flatness requirements on the two halves of the bulkhead themselves, and then additionally, the assembly itself, the requirement was about 10 thousandths of an inch.
Okay, thank you. So I think I know the answer to this, but was that damage to the bulkhead lugs and the deformation of a PSE analyzed with respect to the certification loads that were performed for this airplane?
Just to clarify your question, are you referring to the cost review?
No, I'm thinking, did anybody go back and look at the certification loads to see if maybe there was an error in the certification loads for the aft bulkhead lugs?
We have not found any record of such.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jordan, can you pull up that slide again? Okay, now we're going to move to the next event. Operator 2 reported a right aft bulkhead spherical bearing failure to Boeing on September 19th, 2007.
Both the forward and aft halves of the outer race were migrated. A crack was found by eddy current in the aft bulkhead aft lug and was reported 4 days later on September 23, 2007. We know that COS 2007-0720 was initiated for this event. So can you describe to us how this reported event was analyzed and determined as cost reportable at that time?
For the spherical bearing, they went through and made their determination that it met the criteria of the day to determine it cost reportable and submitted it into the system for additional analysis.
And we know from documents we've received from you that the operator and Boeing examined that bearing in their metallurgical labs and produced a report. Can you briefly describe the findings from that examination?
Yeah, there were two metallurgical analysis, as I understand, and they found a detail in the design that could lead to cracking. And so a recommendation to change the bearing ultimately was created.
And what was that detail?
It was a lubrication groove.
Okay, thanks. Does the cost process typically wait for all the repair work and lab work and examination work to be completed before the COSP is completed?
Typically, it will go through the process when enough data is available to make a decision wherever you are, as described in the process. They will make a decision. So if they have enough data or analysis, they will endeavor to make a decision.
Okay, thanks. Do you happen to know if the information that was reported 4 days later, the cracking in the aft lug, if that made it into the cost process?
We have no record of that being considered or not considered. We just haven't been able to find that detail.
Okay, now I'd like to bring up the slides. Cheech wants to ask one question.
Mr. Hirsch, you mentioned that for COSP 2007-0720, that it was cost reportable, quote, for the day. Can you explain what that means? Is it up for interpretation? Does it change?
Well, there were reporting requirements in that time frame, and I can bring them up in the exhibit. And so if you wish.
So would the bearing normally not be reportable, but in this case, it was treated like it was?
Well, what we know is that this team reviewed it against the criteria and determined it to be reportable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. If you could bring up Exhibit 7F, page 10, please. So this is the cost presentation that was made to the FAA for COSP 2007-0720. At the bottom of the slide, it says the safety decision recommendation was not a safety issue. Do you know what rationale was used to make this determination?
I believe this is the safety review board pitch that was made inside the Boeing company. So this is part of our SRB that would be provided to the FAA. And then on a following slide, there's an explanation of a determination of not safety.
Okay, we can go to the next slide if you want to explain that.
It's a couple more slides. Next. Next. I think one more. So this is the information that we have on how the decision was made to be not safety.
And I believe on a previous slide, it's stated in this that this is the first reported incident of this type of failure. Can you explain that statement?
No, we're not sure why the team that was performing this analysis didn't have knowledge of the first event. We just haven't found record that it was considered or not considered. Sorry.
Okay, thanks.
And I guess, can you walk us through the timeline for this specific cost? I know you've prepared a slide to kind of walk us through the different meetings that happened and the FAA partnerships that occurred for this cost.
Sure. We have a graphic, and it's the 7 Tango exhibit and side 5 for me. This is it. And so at the top is the initial report that was provided by an operator, as Mr. Cruikshank said, and then the 23rd was the follow-on report. You can see the partnership meetings on the bottom. So as we went through our safety process, you can see that the cost was opened on the same day that the first report was received. It's the very bottom, 19 September 2007. So as this matured through the process, we had multiple partnership meetings with the FAA as we were performing our investigation. And you'll see in the minutes, May 12th, so the partnership meeting in April, we discussed with the FAA that we were working to come to root cause, to have a final SRB decision. The report came in May 7th, and then after the report came in, we released a service letter to the fleet informing them of the issue, and that was followed by a fleet team digest also informing the fleet. And the subject of the service letter was inspections that would be used to reliably detect a migrated bearing. Our decision in June 2008, as we saw, was not safety. And then we continued to a final fleet team digest in May 2009 and issuing a service letter in 2011, which was different spherical bearing, an upgraded bearing.
Okay, thanks. And one more question on this. Was the design and certification of the aft bulkhead ever reconsidered as a result of this cost?
We don't have information that would say yes or no. We don't know.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Jorgenheim, if you could pull up Exhibit 7Q, page 24. Okay, this is one of the pages out of the partnership meeting minutes that from the meeting on February 12th of 2008. And we can see that one of the actions agreed upon between Boeing and the FAA is that Boeing would revise the inspection requirements in the MD-11 maintenance planning document for the 60-month inspection of the wing pylon aft bulkhead to include a detailed inspection of the spherical bearing. Can you explain why this was not done?
No, I cannot. It's a current status here. We were investigating whether an MPD change, an interval change would occur in a later meeting. We discussed that an AMM change, the procedure change, would be executed. We have not been able to find a record that would explain the change from an interval to the procedure.
Okay. Would there have been a certain department within Boeing that would be responsible for an MPD change?
There would have.
Okay. And would there have been a process for making that change? And if so, what was that process?
I'm sure there would have been a process, and I don't know it.
Okay. Thank you. Which department would that be for the MPD change?
I believe it's the maintenance engineering department.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Mr. Jorgenheim, if you can pull up the timeline again. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So San Antonio Aerospace reported a right aft bulkhead spherical bearing aft swage ring separation on a UPS airplane to Boeing on July 1st, 2008. We know that COS 2008-0594 was initiated for this event. So how was the reported event in July 2008 analyzed and determined as a cost reportable item under the process in place at the time?
it would have been evaluated against the criteria for cost reportability, the 21.3 criteria that we've been discussing.
And that would have been in the Long Beach LAACO agreement, the 2005 to 2015.
And it is specified in that agreement.
Great, thanks. We know from some of the communications that Boeing requested the bearing for analysis. Have you found any record that it was ever received or analyzed?
No, we have not found any record of it being received or analyzed.
Can you also explain to me the closure rationale on this cost, which was, quote, by process not accepted as a new item, refer to costs 2007-0720?
I can. If we go back to 7 Tango and then our slide 10. So this is a process that we had inside the Long Beach team, which ultimately ended up becoming part of the cost working agreement and still exists in some form today. And I'll read it. General guidelines for not accepted items, events, issues that are already actively being reviewed, repeat events, or have already been determined to be a safety or not safety issue, or that have already been resolved with existing service action and has not been incorporated should not be accepted. Repeat events do not need to be addressed separately as a new item.
Okay, thanks. Now, Mr. Jordan, can we bring up the timeline again? So now we have additional findings of cracked or fractured bearings, lug board damage, and or deformed bulkhead lugs reported to Boeing in October 2008, February 2009. These would have been under the LAACO Long Beach cost working agreement at the time. Should these have been considered reportable as cost items under that agreement?
Yeah, I don't know the criteria or information that the information that the team had to make their evaluation. So I don't have a record as to why they were not reported in cost.
Have you found any analysis related to either of these events?
With respect to analysis, and we'll take this as an action, I believe one of these events did have a metallurgical analysis on the bearing, but I would need to confirm that again. But I do recall several reports confirming the fracture was in a similar location to that of the bearing identified in 2007. But again, I will follow up on that to confirm.
Okay, yeah, if that's the case, we'd like to see that because I don't think we've seen that. So still talking about these two events. Under the agreement in place, the cost agreement at that time, would that fractured bearing, deformed lugs, and lug damage be a cost reportable item in the listed items in that agreement?
Yeah, sitting here today,
Yes.
I don't understand the decision protocol that they used. I just don't know what information they have. But sitting here today, I believe they're cost reportable.
Okay, thank you. Can we bring the timeline up again? So now let's move on to the next couple of events. We have additional findings of cracked or fractured bearings, lug board damage, and or deformed bulkhead lugs reported to Boeing in March 2017 and in June 2020. These would have been under the harmonized cost working agreement in place at the time. Should these have been considered reportable under that agreement?
It's the same answer, Mr. Cruikshanks. I don't know how they made their evaluation. I don't have information as to that would explain their determination, but sitting here today, they would be cost reportable.
Okay, thank you. And same question again, have you found any analysis related to these two events?
We have not.
Okay. And then one more time with the timeline. We have additional findings of fractured bearings that were reported to the FAA in SDRs in August 2007 and September 2020. Those were also, I believe, reported to Boeing, or they were not reported to Boeing. We do know that Boeing did approve the installation of an oversized bearing for the August 2007 event. Is there any indication at all that Boeing was aware of these fractured bearings prior to this investigation?
If you're asking if we were aware of the SDR events, I do not believe that we were. We don't have records that we were aware.
Okay. And would the installation of an oversized bearing be considered a cost reportable item?
Prior to this event, the structural repair manual had a repair capability for an oversized bearing. And so depending on how the operator proceeded to utilize that repair, the report may or may not have come into the Boeing company for a cost evaluation.
Okay, great. Thanks. Now, just want to jump over to the FAA and talk about these 4 events. So we have these 4 SDRs concerning fractured aft bulkhead spherical bearings, August 2007, October 2008, March 2017, and September 2020. 2 of them were also reported to Boeing. Do you know, did the FAA supply these SDRs to Boeing?
I don't believe the FAA supplied them to Boeing.
Okay. Do you know if the PMI for the operators were notified of these SDRs?
I do not know that.
Okay. Is there any indication that the FAA recognized the similarity of these events as being kind of a recurrent event?
No.
Okay, thanks. Okay, one final question, I think. Who would typically be the person at Boeing that presents the cost to the FAA?
Well, I'm not sure that there's actually a formal presentation of the cost as in a meeting, but I'm inferring that. And so what I understand is that there'll be the partnership meetings. We're discussing that it's occurring. And in the past, the FAA had the opportunity to attend our SRBs directly. And today, in the last multiple years, the FAA is always invited and frequently attends our SRB meetings directly. So I'm not sure that there was a separate meeting to present it. It certainly was submitted into a bulletin board or, on the server, and then additional conversations would occur. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is there's not a specific presentation like the SRB presentation that we have from the COFS 0720.
My understanding is that would be the information that would be provided to the FAA. That would be it.
Okay, thank you.
This might be for Mr. Hirsch. I think it was mentioned prior to the accident. Let's see, there were an item was either reportable or not reportable. If it's a reportable item, who's responsible for trending data with repetitive events?
Thank you for the question. We have in the past, the responsibility was an expectation. It wasn't documented. We didn't have it in our process that any one team would look for trending. In more recent times, we have our airplane safety analytics group, and then our analytics group that would look at the data for as additional costs came in to help support the rest of the engineering team. And so it's not one person, it's an organization that supports the engineering team.
So in that case, who would be responsible for determining whether or not a safety or not safety determination needs to get revisited?
In today's construct, the airplane safety engineering team would be receiving that information and then informing the technical review boards that would benefit from that data. And so the technical review boards would determine if it was relevant as this information was provided.
And back in the 10, 15, 20 years ago timeframes?
Unclear expectation, but it's not documented in the working agreement or our process for how to analyze the repetitive events at that level of detail.
So it sounds like it's a mix of either professional judgment and also experience within the company and knowing what's been happening in the past.
I agree in the past, yes.
All right. And with, so prior to the accident, for things that were not reportable, how would you trend those items with repetitive events?
Mr. Shin, if I understand, you're saying that items that were not reportable but looking for trends. I think that's a huge opportunity for the industry to understand what truly are weak signals in the system, things that don't meet the generational experience that we have, the criteria that we've created, but can potentially become an issue. And so I think that's industry improvement that we need to make.
So in the, and I don't remember which exhibit it was, sorry, but it was an internal document in Long Beach where it said that repeat events are additional data points, but they don't need to be accepted for a cost. So if they aren't accepted for cost and don't get an identifier, can you provide commentary on how trending expectations would have been done back then? If they're data points, but you're not tracking it, can you reconcile those two for me?
Yeah, in this specific case, perhaps we expected that there would be bearings that were going to break. And that led to a service letter advising the fleet to have a different level of inspection to look for migrated bearings. And then we also released another service letter recommending that the fleet change out the bearings, as discussed earlier. What we didn't account for, what we didn't understand, or what we haven't been able to find is the effect of the spherical bearing on this system as we've been learning through our current investigation with the current tools and insight today.
Thank you. Dr. Violet, is the FAA dependent on accurate reporting from Boeing in order to see the trends with repetitive events?
Yes, I would say we are dependent on accurate reporting, and Boeing is our primary source of data for costs for the Boeing products.
Do you see any opportunities for the FAA to do this independently, to provide essentially either a backstop or redundancy to getting that accurate reporting just from Boeing?
Well, the other source of data that we have is coming from the operators, and that's through the SDR system. As we've discussed previously, there is some challenges with that data, but that is potentially another source of data, yes.
And if the FAA were to do a cost of this bearing today, not knowing the damage to the lugs, what would the safety determination be?
I think that's an excellent question, and you're now touching on the second aspect of safety risk. Safety risk is composed, of course, of the likelihood or the probability and the severity. We've talked a lot about trending and the number of events and the likelihood. I think, as Mr. Hirsch has just discussed, there was a misunderstanding initially 20 years ago about the severity of the event that might result from failure of this bearing. That's why it was not designated a principal structural element. That's why it was considered not a safety issue, that if broken, that bearing might cause some damage to the lug, but it was not believed to be critical to the integrity, the safety of the aircraft.
And then if we were to add the damaged lugs to that, can you expand on how that would change the safety determination?
I believe that would have changed the safety determination had, again, I hate to speculate. We've been told not to speculate. But there was information back in the 2007 cost report. There was on that event that did not make its way into the cost process that there was an actual crack in the lug. I think had that information come to light at the time, the determination might very well have been different.
And Mr. Konopask, since this accident, has Boeing changed the approach on analyzing components like bearings or other hardware that was not considered principal structural elements, but basically connect primary structure or principal structural elements?
Since this accident, Boeing has taken an approach to review similar type designs, such as the one in this event, across all models, not just the MD-11 and DC-10 program. And we're performing a thorough review to make sure we understand the system impact, if you will, of that interface of the bearing or bushing or however that structure may be assembled.
Mr. Jordan, can you pull up Exhibit 7F, page 10, which is the cost 2007-0720 presentation? Going back to the questions I had for Dr. Violet on the safety of flight determination, here on the title it says that the bearing failure may cause consequences that lead to potential loss of a load path between the wing and the engine mounting pylon. And I'll note here it says a load path. Mr. Konopask, is that because there's two lugs here and you could crack one, or am I looking too far into the wording?
I'm unable to say. There's no record that explains this statement in that particular word choice.
Okay. Mr. Jordheim, can you go down one page to 11? And at the bottom, at the airplane effect, it says, if left undetected, broken bearing race may damage aft bulkhead lugs. Dr. Violet, in this case, it seems like detection of the broken bearing race is critical to keeping this a not safety item. Is that, am I correct in that understanding with the statement?
Detection of the broken race would be critical to, could you say that again, critical to?
So the statement at the airplane effect said that if left undetected, the broken bearing race may damage aft bulkhead lugs. So to me, when I read this, I see this as if I don't detect it, then I'm going to damage aft bulkhead lugs, which is PSE, principal structural element, which would be a safety of flight condition.
Yes, it says it could damage.
Okay. And so the detection of the broken bearing race is critical here to keeping this a not safety item. Would that be an accurate statement? Either for Dr. Violet or Mr. Konopask?
I would say yes, detection and replacement of the bearing to prevent the damage to the lugs.
Mr. Konopask, do you want to add anything?
I'd just like to clarify that the airplane effect statement is the high-level effect that's being examined in this analysis. I can't say for sure what the outcome would be in that situation because there's a lot of variables that we have now come to understand after the accident that ultimately influence the fatigue life of the bulkheads.
All right, thank you. I believe Dr. Wilson has one question.
I didn't say one question. It might be two. Sorry. Okay. Mr. Hirsch, I believe this is for you. And I just want to be clear on the guidelines for repetitive or repeat events. Are they the same today as they were in 2017 and 2020?
We do have an additional chart, if I can find it.
if we move to 7 Tango, chart 11. And so if we recall what we read previously, this is a bit of an expansion that now talks about potential safety issues and no safety decision. And so the prior determination exceptions actually carried over into later into the process.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is that we had repeat events in 2017 and 2020 when the cost process was more robust, which I believe is the word that Boeing had used when we had met earlier this year. And so I'm trying to understand, how confident are you that repeat events that are occurring under today's guidelines, even for determinations made under other agreements, would be caught, particularly if there was an escalation in damage?
This particular example that we're using, the decisions that were made in the time were that they expected additional cracks and breaks in the spherical bearing. And with today's knowledge, we understand that the system effect was different, or that they knew, or we just can't find documentation to find that they understand the system effect of these cracked bearings. And so the allowance was per process and expected.
I understand that the initial process, but if there was an event from a different working agreement that was determined to be not safety of flight, and today you're seeing, under the current guidelines, that you're seeing repeat events, is the system going to catch it that there's been an escalation in damage to the structure?
Thank you for the clarification. In the current continued operational working agreement, we do have language that has expectations that the engineering team is looking for repeat events. The data actually says that repeat events should be cost reportable and evaluated.
And then back to my original question was, when was that, how long has that been in effect?
Yeah, I'm sorry, we'll have to provide that to you. Okay. I'm not sure where that is in our documentation.
Okay. Because what I'd like to know, if that was prior to 2017 or 2020 when we had repeat events that were maybe missed.
We'll have to provide that to you.
Okay, thank you. And I wish that I could remember the exact question. I believe Mr. Deckard had answered this, but he made the comment about additional associated hazards, and I wrote it down and started, but it made me think, just with your process, do you feel that the process as it is today is robust enough to, so a bearing failure comes in, let's say, that the process is robust enough to consider these additional hazards in the cost process?
I think that we have invested heavily in our team, in the training in our team. In 2016 timeframe, we had a mandatory training session on the importance of cost, the evaluations, the criteria, and how to use the system. And it's an annual training that we have now. And so I think that we've invested in our team to bring their skills and their awareness up. And so I have confidence in the team, and we support them with the process.
Thank you.
So now I've got one more for Boeing. Can you talk a little bit about the technology advancements that have occurred that allow us to more reliably analyze these types of failures today versus then?
Yes. So to start, when an event is reported to Boeing, we really take the approach of trying to understand what the root cause is of that event. And typically, if you're looking at a crack, it kind of takes one of two ways, if you will. There's could be an anomaly with the manufacturing process, or there could be something related to the loads and the stresses. And so Mr. Crookshanks, if I'm understanding the intent of the question, a lot of what we've done post-accident is around understanding the stress state of the lugs when a bearing outer race fractures. To be more specific, we have invested heavily in finite element modeling to understand the state and the stresses in those lugs over a number of iterations of configuration, because it is a very dynamic state as that outer race begins to fracture and ultimately migrate. And that it's not intuitive without really diving into what's called a solid finite element model, which today is far more available and capable of being performed to help engineers interrogate and ultimately drill down to root cause investigation.
Okay, yeah, thanks. And just clarify for me that those tools weren't really in existence back in the 2007 timeframe, at least not in the fidelity that we have today.
The tools were available to a certain extent. Computing power and capabilities to model obviously has grown significantly since that time. I think to clarify something or build on something that I mentioned is that a finite element model is a mechanism to further understand a change in stress state. And so the bearing failure resulting in that change in stress state in the lugs is not something that was very intuitive or that we have record of it being understood at that time. And so there's no record of the engineers, whether they did or did not use that type of tool at that time to further understand the situation.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Konopas, did Boeing South have a finite element model of the lugs back in 2007?
There was a Nastran finite element model performed at the time of certification by Rohr that ultimately would have been available to the engineers.
Okay. Chairwoman Hamady, that's the tech panel's questions.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Be back at 3:25. We are going to proceed with questions from the parties. Tech panel, you're done for now, right? A pause, right? All right. As before, each party spokesperson will have 5 minutes to question the witnesses. We can have multiple rounds. So this time, we're going to go in reverse alphabetical order and start with United Parcel Service, UPS.
Madam Chair, thank you. I changed my mic out earlier on the break. I want to make sure this is working good and can be heard well. Very good, thank you. I have a question for the FAA, Dr. Violet. Is it correct that what we heard, that damage to the lugs or bore, was never evaluated as part of the cost process?
As far as I'm aware, that is correct.
And for Boeing, why was damage to the lugs never communicated to the operators?
We don't have information as to the decision that was made or the records on. Apologies, I'm just trying to make eye-to-eye contact with you, sir. We don't have any information or records on the decisions that were made on the information that was provided to the Boeing company. We just don't have any records.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Next is STE San Antonio Aerospace.
Madam Chairwoman, we have no questions at this time.
Teamsters.
We have no questions.
Wow. I didn't mean that as a criticism, just that we're moving fast here. Federal Aviation Administration.
Thank you. We do have one. For the FAA team, for Dr. Violet or Mr. Knopp, what confidence level do we have in OEM reporting to the FAA?
We take a lot of care to ensure that the right reports are getting to us. We audit the Boeing cost program regularly to ensure that they are reporting. Their processes are in place to meet the intent of the cost working agreement. So we're confident that they are reporting the reports they are supposed to.
Okay. Thank you. Well, that's all the questions FAA has.
Thank you, Boeing.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We have no questions.
All right, I'm going to go back through and check UPS.
Give me 1 minute, Madam Chair, to confer with my table.
All right, why don't we come back to you if that's okay?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, STE, San Antonio Aerospace.
None at this time.
Teamsters.
No questions.
I will talk slowly because next is the Federal Aviation Administration.
Who also has no questions.
Thank you for speaking slowly. Boeing.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, but we don't have any questions at
Look
this
at
time.
that, Captain Smith. Everyone tried to help you.
I
It's a
appreciate
team
the-
effort.
It's a team. Yes. Thank you. very much.
Okay. Are you ready?
I am.
Awesome.
Would you mind if I ask a question to the UPS gentleman in the back row?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Would you mind if I ask a question to the UPS witnesses in the back row?
No, they're here.
Very good.
You can ask questions to whoever you want.
That's a lot of latitude. Thank you. For UPS, is there an exhibit or anything you can talk through about what UPS knew or didn't know with respect to spherical bearings?
Yes, we have an exhibit to talk through what we knew and what we didn't know as we went through the service letters. So it's our Exhibit AA, and it's page 14. The way this slide's laid out is obviously there's a timeline in the middle. What's above it talks about the information we knew as far as the service letter, our finding with the swedge ring damage in 2008, and then the revision in 2011. So what we knew going through the top of the line is obviously in 2008 we got the service letter. One operator we had in it was one operator was reporting it in the whole industry. The comment in there was it will not result in a safety of flight condition, which we've already discussed. And then the actions that were in there were really a change to the AMM, which we ended up incorporating in our own AMM later in 2008, in the July 2008 revision. Obviously, we talked a little bit about our swedge ring finding there in green. But then in 2011, we got what we knew is we had the revision to the service letter that had 2 additional reports in it. Same reiteration of not a safety of flight. When you got through it, there was a comment in there that it's the MPD tasks were sufficient. Also, it introduced the new bearing design via the IPC and a rework. One of the things with the IPC is we could continue to use both the old design bearing and the new design bearing. But really, so that's when we went through this process of making decisions, that's what we knew at the time. The key is we get into some of the things we've discussed earlier about what we didn't know. And it's really, starting with the 2002 finding, and it really cascades through here. The bullet points are readable, but the key is that by 2008 there was 3 events that had fractured bearings and damage to the lugs. Two of those 3 instances required full bulkhead replacements. If you haven't seen the actual bulkhead, it's on display in the front of the room. That gives you an idea of a size to go along with the animation that we've seen at the beginning. So we roll out of 2008, the information we didn't know. Obviously, we get to 2011. We're finding out that there's 5 total fractured bearings. 3 are listed in the service letter. And 4 out of those 5 require full bulkhead replacements. So those are items that information that wasn't being conveyed to our team to allow us to challenge or have questions about how did we get here with not a safety flight determination. And then obviously we talk about as we run out through the 2011 to 2025. Once the 2011 Fleet Team Digest and Service Letter, the communication on this issue basically stopped. But there continue to be findings in the industry, 2 of the 4 requiring full bulkhead replacements. So it illustrates the magnitude of what we talked about earlier before lunch about knowing all the information helps us all make the right decisions.
Thank you. One final question to both Boeing and the FAA. As we sit here today, do we know whether a bearing can fracture or crack but have no migration?
Based on the reports that we have received from the fleet, as we've discussed today, if the bearing fully fractures in the radial direction, it has been reported and is expected that the outer race will migrate and protrude from the lug.
Do we know how long that takes to migrate and if that event happens?
I don't have that information. I know that's still part of the ongoing investigation, so I can't speculate.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. I'm just going to go around to make sure. STE, San Antonio Aerospace.
No further questions.
Teamsters.
Yes, I have a question. The maintenance manual you referred to, what would drive you to use that? The maintenance manual for the inspection of the bearing. Mr. Springer.
The AMM is used in 2 different ways. Obviously, the first way is if there's procedures in the AMM, they can be called out in another document. Typically, the MPD, an MPD task will drive you to an inspection area, or if it's, for example, if it's a lubrication, the MPD will tell you to go to the AMM for lubrication. This particular addition, change to the AMM for the spherical bearing, could be used on condition. The other way to use the AMM is on condition. So if an aircraft maintenance technician finds a discrepancy, opens a fault, a discrepancy, and as we talked earlier, you go into the manual to see if there's anything that can be used to address it. So if you believe you had a defect there, you could go in and pull this procedure and evaluate what was going on in that area.
No further questions.
Okay. FAA.
No questions.
Boeing.
No questions. Thank you.
UPS.
No further questions.
All right. Just making sure all parties are satisfied right now with questioning. Okay. We will turn to the Board of Inquiry and we'll start with Vice Chairman Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Could you call up Exhibit 7Z, please? The timeline. I want to thank the team for the great questions in this round. I had a couple questions off this timeline that were brought up. The event in October 2008 went to Boeing. It was reported to the FAA via SDR. That was not cost reportable, according to Boeing. Same with February 2009, the one in 2017, and the June 2020. Is that correct? Boeing was not cost reportable?
To the best of our records, it was not reported via cost.
Yeah, okay. And this is for my clarification. So for the FAA, for the cost agreement at the time, should that have been reportable to you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, Boeing, I got a couple of questions about your cost program. At the time, like 2005 up to 2015, and then the way it is now, if you could maybe answer for both, if it's changed. Who is represented on your safety review board for a cost item? Like what departments do you have? Is it set up like that you have a representative from certain departments for the voting?
Sure, it's very similar between the two eras. If you specifically look at safety review board, you would have a chief project engineer that would have ultimate board chair, and then there would be several functional leaders that would support the board chair. And the functional leadership would depend on the event. So a structures event would have a structures functional leader. And then commonly today, you'd have a chief pilot, that would join you in the
Chief
process.
pilot, flight. Did you have safety, certification?
Yep.
Quality?
Thanks, sir. For sure, joining the SRB process would be the Airplane Safety Organization. They are the ones that help bring the change through the system, making sure that the right engineering experts are providing oversight and providing input. There will be a responsible engineer, typically out of our design engineering, but can also be service engineering, if they have the functional domain knowledge to represent and then actually pitch at these meetings. So mostly engineering. Chief mechanic attends, chief pilot is a voting board member, chief engineer, and then the various functional leaders. Airplane safety is also a board voting member.
Yeah, I think that's important because I was on a cost board at another manufacturer before coming here, and it's understanding that for the public to understand how this is determined. And I assume they have a vote in it, and does it have to be unanimous, or can anyone call it a safety and then have to be handled from there?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Any one member can declare it to be safety. We attempt to understand as an engineering organization with the pilot to make a decision, but in the end, any one member based on their judgment.
Any one department can hold it up as a safety item.
Any one department can make it a safety issue.
Okay. I think that's important. The public knows that. That's the way mine was too. I'm glad to hear that. Doing the root cause analysis and stuff like that, was there a specific tool you used to determine the hazard level, the highest hazard level?
With respect to structures, I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Kanabas, to answer that.
I'll be transparent that I'm not an expert in this area, and so I'll speak at a high level with the notion that we will follow up as well with the further details, but there is a risk-based assessment based on what structure it's referring to, the details about the defect itself or the damage that is being evaluated, the likelihood of occurrence, and then generally where it is, or likelihood in the fleet that you would anticipate this happening. And again, we will follow up with the specifics on that.
Okay. Did you use the bow tie analysis to get to the finality?
The bow tie process is part of our SRM process. We have a process that we call RACP, Risk Associated Compliance Time. That we have a process that we work with the FAA. It is not the bow tie. That's part of our SMS.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. As we've discussed, both the original service letter issued by Boeing in May of 2008 and the revised service letter issued in February of 2011 states specifically that a review of the bearing failure by Boeing determined that it would not result in a safety of flight condition. And likewise, the documents reflecting the Boeing FAA continued operational safety meetings from the 2007 and 2008 timeframe indicate that Boeing conducted a safety review and determined that the bearing failure was not a safety item. How would such a safety review be conducted, and what objective standard or criteria would be applied to determine that a part failure is or is not a safety item?
Yeah, the
investigation is performed with the information that's available to them at the time. They look at the top level risk, attempt to understand if the failure that they're seeing and the information that they're seeing is going to threaten the top level risk, and then based on the tools that are available to the team, in this case structures, that come up with an assessment, and they would make a recommendation to the safety review board.
And it's the safety review board that makes the final determination?
It is. The recommendation comes in from the technical team, and the board makes the decision.
I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to clarify. Was there more than one safety review conducted? In other words, was the safety review referenced in the 2008 and 2011 service letters? Is that an additional review, or was it the same safety review that is referenced in the 2007 and 2008 cost documents?
I'm not sure that the service letters reference a safety review. I think they have a statement that said that it was not safety. And I believe, I don't have any records that there was more than the one safety review board.
So it's likely, but maybe we can't determine definitively, but it's likely that the reference to it not being a safety item in the service letters is probably based upon the assessment that was done a couple of years earlier.
Sorry, likely, I think that's likely possible.
Okay. If a significant part failure or maintenance anomaly were identified today in the current time frame, how would the process for evaluating and tracking it differ, or would it, from what we see reflected historically with respect to this bearing failure?
I'd like to bring up 7T, and it's our slide 7. I think a change that we see here in this process is that the airplane safety engineering team is conducting the COSP and PSI identification, and those trained experts are helping bring the issue through the safety process with their expertise. And so this was a change and is the system that we have today. So a trained group of professionals, and then as it goes through the process and a safety decision is made, yes, we also have the safety lessons learned. And so that requires we document what we learned and attempt to implement changes in our processes, tools, training to prevent this from happening again.
Thank you. Chair, I have a couple of other questions. I'm going to hold them for the next round.
Member DeLue.
How you guys doing? Doing good? All right. Time for some questions. I've got a few here. I'd like to ask real quick about the COST program as far as the inputs. So I used to be in the military, so I know the KC-10 quite well. Didn't fly it, but I refueled off it. They had 59 aircraft, and they flew them for 44 years. Did any of the information from the Air Force, does that go into your COST program? Or is it completely bifurcated and it's a military thing and we don't deal with it?
Do you understand that?
With respect to military derivative aircraft, if the request for support is associated with the commercial side of the airframe or the systems itself, then that would come through the COST process that we're talking about today. And so there's oftentimes representative of those military programs present in those review boards as well, both technical and safety, to ensure that if there is overlap with any of the military aspects of it, that it's understood what the risk or the hazard is, and then that's taken into consideration for that program.
Okay, because I know that the folks here did a really good job looking into it, but they primarily looked at this part of it. But with the military retiring all those aircraft, did you look back at any records? Was there anything to give you some sort of indication that potentially there was something out there? Or is that because they're retired, we don't look at it anymore?
If there was any documentation, it would be included in the respective database, but I don't believe there's any record that we've been able to find at this time.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. I'd like to pull up the exhibit you mentioned earlier, 7 Tango, 7T, page 10. So I recognize this is an older document, and most of you probably were not here when that was written and those rules are engaged, but I'm a little more concerned about the repeat events and the thought process behind it. So without reading the entire paragraph, at the last two sentences say repeat events do not need to be addressed separately as a new item. Last sentence, repeat events are just additional data points. That really bothers me, by the way, because additional data point is why we're here. So I'd like to go to the next slide, which is slide 11. And you've got an updated one for September 2016. It talks about general guidelines for no safety decision, and it has a lot of similar language. If you look at the last two sentences, repeat events do not need to be addressed separately as a new item. No additional action is required. So, I realize this was almost 10 years ago, but it's the document you're currently using. So I think there's some wisdom from Dr. Volette, who said that probably the severity piece was not included in your risk assessment. And so I'm looking for some comfort here that has been changed as you go forward.
So I'll just say that the bottom statement is not in the cost working agreement anymore. It's been removed.
So what exactly has been removed? The last sentence?
The bottom, that whole bottom statement.
Okay.
Is not in there anymore.
So can you provide a copy of the current one? Maybe I missed.
For sure. We can provide a copy of the current agreement.
Go ahead and tell me what it is, because I'm curious.
Well, so that was in an appendix.
Okay.
That is not there anymore. That appendix was removed. Was a appendix specific to the LA office.
Okay.
The LA office doesn't exist anymore. In our new construct, there's one office that oversees all of Boeing, so that appendix wasn't needed.
Okay. So how are we doing with the repeat events then?
So repeat events are reported. They're required to be reported through the cost process, and they're reviewed. And on the FAA side, we create a separate item, and it collects all of the repeated items so that we review them holistically.
So when you get the repeat event, you go back and look at all the events and you look at them as in totality versus a single event each time.
That's correct.
So you feel comfortable and confident that the new process is going to be the way to collect and catch this in the future?
Yeah, we've had examples of repeat events leading to safety decisions after the events happened numerous times. So yes.
Okay. All right. We'll probably have more questions. I see my time's up, but thank you for the clarification on that. I'm trying to make sure that going forward, people that are listening to this hearing here are going to have some comfort that we have addressed what we missed in the past.
For sure.
And I know it's not intentional. We didn't do it intentionally. We're looking back, but we have to have going forward. We can't be back here in 15 years.
Agree.
Okay. Thank you. Back to you, Chairwoman.
Well, I think this was a point actually that I had spoken with staff about. We don't have in the public docket right now 2022. I'd like to include it because if that has been removed, that needs to be included. We have it on our side, but this is FAA. You're speaking to FAA AIR 520 and Boeing commercial airplanes with original release August 2015, change notice 1, September 2016, change notice 2, October 2022, correct?
Correct. And there's a change notice 3 and a change notice 4.
Oh, do we have change notice 3 and 4?
Those are current. They were updated in the past year. So
we have up to 3.
Okay. Well, then can we receive, so we have 3.
Yeah. Change notice 4 was approved yesterday. So so we're clear.
Odd timing, that is.
It's odd timing, but it has nothing to do with this investigation.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you. Can we get that and then make sure all of that is in the docket?
You would like change?
I frankly would like all the versions on the public docket because it changed over the years. I don't see why we shouldn't. If there are objections from Boeing for something that is really, or FAA, really something that should not be, is a danger, to safety or something to release, we can consider that, but I think they should all be in the docket on
I'll
the
work
public
with
side.
FAA and Boeing on similar to how we worked our other working agreements. I will work with them. We'll put
Okay,
them in the
great.
public docket.
Great. Do you have more? I mean, right now?
I do, but my time's up. And shoot
Okay,
for you.
great. I didn't mean great that your time was up.
I know.
Thank you for asking those questions because that was exactly the line I was going to go down. I do have a question. Can you pull up Exhibit 7T as in Tango 10? I do have a question though about just timing of things. So just going through, and Clint, I'm going to give you, and Ellie, going to give you praise for the Structures Group Chairman's factual report, which I find a wealth of information. Just looking at July 2002, a report of a fractured race from Operator 1 that was reported to Boeing was determined, or there was no evidence indicating that the damage was defined and reported as a COSP event. August 2007, no evidence indicating the bearing replacement was defined and reported as a COSP event. September 2007, apparently that's when you decided was the first reported bearing failure, even though we had August 2007 and July 2002. And but then you assigned it a COSP number, but then deemed it not a safety issue, which I'll come back to. July 2008, you determined was not a new item. I assume because of this, because it was, put up the exhibit, because it was a repeated event and actively being reviewed at the time is my guess, or it was right before then, I can't remember. October 2008, not a COSP event. February 2009, not a COSP event. March 2017, not a COSP event. June 2020, not a COSP event. September 2020, not a COSP event, or there was no evidence indicating the failure was reported to Boeing, actually, but it was reported to FAA, was a service difficulty report, which we learned in the last panel, everybody gets access to, including Boeing. And then December 2022, nobody got a report of. I guess my question is, and I know that Mr. Hirsch, you said there's no documented information on why these weren't COSP events. Is it possible that you all followed have already been determined to be a not safety issue?
I think my expectation would have been the way that the 2008 event actually occurred, where they declared it not COSP reportable, or sorry, they declared it COSP reportable and then used this criteria to say not a safety issue.
Okay.
I just don't understand why the other items are not reported. We just don't have records.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that's why items weren't accepted.
I would have, if they use this rationale, they would have already made it COSP reportable and then use this rationale to close it.
Does FAA get everything that's COSP reportable and not COSP reportable?
We see the cost reportable items,
What is the total reporting number?
about 4,000 a
No,
year.
no, to Boeing, COSP and not COSP?
I know that the total that come to us is about 10,000 a month.
10,000 a month, and your 4,000 that you get of COSP is what, over a year or a month?
A year.
A year. So you get 10,000 a month, that's quite a number over a year, and then you get a small portion of that. Out of those COSP events, how many are determined to be safety issues generally? Out of the 4,000, half? I can't.
Potential safety issues?
Yep.
Yes, about half, I think. Seems.
Are you aware of everyone that's determined to not be a safety issue?
Yes, we receive all 4,000 reports. Half of them are, about half are identified as PSIs, and about half are not. We review all 4,000.
So you review all 4,000. How many of the not safety issues have you ever come back to say we disagree? What's generally?
Rare. Less than 1%.
Less than 1%. Okay. Okay, I have 19 seconds left, so I'll move to Vice Chairman Grant.
Thank you. Could you call up Exhibit 7Rs in Romeo? While he's doing that, it's a 2005 cost working agreement between the FAA and Boeing South. Seven Romeo. Go to the next page. Okay. I'll tell you what, you can pull that down. We'll have to dig into it a little farther. One of the first things it says, it's kind of striking to me in the introduction, is there seem to be three main purposes or reasons for the agreement, and they're stated this way. Boeing's need to meet regulatory requirements or reporting safety events, FAA's regulatory mandate to oversee management of the costs, and both Boeing and FAA's, and I quote here, need to operate efficiently, end quote. So for the FAA, maybe Dr. Violet, in your view, is the primary purpose of the continued operational safety program safety or efficiency?
The primary purpose is safety, but efficiency actually helps us achieve that by allowing us to focus our efforts on those items that truly are unsafe and dealing more efficiently with those items that are not unsafe or not even potentially unsafe. I believe that's the thinking behind that statement.
Thank you. One of the figures in there also talks in the cost agreement says Boeing only shared a subset of its database with the FAA, which we've been talking about. If you want more data, I'm assuming you can ask for it and get it. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And do you always have access to that data if you want it?
I can't think of a time when we've been unable to get it upon request.
How about, do you have access to those other reports that don't make it to you if you ask for it?
Yeah, we can go look at them.
Okay. Now I want to switch just a little bit and talk about the partnership meetings that occurred under the 2005 cost agreement. And from my read of these meetings, and more specifically how the agenda of these meetings was set, Boeing was almost entirely in charge of setting the agenda because, for a lack of a better term, the FAA didn't know what they knew, what they don't know. Mr. Knapp, is that a mostly accurate description of how the agenda setting went for these meetings, if you're aware, or was the FAA able to proactively analyze data that they were receiving and request other things be put on the agenda?
The FAA could request if an item wasn't listed, what Boeing proposed, the FAA could request to add.
Do you know how often that might have happened back then? Or
I
you don't
do
have
not
any
know.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. And finally, I know the team asked Boeing about how costs integrated into their SMS, being newer SMS, and now with we didn't ask the question of the FAA. How does costs integrate into the FAA's SMS?
I think the cost system, the in-fleet service reports from Boeing and from outside is one way we do safety assurance for the fleet, but it also, we have our own SMS that oversees how our process is working to ensure it is appropriate. So I think the data that we get and the processes we follow ensure that we are appropriately accounting for the risk in the national airspace throughout. So it's a data that feeds into the FAA SMS.
Okay. And I'm hoping it's a continuous improvement process, that it changes over time as you see where there's issues.
That's right. I mean, I think the change in the cost working agreement is evidence that we're, attempting continuous improvement, working specifically with Boeing. And then, as I've mentioned before, we've changed our IT tools as they've advanced to ensure that we progress. And then, if we get into more specific details, we've changed our quantitative risk assessment as we've learned more about that. So that's, the SMS of the FAA kind of feeding continuous improvement.
Great. Good to hear. Thank you.
Member Chapman?
Thank you, Chair. Our team did a good job of covering this subject area, so I don't have more than just a couple of additional questions. I do want to ask, is there an objective standard for determining what constitutes a safety a flight item? And if so, what is that standard?
The FAA has published policy. It's the TARAM Handbook, Transport Airplane Risk Assessment Methodology. It outlines a method for assessing numerical risk, and it sets objective numerical guidelines for what level of risk is considered acceptable for a transport airplane. So in that sense, yes, we do.
So when Boeing conducts a safety assessment, that's the standard that they'll apply?
That is the standard that the FAA applies. Boeing has slightly different criteria. Once they have determined an item is a safety issue using their own criteria, they supply us with a TARAM for our review to help support our own safety process.
I see. And what is the Boeing standard, and how does it differ, or does it differ from FAA standard?
I'm not able to point out a distinct difference between the FAA standard or the Boeing standard. We would have to take that action to find that detail. As Dr. Violet said, we do perform our analysis and then also conduct a TARAM, which is the FAA analysis, and provide both to the FAA.
And the FAA standard that's a policy document. That's not a regulatory document. Is that right?
That is correct. That establishes what level of risk the FAA by policy is willing to accept.
And for Boeing, how much is Boeing's assessment influenced by the FAA standard?
Oh, I think they're independent. We've developed our own safety process and standards over the course of our experience, and we go through our disposition and make our determination, and we also follow the FAA process. So maybe sharing of best practices over a generation, but we run ours independently.
So that's a standard that's evolved as a result of Boeing's experience and expertise?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. No more questions, Chair. Thanks.
Member DeLue.
Thank you, Chair. So can you clarify a little bit for me? First, the FAA, you use the term unsafe condition. Is that right? Can you verify that?
That is correct.
Okay, unsafe. And Boeing uses a different term, which is not a safety of flight.
Safety issue.
Safety issue. So there's two different terminologies. And you said occasionally there's a bit of a disagreement. How often is that as far as the classification goes?
If you look at those items that one or the other of us have called a safety issue / unsafe condition, we're in agreement 90% of the time. The other 10%
was it 90%?
The other 10%, roughly, it varies from year to year, but roughly, the other 10% of the time, one side called it unsafe and the other side did not. But that's just looking at the things, the small subset of cost items that turn out to be unsafe. If you look at all the things that we agreed were potential safety issues, but not actually unsafe, and even beyond that, all the things that were not even potential safety issues, that's a huge number that far outweighs the number of safety issues or unsafe conditions.
Okay, so to follow up a little bit what the chair had asked, Boeing said they got about 120,000 reports a year, and it boils down to about 4,000 that go into COSP. And of the 4,000, 2,000 are deemed a potential safety issue. And did you say about 10 to 15 become ADs, roughly?
Yeah, I believe it's 50 to 100 in that range.
50 to 100?
Again, it varies from year to year.
No, I get that. So, but I think that, so obviously some things are working very well because you do come out with ADs. So that system is working, but we are missing some stuff. So I think the issue that I have a little bit is, I mean, with a car, you put motor mounts on a car, if motor mount breaks, you report it to the manufacturer and there's a recall fairly quickly, to be honest with you, because motor mounts don't break. That's supposed to. But here you have something that's like a safety of flight issue pretty much. We figured that out at this point. So my concern though is all those reports you had before and airplanes that are flying that are certified 10, 15 years ago. And I know that Dr. Wilson asked a question. Do we have a pretty good comfort that we're going to go back and look at those? Because a lot of these things that were never accepted, they were considered safe to fly. It was not a safety issue. They could be out there, and that could be our next accident down the road here. So how we, and I'm not saying we, just NTSB, we got some leaders in the industry here between the FAA and Boeing. How are we going to get that so we're not going to worry about that? Because I don't think we're there yet, are we?
Yeah. Are we there yet? Meaning, are we perfectly safe? No. I would agree we're not.
Okay.
We have taken steps to improve. We've talked about the timeline in terms of the FAA-Boeing cost working agreement. The FAA had a major step forward in 2010 when we published our Monitor Safety Analyzed Data Order 8110.107, currently revision B. So in 2010, we had a big step forward in the way we do our cost process. That really defined our cost process, that document, and we continue to use that today. Mr. Knopp has mentioned some of the oversight activities we do now in reviewing and auditing the Boeing cost reports, and even to some extent the PCOS, the potential cost items. So I do think we're in a better place than we were back in 2007 timeframe.
I guess, so let me just follow up a little bit. Got a minute left. You said 2010. That's 16 years ago. And we've had this accident, and I know we're at the hearing, but what are we doing right now? What is the FAA, and I'll have to put Boeing on the spot too, what are we doing right now to go back and check? Because there's other stuff that we maybe haven't picked up yet. I don't want to wait for the investigation to be done in 7 months from now and say, now we're going to do stuff. What are you doing right now to go look to see what's out there in the system?
We've talked about some of the tracking and trending. As I mentioned earlier, I think it also has to do with correctly assessing the hazard posed by a particular event. In this case, it was understood that the bearing was breaking, the race was migrating. That might lead to failure eventually in the lug, but the lug was designed to be fail-safe so that one side could fail and the other would continue to take the load. And the failure of that one lug would be very visible and very obvious and much easier to detect. The actual way things played out was not the way it was understood. So that is also an important aspect of this.
Okay. I'll follow up with Boeing at my next, gives you some time to think about it. Thanks.
Well, actually, I'm going to follow up on that, if you
Okay,
don't
thank you.
mind,
Please do.
because, I think that's important. There was testing analysis done years ago that led to you all determining this was not a safety issue. What Member DeLu is asking and what we're all wondering is how many other components are out there that were determined to be not a safety issue that are actually a safety issue because assumptions were made from analysis from years ago that we should go back and look at. Like, what's the next UPS crash? What if the next one occurs? So are you going back and looking at all those other times where Boeing determined, and you signed along with, that it was determined not to be a safety issue? Maybe you should take a look at those again.
I think the first step is Boeing is required to do a cross-model safety review board, and they're working on that. I think Justin had mentioned that previously. And that would identify if this issue translates to other Boeing models. And that is the first step in our investigation to understand if there are other instances of this issue in other aircraft that we monitor from a continued operational safety perspective. So that's the first step in kind of doing what the ask is here, right? Is in understanding if this failure mechanism is apparent anywhere else. So that's ongoing.
Outside of this bearing issue. We're not just focused on this issue. We are looking more broadly. You have 120,000 reports coming in annually of potential safety issues, 4,000 of which become cost events. And then let me just ask one more time. So what happens to the other, hold on, what happens to the other 116,000? Do you know about them, or does Boeing just close those and say, we've determined they're not potential safety issues? That's for Boeing.
What we do is we'll mark them as PCOSP no, which means that they're not potentially cost reportable. And those types of interactions would be like simple repairs or troubleshooting that we have with the fleet. And so that's how we mark them internally with our process.
And does FAA have access to those other 116,000?
If they request, absolutely.
If they request it. Is it in a database where they could look at, or you have to know what's there and then request it?
What we provide are anything that we mark as potentially cost reportable. That goes into the system. So
the other 116,000, are they in a database, or do they have to know what to request?
the FAA would have to request it. It's in a database that we have, Boeing Communications System.
And then they would have to know what to request.
Yes.
Okay. So they don't have access to that. That's yours.
They would have to request it, yes.
So let me just actually back up a little bit. And we're going to come back to this because I think we all have a lot of questions on this. I want to actually understand, how do you know on screening initially when they come in that those screening reports are flagging the right potential safety issues?
Madam Chairwoman, if I understand, we have a team of individuals, our service engineering team primarily, that have screening criteria. And we've trained them, and we train them annually on how to apply it. And so that is how we process.
Okay, and can I just have a little leeway to finish this? So the reason I'm asking is the Seattle Aircraft Certification Office and Boeing Commercial Airplanes had a working agreement dated October 1st, 1999, with revisions in 01, 04, and 2011, which stated that incoming data would be initially screened by Boeing Service Engineering, Quality Assurance, Flight Test Engineering, Liaison Engineering, Flight Crew Operations, and Air Safety Investigations, who may forward event reports to the Safety and Airworthiness Organization for further review. He went on to state Boeing specialists screening the incoming reports will have sufficient airplane design knowledge and experience to make accurate determinations using the reporting criteria. The screening guidelines in the 05 working agreement for the LA Certification Office and the Boeing Commercial Airplanes Long Beach Division are different in that the first screen was to be used by quote unquote non-technical personnel. We're not talking about now, we're talking about before, between 05 and 14. In helping to find potential safety issues. It states, first of all, it states the vast majority of the items that meet these guidelines will not be safety issues. Can I suggest never repeating that? That just leads people to believe, you know what? Vast majority are not safety issues. Maybe we should just categorize them as not safety issues. There's no reason for that to be in any agreement. But that's what it says. And then it goes on to say the guidelines are simply screens to help non-technical personnel weed out very obvious non-safety items. If an event or issue of concern does not neatly fall into any of the specific categories, evaluate it with the guidelines, and if there's a potential that it meets one of those guidelines, accept it for further review. And then I looked at the safety decision guidelines. I mean, I don't know who are those non-technical personnel between 05 and 2014?
Well, I think that our process changed in 2007, where we had our service engineering managers and service engineers that were performing that assessment. And so I think in 07, we implemented a different way to execute the continued operational safety program. If we go backwards, we had an in-service safety team. And so the way I understand it, the incident review team, pulled messages from the day and did an assessment and then provided it to a technical team of things that they had seen. And then that technical team 20 years ago performed their review of whether or not it was an incident.
In accordance with the safety decision guidelines, which are airplane safety is a potentially catastrophic, personal safety or other, this checklist.
I believe that's accurate.
Okay. All right, I'm well over time. So Vice Chairman Graham, Member Chapman, Member DeLue.
No, I'm good.
Okay, well, we still didn't get our question answered. So I'm going to go back to it unless you want to try it.
No, I think Chairwoman Hamady asked the question in a much succincter, better way than maybe I did. But at the end of the day, I think that the 116,000 that were not cost, but we're talking just for 1 year. So we go back 3 or 4 years, we're talking, that's a lot, that's a big number, 600,000-700,000. Are we going to go back at those 600,000 or 700,000? It's impossible for humans, but we have this new technology my kids tell me about called AI. Do we have that kind of, are we going to be doing this? I mean, as a group, are we going to start, and look, we have the tools now that we didn't have 5 years ago, but now that we've identified it, and I'm with the rest of the board members here, we're not talking about this bearing anymore. We're talking about the rest of the world out there with all the other moving parts that maybe there was reports made that are sitting there right now we need to look at, because we don't want to be back here in 5-10 years again and saying, shoot, we missed the mark here. So we need confidence. This whole team, everybody here needs confidence that we're going to be doing that, whether it's these AI tools my kids tell me about, but I know they're out there. Boeing.
Yes, sir. We are reviewing, as my colleague said, the spherical bearing related type installations. That'll be part of our safety lessons learned. And then if there's, as part of that safety lessons learned, I would expect recommendations that would come out as part of that process that will work with the FAA. I can't anticipate what they'll be. What we are doing now is we are training our team to be better familiar with cost criteria. And then we've also improved our tracking and ensuring that repeated events are making it into the trend analysis.
Okay. I may have another question for you, but I'll yield the time back to Chairwoman Hamady then.
Well, I think FAA stated that there's a process in place to ensure accurate reporting, and sounds like now there's this process to look back. You stated you were confident in that. UPS, are you confident that another accident would occur? Are you confident it wouldn't occur, that we've captured?
No. The reason why is we rely on the FAA and Boeing's determination of what safety level, hence the level of risk, that rolls into the service document, whether that's a service letter, service bulletin, or in a case of it being classified as safety, an alert service bulletin. So those are the inputs that come into our system. And when they have the appropriate level of safety determination, that drives our priorities.
Yeah. Who has the final authority to determine whether an unsafe condition exists?
In the current construct, that is
Throughout from 2002 on.
well, the chairman of the Corrective Action Review Board would have that. In the current construct, that's myself and Dr. Violet or another person.
How about
in the position.
organization?
The FAA,
Always.
always.
And so for the MD-11 pylon aft mount bearing, what was FAA's own safety determination and how was that made? How did you evaluate Boeing's decision?
So what we can tell from the documentation that we have is that since there isn't any note that we disagreed with the not safety SRB that was presented in the partnership meeting exhibits, is that we agreed with the not safety determination at the time in 2008.
Which is why we're asking how many others could be out there.
Understand.
Yep. All right, Vice Chairman Graham,
No further questions.
Member Chapman,
I have one
Member
more.
DeLue.
Switching just a little bit of rules then, make sure I got the right terminology, but instead of the aft bearing, let's talk about the forward bearing, the other touch point. Do we have any issues with that? Have we looked back at all? Have you ever going to receive, is there a cost ever received on the forward bearing?
As part of our efforts post-accident, we did thoroughly review all pylon structure attach points, including the forward bearing, the forward bulkhead in both attachments there. To put into context our approach with respect to, actually, let me complete that statement first. There is, I believe, cost report that we have found that we can clarify. It's been documented as such and is currently navigating through our safety review board. We are currently evaluating it, and I don't want to speculate in terms of the outcome there, but it is properly navigating through our safety review board to determine the root cause and understanding. I can't recall exactly what it was, the type of report that we received. As part of the overall process for what we learned on the pylon aft bulkhead, as I mentioned, we have taken the approach for all spherical bearings of similar design and all back-to-back structure lugs accordingly. And one of the key differences about the forward bulkhead versus the aft bulkhead is the entirety of that structure is fastened together. And that's one of the distinct difference here that gives us confidence in that pylon structure today. We are taking an approach of reviewing tens of thousands of these across all 7 series models, regardless of if it's pylon structure or not, all over the airframe. And so we have a very focused effort with the subject matter experts that are intimately familiar with these aircraft to narrow down our focus and understand where to look first. Additionally, we are using tools and technologies such as machine learning and artificial intelligence to cast a broader net, and that brings up the magnitude in the order of hundreds of thousands to start bringing in any sort of nomenclature, taxonomy, keywords that could be remotely tied to this type of design to ensure that we are confident that we are addressing all models and all locations.
Okay, and how about the thrust mount, the thrust bearing, the thrust, same thing?
Yes, same thing. It has been thoroughly evaluated.
So what you said to me, which was perfect, that you did this after the accident.
That is correct.
Okay. My concern is, I get that piece, but you only did it after the accident. So the concern up here, I think for a lot of people is, I get it, those, but what about all the other ones? That's why we're saying you went back and looked at the forward mount. Is there anything else? What we're saying is there's other things out there that are in your cost system that need to be mined. They gotta, I think the term they use now is a data pool or data lake or something like that. But in any case, we need to start mining that data because you have a lot of data out there. And I want to make sure that we have an opportunity as an industry to improve safety, to look back at that. You've got reports out there. And I applaud you looking at the forward and the thrust mounts, but there's a whole lot more out there we should be probably looking at. That's basically my concern.
I understand the concern. We are committed to aviation safety and take any recommendation from this board very seriously.
Thank you. Thank you for your response.
I just have one more question. The lugs were defined or determined to be principal structural elements, correct?
That's correct.
The spherical bearing was not.
That's correct.
Today, is the spherical bearing a principal structural element?
No, it's not.
Okay. Why? And I'm just going to read the definition. An element that contributes significantly to the carrying of flight, ground, or pressurization loads and is essential in maintaining the overall structural integrity of the airplane. If a bearing fails, if it fractures, it fails. The lugs can fail. You had an entire accident. So why not change it?
Yes, I acknowledge the statement. And I think I want to address it by stating that whether it's primary or principal structural element, the analysis and the approach that we take to ensure that that structure maintains intact or has a proper maintenance program associated with it is irrespective of classification in that manner. The static, fatigue, and respective damage tolerance analysis would take place. To classify it as a principal structural element and furthermore place it in the airworthiness limitation instructions, the AOI. The AOI requires a maintenance program, and the bearing as itself, and you can see visibly there, is contained within the bulkhead, and an inspection of the outer race and the location where it could potentially crack is not feasible with that aircraft on wing. And so it wouldn't be appropriate to place that type of inspection procedure and classify it as a principal structural element in the AOI in that situation. But nevertheless, the analysis associated with the bearing that we have today is fully encompassing, regardless if it's primary or a principal structural element.
Yeah, except what led to the determination of not a safety issue was 1, the bearing failure will not cause a lug joint failure. 2, the MD-11 pylon aft bulkhead lug pair is a principal structural element, and crack analysis showed practically no crack growth. So, I mean, you're basically saying the lugs were fail-safe, and the bearing would not have, even if it failed, the second lug would have kept it in place and would have been fine. But, or the loads would have been distributed evenly still. That did not occur. So I just don't understand why you don't change it, given what happened.
And apologies, I should have continued with my statement here. The bearing today actually has a life limit. And that's part of what we have prescribed.
Which is the 4,000?
Correct, yes. And so the entire approach today to support that principal structural element being the lugs is now revolving around that life limit of the bearing, ensuring that that bearing stays intact for that 4,000 flights. And we do have a follow-on maintenance program as well, prescribing multiple inspection that the operators will take on prior to reaching that 4,000 flight cycles.
Any other questions? Yep. Go ahead, Member DeLue.
I do. I was trying to look for the definition that Dr. Violetta put up there. Do you happen to know what exhibit you had for that, which is described, what considered primary safety of flight?
You're looking for primary structure?
Yeah.
That was in 7V. Victor?
Can we pull to that, please?
I believe it's on the last page. Yeah.
Yeah, can you go up one more bit? Yeah. So we're talking about what we consider primary structure. And you had a definition. I even looked at the word homologous that you included on there. Do you have that slide also? Do you know what that one was? Right there. Perfect.
Autogenous.
So I'm looking at your unified current here. you've got any self-indicative, you got it defined down here. Malfunction, defect, failure, including fatigue, cracking. That sounds like I've heard that word. Understrength, corrosion, contamination. I guess my background, I'm not trying to be mean about it, but as a pilot, I got to be honest with you, that seems like a primary safety of flight issue. And I think it's been proven here. So what my concern is if this is not considered a safety flight issue, I don't have time to go through all of them that are not, but I think that's where there's some concern. So that do we need to try to look at to see what is considered a safety of flight issue? Maybe the definition needs to be looked at a little bit closer. So I think there's a number of people who would probably agree with us that probably should have been a safety of flight issue. That maybe not just by the likelihood, but by the severity alone, using your own risk matrix. It's not a question. I'm challenging you a little bit.
But I mean, this is the cost. This is what's required to be reported. So Boeing's required to report primary and PSE. Like they should report primary and PSE stuff to the FAA.
Okay.
So either one, whether it's considered a PSE or not, if they have those damage, malfunction, defect, it should be reported.
Okay. But then we've already determined that particular spherical bearing was not a safety of flight issue. Correct?
Yeah, that's the determination in 2008.
Okay. Well, it's now we only the change, if I understand, that came out with the new AD was just an increase of inspection times, correct? Have they remanufactured the spherical ball? It's the same ball, right?
I mean, new bearings will be installed and it's treated like a PSE in the fact that it has repeat inspections and a replacement limit.
Okay.
So that's how it's treated in the return to service.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for your time. I know there's some difficult questions. I just think we want to feel like we're making safety better and we're proving it. We don't want to just keep the old definitions. If we have to tweak them a little bit, and there's things that are on the airplanes that maybe they should be primary safety flight. I think if you ask pilots, the definition would be probably different than what you would think, possibly, but different perspective of where you sit, I guess. All right. Thank you. No more questions.
Great, and not to keep going, but the safety decision guidelines that were in, and we don't have the most recent costs with change 4, but the one that was in the 2014 that had the safety decision guidelines with the check the box, yes, no, supporting data for the first screen, that is not in the current one?
That's correct.
Okay, great. I only ask because it refers to principal structural element. That's why I'm asking. Thank you. All right, back to the technical team.
Thanks so much. I have a few questions. A little bit of clarification. Mr. Hirsch, I heard a couple of different numbers that you gave us about the number of reports that Boeing gets monthly. We heard 10,000 and I also heard 14,000. So I just want to clarify, were we talking about different things or what is the number?
If I said both numbers, I'm mistaken. It's about 14,000
per month.
per month.
Okay. And then just to clarify, it's 4,000 of those have a cost per year.
Yes, we get about 4,000 cost items from Boeing a year.
Okay. Okay. And 2,000 of those are unsafe? No.
No. Potential safety issues.
Potential safety issues. And then 10%, maybe there's a disagreement?
Yeah, about 10% that go to a FAA Corrective Action Review Board are items that we might disagree with Boeing on.
Okay, and I just want to clarify because at one point you said something about 1%, but what was that referring to?
That's 10% of those items that either Boeing or the FAA has determined are a safety issue, not reportable, not potential safety, a actual safety issue or an unsafe condition.
Sorry, the 1%, if may I?
Please.
I believe the 1% were representative of the ones you may disagree with Boeing on?
The 1%
Okay.
is the items that are not considered potential safety issues from Boeing that the FAA reviews and says they are potential safety issues, and we take them to our corrective action review board. Yes.
Okay. 10%, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure. So, Dr. Violet, the 10% that you mentioned is what?
So we end up with somewhere around 50 to 100 airworthiness directives per year. That's where the FAA has found an unsafe condition.
Okay.
Of those, roughly 90%, Boeing also found them to be a safety issue. Once in a while, we get an disagreement that goes the other way. Boeing has identified a safety issue that we find not to be unsafe. That's also included in the 10%, but that's less frequent.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. There was a lot of numbers and months and years, and it was just wanted to make sure that we had it accurately. So either way, that's a lot of events that are coming in. So I know that Boeing, you mentioned, you have a service engineering team of about 1,000, you said, correct?
That's accurate.
FAA, what is the number of personnel that you have that are working on these issues?
The branch that's responsible is about 60 individuals. I would say we get support from outside of our branch to do this. So it would be probably 100 or so people that are pretty much dedicated to reviewing Boeing safety.
So I'll ask of both Boeing and FAA, do you feel that the number of personnel that you have is adequate for the number of reports that you get?
We are trying to hire more people. So I think we feel pretty good about the staffing level we are at, but we are trying to hire more people.
Yeah, we feel good about our staffing levels. We need to improve the system that supports our team so that the data is easier for them to review.
Going back to the 4,000 a year, 2,000, and then we get to the 2,000, which are potential safety issues. Which ones of those reports go to the SRB, the Boeing Safety Review Board? Which ones are covered under that?
Well, the PSI yes, no, which was the 2,000 number, all of those go to SRBs. And this is across all models. This would be from 707 to 787, and the Long Beach model is included. And so it's 7-8 different SRBs that will see that information.
Okay, so there's a different SRB for every fleet?
Every fleet has its own SRB.
Okay, and
the out of production, I think, might be blended.
Okay, and how often do they meet?
Weekly, if not more frequently. The SRBs meet on an urgent basis, sometimes in hours, if necessary, to bring people together to make a decision. But there is a weekly scheduled meeting for sure.
And how many reports do you think they're reviewing at each of those meetings?
It'll vary by fleet and by what's happening. So it can be 2, it can be 7 or 8. Sometimes these are 5-6 hour meetings.
Okay. And is that the same for the partnership meeting? The same, it could be 2 to 7 that would be shared at a partnership meeting, or is it different?
Well, my experience with the partnership meeting is that there's quite a few more potential safety items that are being discussed as things mature through the system. So it could be, a couple dozen.
How long
Right? Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's reasonable. It's very dependent on the model and the number of cost reports. So, but yeah, it varies.
How long did those meetings last?
They're 2 hours to half a day. or longer if needed. As long as they really need to last is
Okay.
kind of how long they last.
Changing gears a little bit, the bearing. Is this bearing on other aircraft as well?
No, this bearing is not on other aircraft.
Okay. And then I had a clarification for you, Mr. Hirsch. Member Graham Vice Chairman Graham had asked you about the bow tie model, and you said that that's a part of the SMS SRM. And then you said a risk assessment that you use under the cost process, but I didn't catch the name.
Yeah, sorry, I rushed the acronym. It's the Risk Associated Compliance Program. It's the Boeing model on how we perform our analysis and determine if it's a safety issue, the time frame that would be required to mitigate the issue.
Is the risk assessment model, is that something that was developed in-house by Boeing?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question based on a question asked by member DeLu. FAA, do CFRs apply to military derivatives of commercial aircraft?
It depends, I guess, but yes, we get reports for the commercially certificated part of any military derivative aircraft. So if you look at the KC-46, it is a 7672C. That was an amended TC. So we get cost reports related to that portion of the airframe, which is the majority of it. The only parts we don't are the military-specific additions to the KC-46. Is that a helpful example?
Do the CFRs apply, though?
Yes, Boeing is required to report cost reports on the certificated portion of the airframe.
Could you be more specific about which CFRs? Because they're not operating Part 121.
Understood. For example, we saw in the Boeing safety action that had a letter that was approved by your office that the corrective action applied to the KC-10, and I was just wondering, does Part 20 or does Part 39, which is an AD, apply to a military derivative?
When it is operating for the military, it is not an N-registered, domestic registered aircraft. However, if that aircraft subsequently leaves the military and is sold as surplus to a commercial operator, then it would be, the AD would apply at that time.
Okay, so under military operation, it would not apply. Under civilian operation, it would.
Correct. However, I believe the military is tied in and is aware of our ADs and may choose to take their own action.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Knopp, you had mentioned earlier about FAA audits of the Boeing cost process.
Yes.
When did those start?
I believe they started in 2018. They are part of our ODA oversight, so our oversight of Boeing's ODA, and we continue those now. We continue to do audits of the Boeing cost process.
And is it your office that does the audit or a different office?
It is not my branch but it's within the division, the Integrated Certificate Management Division that does those audits. So it's folks we're familiar with, yes.
And what are the elements of this audit?
I don't know all the elements. The audit itself is of the whole ODA. So the cost process is one portion of the audit. And so I do not know off the top of my head all the parts of the audit, but parts of the cost process have been included since at least 2018.
And do you know how often these occur, the audits?
Previously, they were done every 2 years as part of the Delegation Oversight Inspection Program. The FAA has a new order for ODA oversight, so our auditing will be less time-based and more risk-based oversight of the ODA.
Has this auditing increased to your knowledge after this accident, the frequency?
I would say auditing has increased substantially for other reasons, not necessarily just this accident since 2020.
Okay. Do you know if these audits look at that filter criteria, whether or not a repetitive event is either cost reportable or something that is cost reportable is actually getting a cost identifier versus not going through costs at all?
I believe we sample some of the data to ensure that the samples we look at are being reported properly. And we also look at the process documentation that Boeing has for their cost process to ensure they're following that documentation, and that documentation is auditable so we can look at it in the future.
So can you tell me a little bit about how that feedback from the audit gets back to your office for action?
Oh, for sure. So it wouldn't be, we work with that branch who does the oversight to what ends up developing is Boeing will develop corrective action plans, and our engineers in our branch would review those corrective action plans with the engineers doing oversight to ensure that they're taking the proper steps to support improvement in the cost process.
Thank you. Just one more. So the September 2017 and the June 2020 reports of the bearing fracture migration, those had notable lug damage. And again, the lugs are PSEs. So given that those were not reported, or those were reported to Boeing, but they were not cost items or accepted as costs, so they were not reported to the FAA, correct?
Correct. They were not reported to the FAA.
And the FAA would need that report to truly understand what the problem is.
Yes, if you look at the SDR data that was reported and compare that to the data presented in Exhibit 7F that Boeing had, we really need the data that Boeing had to understand the issue. Yes.
So if that SDR report had information about the deformed or damaged lugs, what would FAA do if Boeing didn't report that as a cost item, but the SDR did?
Correct. I mean, we would ask Boeing about it to understand why it wasn't cost reported if we had seen that SDR and it identified, I mean, 3 of the SDRs identified a migrated bearing, which isn't necessarily a fractured bearing or a broken bearing. If the SDR had identified deformation of the lugs or damage to the lugs, then we would ask Boeing if they'd gotten this report to understand.
And in that scenario, if Boeing just referred back to 2007-0720 costs, do you believe your office would ask them to reanalyze that?
Yes. I mean, given the agreement we have in place now, damaged lugs or deformed lugs or obviously a crack in the lug would be new information that would be required to be both reported and reanalyzed.
Chairwoman Hamady, that's the tech panel's follow-up. Thank you.
Board of Inquiry, okay? I do want to make sure the parties are okay because there were a lot of rounds. We'll go through it one more time, Boeing. And then if tech panel has any follow-up to them, Boeing.
Just one question for Mr. Conapass to clarify the record. For clarity of the record, is the same bearing used in the MD-10 or the DC-10 when you were talking about where was the Boeing from the MD-11 design used elsewhere?
Yes, just to clarify the record, thank you for that question. The bearing installed in the MD-10 and the DC-10 has a dry film lubrication on it. That was part of the initial design. The manual lubrication bearing, the Dash 1 bearing, as we know today in the MD-11, was available to that fleet as a retrofit option, available, I believe, starting in 1991.
Thank you.
Federal Aviation Administration.
FAA has no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Teamsters.
No questions.
STE San Antonio Aerospace.
No questions.
UPS.
Yes, UPS has one question to the FAA. Mr. Knopp, you were talking about deformation of lugs and damaged bores. So if the FAA would have knew about the deformed lugs and damaged bores, would the FAA have issued an AD on the MD-11?
It's hard to know what we would have done. I think it should have, what I can say factually is it should have been reported, and it would have called into question the causal chain that was in the 2007-0720 SRB, and would have caused Boeing and the FAA to reanalyze it. And I mean, we would have, something different would have come out of that. So.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Back to nothing over there. Okay. We are going to take a 15-minute break. 5:15. We'll be back. I know we're running behind. Thank you for your patience. Just want to make, it's an important investigation, so don't want to rush anyone and want to make sure everyone has their questions answered. I will turn things over to Mr. Shin to introduce the topics for the next round of testimony and get us started.
Thank you. This section will focus on communications to operators after continued operational safety determinations are completed. Specifically, we will question the witnesses about the following: the Federal Aviation Administration and Boeing's processes for developing communications after continued operational safety determinations, and UPS's processes for evaluating communications from the Federal Aviation Administration and Boeing. The witnesses and technical panels remain the same. Witnesses were sworn in this morning and remain under oath until the conclusion of this hearing. I'll now hand it over to Mr. Cruikshanks.
Thank you. So my first questions are for the FAA. What kind of documents can be generated by the FAA to either inform operators or manufacturers of issues, request information, or mandate action?
So I'll start with that last one first, if I may. The Airworthiness Directive will mandate corrective action, and it will specify to which aircraft or parts or products more generally, could be engines, propellers, what is the applicability of the AD, the Airworthiness Directive, and it will state specific actions that need to take place. For example, inspections, modifications, software update, as appropriate to the issue, and it will give a compliance time by which that action must be completed. So that's what we use for an unsafe condition. That's in 14 CFR 39.5 says, when does the FAA issue an airworthiness directive? That's what we do when we have an unsafe condition. If there is an item that is not an unsafe condition, but we think we may receive from some safety benefit by bringing it to people's attention, excuse me, we can issue an SAIB, a Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin. This is not mandatory. It may recommend actions. It may call attention to an issue, but it is for items, again, that we have not identified as unsafe, but where we feel there may be some safety benefit from calling attention to them. In terms of requesting information, we do have a process called an airworthiness concern sheet that we could send out to owners, operators, requesting, saying, hey, we think we may have a safety concern about this particular part on this airplane. can you tell us what you know about it? Have you seen any issues with this particular part? We tend to use that more often in general aviation than we do in transport airplanes, but it is a tool that we have at our disposal.
Okay, and I think you touched on this, but the type of document really defines the criticality of that. An AD being mandatory, so that's a critical issue, and then working down the line to an SAIB or a worthiness concern sheet. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. For which of those types of documents would you meet with a manufacturer to help develop that? All of them? Some of them?
With an airworthiness, quite likely all of them. With an airworthiness directive, we don't consult with the manufacturer on the specific wording of the AD, but most often we point to the manufacturer's service bulletin or service information more generally, and we work with them on that to help us understand what is the applicability, what products are affected by this issue, what is the root cause, and what needs to be done about it to keep the fleet safe. So we work very closely with the manufacturer in developing that understanding. SAIB, we also would most likely be in communication with the manufacturer, particularly if there's a recommended action. Airworthiness concern sheet, as I said, we don't use quite so much in transport airplanes. It may be for a situation where we have a general aviation manufacturer that doesn't have as much information about what's happening in their fleet as, for example, Boeing does. So we may be going to the owners and operators directly to find out what they know.
Would an airworthiness directive typically come out of a cost process?
Yes.
Okay. And then what communications do you have with foreign authorities, other regulatory authorities around the world, and foreign operators that may be flying into the United States?
We'll take the foreign authorities first. They do receive a copy of our airworthiness directives, including the notice of proposed rulemaking. Most of our ADs go out for public comment before they are finalized, and so the foreign authorities can see that and get a heads up that, hey, we're planning to issue this airworthiness directive, just the way other members of the public, the operators, everyone else gets similar notice. So they're aware of our ADs. We have bilateral international agreements with the foreign authorities so that when the state of design, for example, the FAA for Boeing products, EASA in Europe for Airbus products, when the state of design issues an airworthiness directive, the other authorities, civil aviation authorities, will issue similar actions. We also have an ability to send messages directly to the foreign authorities, either if it's a very small issue limited to a few airplanes. I know of a case where we just sent 2 letters, one to each of 2 individual foreign authorities. But we also have a CANIC, which is not 100% sure of the acronym. I believe it's a continued airworthiness notification to the international community, which alerts them when we have an urgent airworthiness directive is when we typically will use that. We'll send out the CANIC immediately before we issue an immediately adopted rule or an emergency AD. Those are types of ADs that do not go out for public comment. So we want to give our counterparts around the globe a heads up about the action we're about to take.
I'll just add that additionally, we have ongoing communications with many of our foreign authority partners so that if they get reports in their region or, country, their area of authority, they'll reach out to us to let us know and ask if we can investigate them. So that's I don't think that's reasonably new, but that is ongoing. So.
Okay. So how does the FAA monitor or validate the information that has gone out there, say in an AD or an SIIB? How do you get feedback from those communication vehicles?
Again, before the AD is finalized, we receive public comment, and we do sometimes make changes to our planned AD in response to those comments. So definitely we encourage the public to read the NPRM and give us comments. I'm sorry, I've lost my train of thought. Could you repeat?
Just looking for how you monitor or validate the information that has been published in an AD and SIIB, that kind of thing, and how you get the feedback from that.
Right. Sometimes we receive a request for an alternative method of compliance, also known as an AMOC. So if an operator finds they're unable to do the AD as written, as do the actions as required in the AD, they will need to come to us to get an AMOC to be able to do something else. And one example would be if they already have a repair in an area that the AD says they must go inspect, they're unable to do that inspection that's called out in the AD. They have to come to us with a proposal for what they're going to do instead. So that's one way we can get information about what's happening in the fleet. The other is honestly our cost process. If things are not going as planned, we will hear about it through the cost system and we will reevaluate. We do sometimes supersede our ADs based on what we've heard from the fleet. Once in a while, if we know there is significant uncertainty about what's out there in the fleet, we will include a reporting requirement for the operator to report back to us if they find something, cracks or other damage in the fleet, so that we have a better picture of what's happening in the fleet, and we may adjust, supersede the AD to adjust our action or our compliance time accordingly.
Okay, so for this particular accident, we had an emergency AD that was issued. Was that communicated to any of the international authorities? Did we have any of the MD-11 airplanes operating overseas?
There was only one non-U.S. registered aircraft that was included, but we issued a CANIC to all of the international authorities when we issued both emergency ADs.
Great, thanks. Next couple of questions are for Boeing and kind of along the same line. So what documents can Boeing generate to inform operators of structural issues or request information or ask for things to be done, maintenance to be done on an airplane? That kind yeah.
Okay, we have several documents and several ways to communicate. The Fleet Team Digest would be a primary way for us to communicate with the fleet. This is something that our operators have access through a web portal. Every time that we open up a new issue that would be a safety issue, we are required to open up this Fleet Team Digest, and it is available to the fleet. In the current iteration, you subscribe to your model, to your concern, and it is pushed out to you. Another way that we communicate would be our fleet team calls. These are scheduled between 4 and 6 weeks, depending on the model right now. And the requirement is that any new issue of concern will be brought up in the agenda and then be discussed with our operators. And all of our operators of that model are invited to attend those. Minutes are recorded and published, so operators that are not able to call in, assume international, are able to review it. So it is made available through My Boeing Fleet. The types of documents that are made available, commonly it will be service letters and service bulletins. Service letters will be information recommendations. Service bulletins will be more along the lines of changes to type design. The service letter can call to other documents that actually allow a change to the airplane, so it can call to changes in maintenance planning data or to other service bulletins. And those are all commonly communicated to the fleet through the Fleet Team Digest and Fleet Team process.
What about other documents like multi-operator messages or Boeing safety advisories? Where do those fit in?
Sure. Multi-operator messages are can be used at any time to communicate broadly or discreetly. So it can be just two operators. It can be the entire fleet. Depends on the issue and depends on the choice for the type of communication. It's like an email, essentially, that arrives to somebody's inbox. And then the Boeing Safety Advisory, this is an enhancement of our process and the regulator's process of learning out of the door plug. It essentially, it accelerates the ability for our regulator and for our operators to incorporate safety-driven change into their fleet. It looks like a service bulletin. It's very easy to review and very easy to incorporate. Still has a very robust and rigorous safety process, follows our traditional safety process. It's just easier to consume.
Okay, now what is the criticality of the information as it relates to each of these? I assume that maybe the service bulletin is at the top, and how does it flow down from there as far as the criticality of the information that's being presented?
Yeah, there is within service bulletins, there is some criticality between service bulletins and service letters. There is not. So within service bulletins, we have a special attention and alert category. So alert is safety. Special attention, if I were to read, is the given special emphasis above a standard level. They have a banner reading special attention, personal safety, but hazards that do not threaten immediate airworthiness, so not airplane level safety. And then there are service bulletins are the standard category, and this is the vast majority that we release, which can be anything to provide an improved pump to some other modification to the airplane. So service letters, which provide recommendations or information to the fleet, it can be recommendations to adjust AMM processes or AMM procedures, or provide a preferred spare. But a standard category service bulletin and a service letter, there's no hierarchy.
Okay, and which of these documents would come out of a cost process?
Well, if the cost process was not safety, it could be, a standard category bulletin or a service letter, either one. If we go through and it's something's determined to be safety, it will likely be a service bulletin, an alert bulletin.
Okay, and is there a specific organization or department within Boeing that creates these documents, or are they fed into by multiple organizations?
Sure. There is one organization within engineering, Service Bulletin Engineering, that collects the data from all the multiple organizations and ultimately releases the bulletin. There are many sources: airplane safety, the fleet offices, and the design engineering team all work together with Service Bulletin Engineering to develop whatever the content is. But Service Bulletin Engineering ultimately publishes it.
Okay, and I want to ask a little bit about communications you have with the particular fleet. And what I'm thinking of is your fleet team meetings or structures task group type meetings, and how do those processes work when you're talking about a single fleet?
Yeah, I'll discuss fleet team meetings, and then I'll let my peer here talk about the structures task group. It's his area. We have approximately 5 to 6 fleet team meetings every year. These are the formal events where it is organized by model. And so think 737, 787, 777, they all have their own fleet team process and own fleet team meetings. All operators are invited to participate. All operators are encouraged to provide requested information to be reviewed. And then we have, post-COVID, we get together and we have a formal meeting, and we spend up to a week going through the key issues that are affecting our operators. The Boeing company, of course, prioritizes safety, and we absolutely talk the safety issues that are occurring in the fleet and the mitigations that are available or may be coming available. That is absolutely a priority in every one of our fleet team meetings. Separate from the formal event, there is the fleet team process, and there's the recurring meetings that support it. And so depending on the model, many of them meet once a month, some every 6 weeks, and that feeds what happened after the meeting and what's going to happen coming into the meeting. So there's continuity of engagement with all operators across the world. And so it's not limited to the United States. It would be anyone that operates our airplanes are invited. As far as STG, I'll ask Justin.
Thank you. The STG, or Structures Task Group meeting, was developed as part of the aging aircraft rulemaking. And as part of that event, it's a requirement for operators and OEM to come together to review how the aircraft, the fleet, is aging. And so we do this in terms of holistically with several sessions all together, reviewing any sort of cross-model potential items that need further discussion with the fleet. And then furthermore, there's several days of breakout sessions specific to fleets. And similar to what my colleague had mentioned, these are focused around safety. And then a secondary aspect would be the maintenance programs, specifically the corrosion prevention control program often comes into play there. But again, emphasis on the aging aircraft aspects of the fleet. And just to clarify, that happens annually. Apologies.
Okay, thanks. So when we talk about the fleet team meetings and the Structures Task Group, we know from the documents we've received so far that there was at least one fleet team meeting for the MD-11 that discussed the spherical bearing and the fractures in the outer race. Are you aware of that issue being raised at any other fleet team meeting or in the Structures Task Group meeting?
I don't have knowledge of it.
During these meetings, are the operators allowed to voice their concerns or issues they're seeing, or is it just simply a mechanism for you to present?
No, sir, they're encouraged to voice their concerns and to participate. Absolutely.
And what happens with that information that can it enter into a cost process or another safety process if there's something you're finding there that you don't know about?
It may very well. If our operators in a method other than BCS, other than our email system, essentially communicate to us something of a concern, it would be received by the appropriate engineering team for proper analysis. So it might very well turn into a cost report.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Johnson, who's got some questions of his own.
All right, continuing with Boeing, service letter MD-11-SL-54-104 original was issued on May 12th of 2008. A lot of the questions that we had for this section have been already asked, so I'm going to skip around and not repeat those questions. Does Boeing know why a service letter was selected rather than a service bulletin or alert service bulletin?
Yeah, we believe that, the determination that came out of safety board led to the determination of what type of product to provide to the fleet.
What actions based on this service letter did Boeing expect an operator to take?
The service letter recommends additional inspections. There's an AMM change that recommends looking for a migrated race. So a clarification to saying that it would be more likely to find a migrated race with the additional AMM inspection.
Okay, I'll follow up on that in just a minute. How does Boeing ensure that a service letter is written clearly and has its intended actions communicated?
Well, there is a process inside in service engineering with fleet engineering that there is a review. So service letters are created by a service engineer typically. There's a review inside that person's organization, and then they would go to the fleet office, which would be like an MD-11 fleet office, for a review by a deputy fleet chief before they would be released to the fleet. That would be the common method for quality control.
Okay, moving on to MD-11 SL 54104 Alpha, which was issued in February of 2011, was a new analysis performed to support the release of the Rev A of this service letter.
I'm sorry, Nils. What was the new analysis? Is that the question?
Was there a new analysis performed based on Rev A? Because you had two additional findings, two additional carriers reported migrated bearings. Did that cause an additional analysis to occur, or was it just a continuation of the original with an update of the two new findings?
Following up from a comment I made earlier to Mr. Crookshanks, I need to verify if there was any further metallurgical analysis performed on either of the events following that. To the best of our knowledge, that would have been the only analysis performed to support the Rev A. And again, we'll get that data point.
Okay, that's already been answered, so I will skip that. Mr. Jordheim, could you please pull up Exhibit 11U, PDF page 2? So specifically talking about service letter revision A, it stated that the current inspections were sufficient. Shown on the screen is a general visual inspection called out by the maintenance planning document. Can you please point out in Exhibit 11U what an inspector is expected to look for?
Yes, so I'm going to bring your attention to number 3, do a general visual inspection. Specifically, the general visual inspection is visually examining the interior and exterior area, installation, or assembly to detect obvious damage, failure, or irregularity.
So let me ask a further question. What parts of the pylon are you expecting an inspector to look at based on this document?
Based on this document and to the best of my knowledge here, I believe this is intended to be focused on the pylon aft bulkhead area. And so it would be looking at all visible structure that would be accessible once the mechanic or technician gained access to the area.
Is there any reference in this section to a bearing or migrated bearing?
This section does not explicitly state a bearing or migrated bearing.
Okay. Mr. Jordan, can you please pull up Exhibit 11V, PDF page 2, which is the detailed visual inspection. And I'm basically going to ask the same questions. So as soon as we get it on screen. So again, what is expected to be inspected based upon this guidance?
Based upon this guidance for a detailed visual inspection, the verbiage is very similar to what we just discussed in the general visual. It calls out an intensive examination of a specific item, installation, assembly to detect damage, failure, or irregularity. The main difference between the two inspection procedures being the proximity and tools used to successfully complete the task.
Okay, thank you. Service letter MD-11 SL 54104 Alpha specifically identifies AMM 545106 to reliably detect migrated bearing outer races. However, this document is never referenced in the MPD, maintenance planning document. What is the inspection interval for this AMM task?
Can you clarify which task? Apologies.
545106 on-wing inspection, the last, I can pull it up if I need to.
I believe that inspection is applicable to the bearing migration that was identified in the original service letter as being updated, and that does not have an interval in the maintenance planning document.
Correct. But because the service letter talks about this enhanced maintenance manual process, and I'm asking what is the expected interval to be accomplished or for that AMM?
The inspection intervals defined in the maintenance planning document are specific to the general visual inspection, the detailed visual inspection. The recommendation in the service letter is for operators to review the actions defined in that applicable maintenance task that you defined and incorporate it into their program as defined with their maintenance practices.
I'll ask it a different way. How did Boeing intend for this AMM to be used?
We expected that our operators would review the recommendations. It would be received by their engineering and maintenance teams, make a decision on if they were going to incorporate it and how to incorporate it.
I'll go back to the service letter that says that the instructions in 545106 have been enhanced to reliably detect a migrated bearing outer race. But yet we don't call out the manual to be accomplished ever. So I don't understand, based on the service letter's instructions, how you're helping the industry reliably detect a migrated race. Am I missing something?
I think the MPD, which is referred to in the service letter, the general visual and detailed visual inspections, as we discussed, call out the assembly and installation. The assembly and installation would be inclusive of that bearing, and so the adjacent AMM task is provided as an enhancement, and we recommend operators to review it and incorporate it into the procedure if they deem it necessary. And that's where the recommendation is made that ultimately we're putting the data in the hands of the operator to make that decision.
Okay, I'll go back to something Mr. Springer said earlier, and that was maintenance manuals usually have two different functions. One of them are inspection or instruction, and the other one are ways of dispositioning things, which is a valid use of a maintenance manual or SRM. So in this case, the AMM was describing a condition that was not acceptable versus even a limit. It just said if it wasn't flush, it's not okay. So that helps disposition a negative, but it doesn't, in my mind, it doesn't drive you to find the negative. It would only be used, because it's an on-condition maintenance manual, it would only be used to disposition a condition that was found. Does that sound correct?
I think so, if that's to Boeing. So the expectation would be that the operator would incorporate the recommendations for the inspections. There was no interval specified in the service letter. If ultimately that's what you're asking, I think.
Okay, thank you. Next question for UPS. Mr. Springer. How are manufacturer publications such as service bulletins, service letters related to structural defects currently analyzed to determine if the documents need to be implemented into your fleet?
Yes, I'll review the overall process and talk about what data sources we use to evaluate. Can we pull up Exhibit 11AA, page 10, UPS evaluation of Boeing technical communication process? I'll use this to walk through and talk about how the overall process works for a service letter, service bulletin, whether it's a standard service bulletin or an alert service bulletin. The only exception would be if it would happen to be mandated by an AD, and then we have a different process, more robust process for that. but our engineering standard team monitors and gets notifications and downloads any new service bulletins or service letters or revisions to service bulletins and service letters. Once they get them, part of the process is they assign it to an engineering manager. That's typically on the airframe side. That's going to be one of our fleet managers. With it being a structures, we're using the structures example. That manager is going to do a cursory look at it and then assign it in our system to the structures engineer that's on his team. Once the structure engineer has the document, service bulletin, service letter, alert service bulletin, one of the things that goes into that we talked about is what level is the document coming in, especially alert bulletins versus standard bulletins. So they're going to go through a data gathering phase. Obviously, they have some inputs coming in with the document itself that illustrate what the fleet concern that's been identified. We'll then go into our own data and start looking at everything that's in our maintenance information system. So we can start looking at all the structural items that may be related to this to see if we can find supporting data in our experience that would support going ahead and adopting that. Once all of the information is analyzed, then the engineer will make a determination on the action or direction to take. The document will then be floated back to the engineering manager for approval. Once the approval happens, then the action will be taken.
One follow-up. Was this process the same back in 2008 and 2011?
Yes, the process has remained largely unchanged since 2008. The only change has been that we've had a change in our maintenance information system. So the system that we're in now post fall of 23 is completely electronic or digital as far as the documents flowing and being dispositioned and that being documented.
How does this process review fit into UPS's overall SMS?
This process is part of our engineering processes that are a larger part of the overall SMS process at UPS. Part of the process itself is it's always being continually reviewed to see if there's any processes that need to be enhanced. And currently we're in an enhancement process on this to look at how we address specifically alert service bulletins.
That's the answer. When another service letter comes out of the same subject, maybe a revision to a service letter, what process is used to determine if the revised document needs to be implemented?
The same process would be followed. Obviously, one of the things that's going to go into the process is the engineer would go back, if it's a follow-on revision, they would go back to see, well, what's happened with the original earlier revisions? What did we do with them? Did we implement them? Also look at the changes that are part of a revision and to determine if any action would need to be taken to address the change that's associated with the revision.
If a manufacturer's publication's intended action is unclear, what is the UPS process to get clarification?
If there was a lack of clarity and the engineer reviewing the document determined that there was needed clarification, the typical way we would reach out is through a message in the Boeing communication system asking for clarification.
All right, thank you all. Dr. Wilson?
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on that same line of questioning. for Boeing, so if I'm understanding correctly, the expectation was that an operator would take 545106 and incorporate that into their maintenance program.
54 is 106. I have
The
104.
spherical bearing inspection
Yeah.
that was called out in the service letter.
Okay. Yeah, the expectation would be that our operators would review the service letter, and our recommendations were to incorporate the inspections and then the follow-on service letter to incorporate the new bearing. Yes.
So is that common that Boeing would release a service letter, create a new AMM, and not put it into the maintenance planning document, reference it specifically?
Oh, I can't comment as if it's common or not. I don't know.
I guess in my head, I'm thinking, why wouldn't you just put it in the MPD and then the operator would know to do it? It's sort of just thinking out loud, but
Well, we the MPD is the baseline maintenance intervals, and then the referenced AMM procedures for the airplane, and then we do commonly release AMM procedures as requested by our operators or by the Boeing company to improve maintenance outcomes or to improve operation. And so I guess maybe I spoke incorrectly. We will frequently release AMM procedures that are not directly tied back to the MPD.
and just to maybe harp on this a little bit more, the service letter revision A says on these airplanes, on the MD-11 airplanes, inspections of the spherical bearing would be included in the inspections of the aft bulkhead containing the spherical bearing in items 54.512-01 and 54-51202, which, if I recall, is the GVI, the general visual inspection and the detailed inspection. When you go to the MPD, it does call out an AMM. The ones that we looked at earlier when Mr. Johnson pulled it up, it just seems logical that that would be something that would have also been included because the service letter says that's when you should do that inspection.
I understand. I don't have a record or an understanding as to why it was not included.
Okay. Mr. Gallegos, I have a question for you. In the first topic that we covered this morning, you were asked if there's a procedure for identifying or for inspecting the bearing, and you referenced 545106. Given that it's not called out specifically in the maintenance planning document, is that a procedure that STE SAA inspectors were performing?
That was not a task assigned to us, so we would not be performing that task.
And a question for anybody really on the panel. In the post-accident inspections, did anybody see a migrated bearing?
Post-accident, we did the inspections for migrated outer race of the bearing, and we found 3 aircraft that had migrated bearings.
Correct. But did you physically see the migrated bearing?
I've not in person. I've seen the pictures of it.
I guess where I'm getting is how easy was it to detect?
I was not on site to physically see it. I've been around the joint on 2 aircraft and been close to it to understand how the inspection can happen, but I was not involved physically when we found the migration.
Okay. I was just curious because I think it might have been Mr. Gallegos that had mentioned earlier also there was a picture up and he had mentioned that it could be very difficult to see a migrated bearing unless it was very obvious. And so I was just wondering if anybody had physically seen one to confirm that.
Ma'am, I have something to add.
Sure.
I think it's important, and I can turn to my colleague to explain this, Mr. Springer, but the post-accident inspection, we had very specific criteria that went in per an engineering order with exactly what to look for, excuse me. So I just wanted to add and clarify that.
I understand. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have.
I have one question for Mr. Hirsch. You mentioned that the Boeing BSA is a fairly new document and it's faster than an SB. How is the process as far as review and approval different?
It's the review and approval processes, the robustness of the system is maintained. It's still the same functional excellence, still the design engineering team and the safety engineering team that are required to review it. It still requires the same discipline and approval from the FAA. What is a benefit about it is the format. The format looks like a bulletin rather than like an email. And so our operators are much more easily, and I understand the FAA, it's much easier for them to approve, and our operators, it's much more easy for them to digest and to implement in their system.
Does it typically get sent to the operator for review as far as feedback on if the procedure makes sense?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. I'll say every safety review, every safety action that we take, we absolutely have our lead airline process where we have a review with an airline or two to ensure that what we provide is consumable. And we absolutely do take their input and change the process accordingly. We also do courtesy reviews with the FAA, looking for their guidance, making sure that it is something that can be approved and implemented. In the case of a BSA, the few that we've done, all of the operators that have been impacted have been invited to participate in the drafting and the review and the validation of these procedures so that when we release it, it works. And so the first-time quality of our BSAs is perfect so far.
Mr. Dickens, have you seen one of these migrated bearing races in person?
No, I have not.
So just based on the photos you've seen from the service letter and from this investigation so far, what do you feel is needed for a mechanic or technician that's inspecting this area to successfully find one of these?
Putting my mechanic's hat on, the mechanic would have to be specifically requested to follow the 545106 maintenance manual. He would have to thoroughly clean that area to even be able to see that migrated bearing correctly. And then he would have to follow the procedures for looking for that bearing being migrated past the lug surface. A mechanic doing, say, that 545103 corrosion inspection of the bulkhead, even if he did a cursory glance, may not notice that because the area is full of grease, it's very dirty. So he would have to be specifically tasked with looking for that migrated bearing.
So beyond the lack of a specific interval to drive you to do that actual inspection, do you feel like the inspection as written is sufficient for a mechanic to successfully find one?
No.
Mr. Gallegos, similar question to you. Have you seen a migrated bearing in person?
I did see the migrated bearing on 250 UP in person that was found post-accident at our facility.
And what do you feel like is needed for someone at SAA to successfully find one of these, aside from a specific interval driving them to that task?
In order to find that bearing migration, I believe that the AMM task 545106 is required.
But do you feel, now that you've read the task itself, do you feel like the scope and wording of the task is sufficient for someone to find it if they were directed to do that task?
Yes, the task is very specific on movement of the lug beyond the surface, or excuse me, movement of the bearing beyond the surfaces of the lug. So even if they thought there was a little bit of movement beyond it, they would have to go verify it. So they would have to get some measurement tools possible. Yes, so with that inspection, I believe that they would be able to reliably detect migration.
Thank you.
I also would like to just reiterate, if we're talking about the 5106 maintenance manual reference, I do feel that that is sufficient to find the migrated bearing. But if they are not directed specifically for that maintenance manual reference, they might not notice that.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Konopask, detection is critical here from what we've talked about. Back when the service letter was first written in 2008 timeframe, 2007, 2008, who would have written these instructions for the new maintenance manual task at Boeing?
I don't have record of who specifically wrote that maintenance manual task. To the best of my knowledge, it would have been the maintenance engineering team.
And does the maintenance engineering team, when they write these tasks, do they typically validate how the instruction is written with another operator, or do they just write the task based on feedback like from the cost reporting?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sorry.
Okay. Mr. Jordan, can you pull up Exhibit 7F? I don't have a page number for you, but it's the one where it's the not safety issue with the rationale. Foil 5, so go 4 more down. There we go. So here with this high-level rationale for the not safety issue, it says that the MD-11 lug joint area, third bullet down, is MPD inspected every 30 months, a general visual inspection every 60 months, detailed visual inspection staggered 60-month intervals. There's no mention of, well, let me ask this question first. For the, and this is for Boeing and for FAA, for this not safety issue determination, here it talks about the lug being looked at every 30 months. Is this a critical element to making sure that it's not a safety issue, that this lug is looked at every 30 months?
We don't have record that would indicate that would explain why this is as used as part of the determination.
Okay. And then from the FAA side, any commentary on the mention of every 30 months here for the not safety rationale?
We don't have any documentation of the rationale that our engineer used to review this, though it wouldn't be the essential reason why today, if we looked at this, it would be the causal chain. If this was required, if a staggered inspection was required, then to make sure it's not unsafe, we would have to do something mandated to ensure that that happens. So.
In the class meeting minutes, there is discussion about the inspections being staggered. It talks about the MPD inspections and then, in a sense, pivots to an AMM inspection. So for me, here it talks about the 30 months that the interval essentially that the lug area is looked at with it being staggered, but there's no mention of it being staggered in the service letter. So first question is to the FAA in terms of does the FAA review service letters generated by Boeing?
No, service letters are recommended actions from the OEM, so they would, as they're not a mandated action, it's not reviewed by the FAA.
In a case where something is determined to be not safety and a service letter is generated because it's not safety, how does the FAA ensure that critical elements to keep it not safety makes it to the service letter?
Today, we wouldn't make that decision. If there was a critical element that was required to be in a service letter to continue to keep it not safety or not an unsafe condition, or not an unsafe condition, then we would have to mandate that via an airworthiness directive.
And back then in 2005, 2007, sorry.
If it was a critical item to continue to make sure it was not unsafe, then yes, in 2005, we would have had to mandate it. So I think the assumption, without any documentation, is that that wasn't the critical element of the rationale.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, can you pull up Exhibit 11Q? This question is for Mr. Springer. If you could zoom into the engineering action in the center of the page. So this is when UPS first received the service letter, the initial release, which was published in 2008. I note here that the engineering review was in 2009. Is this time frame unusual, typical?
The time frame to evaluate this particular item is not unusual. As I walked through the process, this was assigned to the engineer upon receipt. The same engineer was also involved with the 2008 Swedring staking ring event. He was copied on that. He was our MD-11 specific structures engineer at the time. So he was aware of this service letter. It was in his queue to be worked. Just because the date was signed later doesn't mean that it wasn't actively known and part of his experience and facts that he was working on that fleet.
Thank you. What's expected of the engineer conducting this review?
When we walk through the process, the key is when they get that they're going to take the information that's provided in the document. We talked about that there is a hierarchy earlier from ADs, alert service bulletins, and service letters. So that is part of the prioritization. Then as the engineer evaluates that, it's all about pulling in the data. It's looking through all of our data sources, our faults or discrepancies. For structurals, that's going to be looking at our C-check heavy maintenance data. If it's part specific related, they could go into our inventory system to see if we've had parts usage. So they would gather up our experience from our data and then make a determination.
And in this case, the engineer said that the service letter was informational. The service letter at that time had the changed AMM inspection about the migrated bearing race. It did not. It mentioned that that change will be incorporated in the July 2008 revision, so it should have been done at the time of at least the review sign-off, which was March 2009. Would the engineer have been expected to notice that there's an AMM task, but there's no MPD task to drive an interval for when to do that inspection?
Can you say that question again?
Yes. So there's essentially a changed AMM task or a new AMM task to look for the migrated bearing race that was discussed in the service letter. The service letter said that the change would be reflected in the July 2008 revision of the AMM. And the service letter, the technical document evaluation form, was signed off in March 2009. At the time of that first service letter, there wasn't a change to the MPD to drive the interval for when to do that new inspection. It was just an inspection that was put into the maintenance manual without a specific inspection that Boeing was to drive it at a specific 60-month or 30-month interval. Would the engineer have checked the MPD during that review to see if there's that link between the task and the interval of when to do that task?
Yeah. I do not know if there was a check of the MPD. All I know is obviously we talked about the AMM being enhanced. The only context that I have from that time that would shed some light on how the 2008 or 2011 service letter would have been reviewed and whether or not it was a maintenance program change or not is the other service letters from that same era. And the structures ATAs had comments in the suggested operator action that read to the fact that Boeing suggests operators consider, based upon information provided in this service letter and their own experience, the incorporation into their maintenance program. So that's the only context I can offer is they had other service letters that had explicit suggested operator action in that section. Anything else would be speculation on my part.
Mr. Jordan, can you pull up Exhibit 11R, Romeo? And again, this is another technical document evaluation format from UPS. This is for revision A of the service letter. If we could zoom into the engineering action section. This one was signed off about a week after receipt, it looks like. A little bit more information here. It says this service letter advises of information of the spherical bearing on the wing pylon aft bulkhead lugs for migration. And then under engineering action, it says this information is added on the MPD tasks 54-512-01/02, no engineering action required. Based on this engineering action, is it your understanding that someone would have checked that MPD to verify that an MPD task was added for this AMM task?
Based upon the information that the engineer recorded, I would have to assume that there was some type of MPD review. But that's speculation again on my part because I wasn't directly involved with it.
All right, thank you. Chairwoman Hamady, that's the technical panel's questions.
Thank you very much. We are going to go to the parties for questioning. Does anyone need a break first? We're okay. Okay, we're going to start with Boeing.
Thank you, Chairman Hamady. We have no questions at this time.
Okay, we will go to the Federal Aviation Administration.
FAA has no questions.
Teamsters.
We have no questions.
San Antonio Aerospace.
We have no questions at this time.
UPS.
Yes, we have several questions. First question to Mr. Deckard as our Chief Inspector. Is it common practice to inspect for migrated bearings when accomplishing a GVI or DVI inspection?
Yes, it actually is. It's not uncommon for us to find migrated bearings in other installations during the performance of inspections in a particular area.
All right, for UPS in general, was the Boeing MPD in respect to spherical bearings ever changed by Boeing?
There was never a change to the MPD that called out or referenced the enhanced AMM, and there was no additions were made that we are aware of.
So in your opinion, what is the significance of the MPD not being changed by Boeing?
For any maintenance task, there are two items that are required. Obviously, a task and an interval, and then a procedure. Obviously, here we only have a procedure that was in the service letter, but it was not clear about what the intent, and the fact that the MPD was not also changed said that the existing maintenance program in accordance with the MPD would be adequate or sufficient.
So let's talk about the service letter for a minute. Does the fact that the service letter says not a safety of flight and the current intervals and inspection requirements are sufficient affect how UPS dealt with the service letter?
That's a little bit of an assumption on my part, but based upon being part of our structures teams for the past 25 years, I would assume that would have created a direction with saying it was not a safety of flight issue, indicating it's more of a reliability economic issue.
So in your experience, does Boeing make recommendations in service letters to incorporate changes into their maintenance program?
The service letter can be used to state changes to the your maintenance program, but based upon the wording I just read, there's very specific language that directs the operator to review the information and evaluate their own maintenance program. So unless it's specifically directed with the standard wording, you probably would not make an action to update your maintenance program.
So in your experience in the 2008 through 2011 timeframe, what language did Boeing use to make these recommendations?
It's the wording that I've already read that was in other service letters that read to the fact that Boeing suggests operators consider, based upon the information provided in this service letter and their own service experience, incorporation into their maintenance program. That's the language that would have been in the suggested operator action section.
And this question is to Boeing. Did Boeing allow the installation of the older style bearing after the release of Rev A of the service letter?
We did not disallow it. It was still allowed.
And it was still allowed up until the date of the accident aircraft, is that correct?
I believe that's accurate.
UPS has no further questions at this time.
Back to Boeing.
Thank you. No questions at this time.
FAA.
No questions from FAA.
Teamsters.
No questions.
San Antonio Aerospace.
No questions.
UPS.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, we'll move to the Board of Inquiry, and we will start with Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions in this area. From 2011, the time of the revised service letter, until the accident in 2025, I believe there were 4 additional findings of fractured bearings. During that time frame, again, from 2011 to 2025, were there any additional communications from Boeing to operators regarding bearing failures other than the service letters?
I'm not aware of any.
And were there, and I believe the answer to this is no, but were there any communications from FAA to operators during that time frame?
Not that we're aware of.
It appears that the two versions of the Boeing service letter were the only formal communications to operators regarding the bearing failures, and that dates back to actually to 2002 when I believe the first occurrence was reported. And again, if you could just confirm at any point during that time frame from 2002 onward, were there any formal communications from FAA?
No, not that we're aware of.
And prior to the UPS accident, again, just asking for confirmation, FAA didn't issue any airworthiness directives regarding the bearing failures, correct?
That's correct.
Can I ask you please to just reiterate the regulatory standard FAA would have applied to determine whether or not to issue an airworthiness directive?
If we determine that it's an unsafe condition, then we issue an airworthiness directive to mandate corrective actions.
Okay. So FAA, again, just asking for confirmation, FAA relied exclusively on the service letter communications from Boeing to address the bearing failures, correct?
I would say we did not produce any other communication. I would say that we didn't necessarily rely on that communication. The decision that was made was that no communication was necessary at that time.
Okay. All right. That's fair. Thank you, Chair.
Member DeLue.
Yes, I got a couple questions just on a procedural thing here. So when you send out a safety service letter, how do you send them out? Snail mail, emails, text them? I mean, just give us a little idea how the operator receives this information.
Sure, they're posted on My Boeing Fleet, which is a web portal. In this time frame, it was you would subscribe to a service, you would go and look at your fleet, and you would see that a service letter had been posted, and you could download it from there. To supplant that communication, we had our fleet team digest, which were reviewed, and we would communicate to the fleet in multiple methods. Today, we push information. So any of our operators can go into the current version of My Boeing Fleet, subscribe to their fleet, and then we will release information directly to them when it posts. And it ends up looking like an email at that point to notify them. But to download the content, it's a web server.
So do the operators have to subscribe to that? I mean, if you have an operator that's got just 2 aircraft they still have to subscribe to it, otherwise they wouldn't get the info?
Access to My Boeing Fleet is provided for free of charge for safety related items, and so they just need to go in and check their fleet, and then the information's available.
So you send out a service letter. They subscribe now to My Boeing Fleet. That's this for UPS. You get the service letter. When you get a service letter like this, particularly you might have a drawing in there. Do you post that in the lunchroom for the mechanics to see, for the AMTs to look at pictures? How do you distribute the service letter that came out?
The service letter would be part of our controlled documents and controlled manual system. So it comes in and like it is illustrated, we take possession of it. But it flows through our engineering team, and they go about determining how to take action on it. If we thought that there was information that we needed to communicate, we could do that. We earlier talked about our AMB, Aircraft Maintenance Bulletin, that we could use. Or we do whatever other typical actions, an EO, manual change. There's a variety of actions that could be taken because of a service letter.
So, Mr. Dickens, from the Teamsters perspective, do you get involved with the service letters that come out? Not necessarily this particular one, but service letters come out. Sometimes they have diagrams or pictures associated with them. Do you ever find a way to distribute that to your membership? Or do you have to wait for UPS to tell you? I mean, how do you get involved with it at all?
Yeah, for the maintenance side, we would be instructed, like Mr. Springer said, through an AMB, aircraft maintenance bulletin, and then that would provide us the reason and the instruction for what UPS engineering would want us to accomplish.
I recognize that, but I guess I'm getting a little more is that this particular one, there was a question of like a GVI, an inspection. So for a mechanic, it's got a lot of work to do to make sure he or she would be able to see it properly. I mean, I'm sure UPS and Teamsters, you have safety magazines, safety alerts, that type of thing. Do you use that kind of form of promotion in your SMS or?
Well, I mean, for a mechanic would need either an engineering order or a maintenance manual reference to do a particular task. They wouldn't work off a service letter per se.
Okay. And for UPS, I mean, they get the service letter, but since it's not
Yeah, I mean,
AD,
well, with a service letter or service bulletin, and we're like it's a controlled document, so we review those and then take the action into our manual system. So on rare occasion, there might be something that's informational that we could communicate via an aircraft maintenance bulletin out to our frontline mechanics. Most of the time it's not. Most of the time it's something that we would incorporate in a variety of ways, whether that's via NEO, manual change, part change in our IPC, a change to the AMM, whatever's directed. But typically, we do not directly communicate those to the frontline AMT unless they're through our controlled manual system with specific changes.
okay. And then one last question for Boeing, at least on this round, is roughly how many service letters do you send out a year?
I'm sorry, I don't know. It's something that we can find relatively easy, though.
10,000, a million?
Hundreds, sir. Hundreds,
Okay.
not thousands.
Okay, thanks. Yield the rest of my time. But you're over, I know.
I think you were over. But thank you so much. It's getting late. We're getting punchy up here. Thank you. Mr. Johnson had asked the following question when the technical panel was asking questions. Does Boeing know why a service letter was selected rather than a service bulletin or alert service bulletin? Since this is being transcribed and people are watching online, I believe Boeing's response, Mr. Hirsch, was it was based on the determination of the Safety Review Board, correct?
Yeah, we don't know why they chose that particular product. We just don't have records.
Okay, and so you don't know why?
We don't.
Okay, I thought you had said it was based on the Safety Review Board.
If I did, I was mistaken.
Okay, all right, thank you. Once a cost analysis determines something is not safety of flight and a service letter is to be written, who writes the service letter? What entity, individual? I mean, not by name.
Sure. Service engineering typically will write service letters for us.
And who reviews that?
Typically, there's a review within service engineering. A manager will review the service letter that's created by their person, and then the service letter will go to a fleet office for approval to be released.
And does the cognizant engineer for the cost determination get to review the service letter to ensure that the elements that make a determination a not safety item gets incorporated?
It's a specific question that I can't say definitively yes or no. I don't know.
Could you provide it for the record?
We can.
Okay, thank you. For FAA, an emergency airworthiness directive grounding the MD-11 fleet was issued on November 8th, 2025, 4 days after the accident. The FAA's own airworthiness directive process distinguishes between emergency ADs for extremely urgent conditions and NPRMs for less urgent ones. What specific information did the FAA have after the accident that it didn't have before the accident?
The specific information that went into the decision to issue an emergency AD was the video that was shown at the beginning of the hearing that showed the aft pylon let go and the engine rotate and then depart the aircraft. We found the lugs. The team found the lugs in the wreckage that indicated fatigue, cracking of the lugs, and we knew that there weren't any detailed inspections in the ALI in that area that had been done on any aircraft in the fleet at that time. And so,
I'm just curious, why was that?
well, I do not know, but
What were the inspection intervals at the time?
the inspection intervals were at a threshold of 29,200 flight cycles, and no aircraft had made it to that in the fleet at that point. So we had no data to say we had inspected this. And so it was determined that we needed to ground the fleet.
Yeah, so a lot of the bearing failures were around 9,000 cycles over the years. And then there was a lug deformation on the 2017 one that was at about 16,000 cycles. And so that actually leads me to my next questions that I have 55 seconds for, so I guess I will hold. Vice Chairman Grimm.
Thank you. I know we've talked a lot about the different types of messages that Boeing sends out. There are probably more than at least 10 methods that I can read here. I want to ask UPS, with all these things that come at you there, from your perspective as an operator, are Boeing's methods of communicating safety information sufficient, or are there better ways that they can be improved?
I'll elaborate on that question. I mean, our current processes with them in general, Scott outlined all the methods that and the interactions that we have with, especially with our fleet teams. That's one of the earliest methods that we have when something is emerging. Through the fleet team process, through the regular calls. That's why we participate on them all the time, because that's where you usually get the most information. And that's one of the biggest benefits of having those relationships, or relying on Boeing to bring the whole fleet operators together to discuss the items. So that is a big benefit, and one of the biggest ways that we learn about emerging issues.
Great, thank you. Mr. Gallegos, the same question for you. From your perspective, are Boeing's methods of communicating safety information sufficient, or are there better ways you believe they can be improved?
The Boeing communications are typically delivered to the operator, not to the MRO. So based on that, I believe that if they are delivered to the operator, to the MRO, that can be an improvement.
Thank you. If you could pull up Exhibit 11E for me, please. Page 11 of 11E. Yeah, there we go. It's going to be hard to see here, but this is a UPS Airworthiness Directive Compliance Summary Report for airframes. It indicates 3 separate dates UPS achieved compliance was achieved in response to Airworthiness Directive 2007-04, which was the AD for the MD-11 and MD-11F airplanes, mandating revisions to certain maintenance documents to incorporate new inspections for fatigue cracking of principal structural elements. While the AD went into effect in May 2007, this compliance report lists June 2011, October 2019, and October 2021 as the dates UPS achieved compliance with this AD. Can you speak to how UPS responded to this AD and what each of those 3 dates signifies in your progress towards compliance with the airframe component of the AD?
I will have to do some follow-up on that. Right now, I would say that that's typical of when the original AD would have came out with the ALI document at the time. And then as there was revisions over time that were approved as AMOCs, that we incorporated those. But I would need to go back into that and confirm that. But that type of progression is indicative of new document levels coming out or new revision levels with AMOC approvals coming out as you go along.
That makes sense. If you could confirm that, that would be great. And I've got one more question, but I'll go next round.
Member Chapman,
No questions. Thank you.
Member DeLu.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Hamady. Mr. Springer, I have a question. You follow up a little bit. You were talking about that one of the ways you find out is through a fleet operations conference you mentioned with Boeing. Fleet conferences, was that what you said?
Yes, it's with the fleet teams have virtual calls, at least on like I'm just going to use a different model, 5767s. We have monthly virtual calls and a yearly face-to-face. Those interactions are invaluable for the discussion and about what's happening with the fleet, what's emerging, and getting input and hearing other input from other operators and Boeing.
I couldn't agree with you more. So for my friends at Boeing, you have your SMS program, and of course, one of the components is promotion. So how do you do your promotion for your SMS? Do you do you go to InfoShare?
I'm sorry, Member DeLu, can you ask the question a different way? How do we do a promotion for our SMS?
When you identify issues. So one of the SMS cycles is promotion. So as you discover things and you've part of the safety loop, part of it is getting out to the industry like Mr. Springer just mentioned. So my question was, and this is what you are doing, so I know the answer to some of these. Are you participating in things like InfoShare? Do you have like a safety conference every year? I mean, tell us a little bit what you're doing to promote the safety of things that you discover.
Thank you, sir. A couple of ways I'd like to articulate, our fleet conferences, our fleet team conferences, of course, are paramount. This is where we interact directly with the engineering and maintenance leaders at the airlines, and it's meant to be a collaborative environment where we hear directly from the men and women that are operating our airplanes to provide us insight. And then that insight helps inform the activities that we will take to improve, the safety of the fleet and then the efficient operation. Above that, we have an annual safety conference that we now hold, which looks more broadly than any one airplane. It looks at the system that our airplanes fly in. And so a very direct emphasis on improving communication across the industry of all of the men and women that operate the airplanes every day.
That's great. And I know you all do that. Do you participate in A4A meetings?
Thank you. The Boeing company absolutely does participate in A4A meetings, and IATA, we have members that are on those panels. I am not personally, but we do have people that are on those panels.
Okay, and I think I asked InfoShare if you're familiar. Do you go to the InfoShare and do the maintenance breakouts for Boeing?
Yeah, I personally don't know that answer.
Okay, and I guess, does Boeing, I think you're a subscriber to ASIAS. You participate in ASIAS?
Sir, that is the limit of my knowledge that we are a subscriber, yes.
Okay, I'll let your colleagues there maybe answer. The point is you have a lot of touch points, and I know you do, a lot of touch points in the public arena, whether it's the safety conferences and that. So how much of that you find out in these service letters, which don't always make it, into a regulatory requirement, do you use to promote some of these things that you find out? Because you probably never had the opportunity to talk about the aft spherical bearing because it probably never rose to the level to talk about it. But how do you determine what you're going to talk about these conferences and that? Because as you find things, you talk about the service letters you find, difficulties. I mean, what do you use for your criteria?
If we pull back to the specific airplane related events for a moment, it'll be based on what we've learned from the fleet, primarily on safety or significant economic items. And our fleet helps us prioritize what work we will go take. Of course, we partner with the FAA if there's anything of their concern, and we'll bring that to the fleet's knowledge. The service letter, unless it was a specific item that was requested by the fleet, we wouldn't bring any service letter. It would be something that would be poignant for us to communicate.
Well, I'd like to congratulate Boeing because I know you're making a big effort to do your promotion. But I think what Mr. Springer mentioned was the fleet meetings you have are important, but perhaps MROs should be somehow involved or be aware of it too, because it seems like there might be a bit of a gap there. But that's all my questions for you on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to get back to the ALI. What is an airworthiness limit? What are airworthiness limitation instructions?
They're required inspections that are part of a certification program for a type certificated aircraft.
And based on analysis, what were the thresholds originally for the inspection of principal structural elements like the lugs?
What were the inspections?
For the cycle, what were the cycles?
The cycle that's approved right now was
Not right now,
previously.
previously.
So initially it was 19,200 flight cycles.
19,900
900, sorry. Thank
flight
you.
cycles, right. And at some point, so are changes to the airworthiness limitation instructions major, minor? Are those considered major or minor?
They're a certification project, so they're major changes. They're,
Major changes.
yeah,
And
FAA review.
so if you want to make a change, what is required?
Substantiation analysis. A lot of times that is fleet history or additional analysis that's done that would be reviewed by the FAA and approved.
Okay, so it was 19,900 back in the 90s, 96. At some point, October 2015, Boeing asked the FAA if they could increase the inspection threshold to 29,260 cycles. Boeing, was any sort of analysis or system safety assessment or anything completed to justify the extension from 19,900 to 29,260 cycles on principal structural elements like the lugs?
The 29,200 flight cycles for specifically the lug location on the pylon aft bulkhead originated from the baseline certification. The fatigue life of that part is actually defined as, I believe, 87,800 cycles. And then we apply what's called a scatter factor, which accounts for variability in manufacturing or assembly. In this situation, it was 3. So think of that as a conservative factor, which then prescribed 29,260 cycles as your baseline threshold. The 19,900 was established at time of certification to align to the design service objective, such that there was an inspection performed prior to reaching that threshold of 20,000 for the design service objective. And as part of the certification plan, that analysis was reviewed, as well as the items through our continued operational safety program, and ultimately put together in a certification package.
Which did not require any sort of functional hazard or system safety assessments.
I'm not aware of I'm not aware of the details of the system safety assessment beyond reviewing fleet history as it relates to the continued operational safety program.
Do parties to the investigation sign off on factual reports and review them and provide input?
We do participate, yes, and we provide a lot of data that goes into the factual report.
Okay, then I'm going to read from the factual report that Boeing signed off on. In 2014, Boeing submitted a certification plan to the FAA to increase some of the inspection thresholds in the ALI. The proposed certification by analysis extended the threshold inspection of 104 MD-11 principal structural elements from 19,900 flight cycles to 100% of the actual calculated threshold values, rounded down to the nearest 100 and limited to a maximum of 32,000 cycles. This would provide operators with more staggered inspection thresholds to incorporate the ALI inspections into their maintenance plans. The certification plan did not identify functional hazard or system safety assessments applicable or required for the ALI inspection threshold extensions. Did you concur with that?
I'd like to correct the record then. Apologies for the statement there. I would have to confirm on that detail. I don't know the specific detail myself.
Okay, so that was submitted in October 2015, and FAA approved the extension of the inspection cycles 1 month later in November 2015, concurring with Boeing's certification plan. What did FAA require?
The FAA requires a review of the analysis that Boeing submitted at the time. That's what we would require, and then we would, approve or disapprove, or in this case, we approved it.
If an analysis was submitted, but not, well, an analysis, but no safety assessment. You wouldn't require a safety assessment.
I do not know that. This isn't my area of expertise, so we'd have to take an action to give.
Understand. I'm trying to figure out whether you would then look at lug damage from previous events like in 2008, 2009, 2017, or well, I guess that's later, 2008 and 2009 when considering whether you should increase inspection thresholds.
I would expect that would be part of our review if we had received those cost reports.
Okay, thank you. You have no further. Okay, back to you all.
Thank you. I just have a few follow-ups. Going back to the AMM 545106. So UPS had the determination, had it been realized that that was not called out in the MPD and UPS wanted to add that to their maintenance program, what would the process have been?
We have an established process to do a maintenance program change where our team that's responsible for the overall maintenance program would propose the change and what justification went behind it. It would be routed through the approvals and be adopted. So we do have a procedure for changing our maintenance program.
And by approvals, is that within UPS or is that through the FAA?
Currently, it depends on what's being changed, different level approvals. Some of the approvals they're done in accordance with our Aircraft Reliability Program Manual. So some changes get approved within UPS, depending on what the change is. There are some changes that would have to go to the FAA CMO for approval.
And would that have been the same process back in either 2008 or 2011?
Back then, I think most of our program changes were done in like major revisions back in our legacy system. So there would be a whole big revision that would have multiple changes to the program that would be submitted in block and to our FAA CMO for approval. So that was a little bit different back then.
So had Boeing made the change to the MPD, is that a much more seamless process for the operator if if there's a change to the MPD and you
Yes,
just
it's
implement
a
that?
much more seamless process because our original basis for our program is the MPD. The MPD is revised on somewhat of a regular basis to make changes. We review those against our existing program and make a determination whether we want to add those in or not.
For Boeing, had the change been made to the MPD where this AMM was referenced with the GVI, the general visual inspection, the detail inspection, is that something that you would have to go through FAA approval for back in 2008, 2011 timeframe?
I'm not sure. An action we'll have to take.
FAA, do you know by chance?
I do not know. We can also take the action.
Okay, thank you. And a question possibly for UPS or maybe Teamsters. So a service letter came out. Let's say you decided you were not going to, make the change to your maintenance program to call out the AMM. Could you send something to the MRO or to the mechanics to say something to the effect of like, be on the lookout, there's spherical bearing issues, we might have migration. You don't direct them specifically to that AMM, but could it just be a reference so that when they're performing those inspections, they could be on the lookout for it?
We don't typically do that because with our process that we have, we mentioned aircraft maintenance bulletins. Those are very informational, and they only have a time limit. They come out in our learning management system. They're assigned. They're only available, back then, they're only available, I can't remember the timeline. I think it was like 90 days, then they would expire. So any changes that were long-term changes would need to be part of our controlled manual system.
Okay, thank you very much.
I want to go back to one of the topics about the technical document evaluation format asked about, Mr. Springer. I guess it still doesn't sit well with me that in it says the engineering review said that the service letter revision A revised of instructions on the inspection of the spherical bearing for migration. And then the engineering action was this information is added to the MPD task 54-512-01/02. No engineering action required. So to me, it seems like someone saw, or at least said they saw, that this inspection was added to the MPD task. What's the responsibility of the engineering manager signing off this form? Would that person have checked the engineer's work to verify that, or are they just looking to make sure, like a quick check to make sure the form's filled out before signing it off?
As with any approvals, I know that the individuals involved, that there's a relationship and an experience level. So what level of review would have been done? The engineer that was reviewing the document at the time was a very experienced structures engineer. And there was a certain degree of trust there of what he had researched and done was accurate. Anything else above that is just me making assumptions or speculations.
Thank you. And previously you had mentioned that UPS had found 3 migrated bearing races after the accident. Was that a UPS engineering order for that inspection?
Yes. Post-accident, as we worked the return to service with Boeing, one of the early actions was for us to go check our fleet to see if we had any other migrations. We did that via an EO to put the work instructions out there and execute them.
Maybe we get a copy of this EO?
Yes, we can provide that. We'll get that on our to-do list.
Thank you. Chairwoman Hamady, that's the technical panel's follow-up.
Thank you. Just making sure everybody's good. Anybody have anything additional? Captain Smith.
I think you probably knew that was coming.
I knew. I was looking around. What, I probably should do it fairly. FAA.
No questions.
Teamsters.
No questions.
Boeing.
No questions, thank you.
San Antonio Aerospace.
You asked our question on the ALI extension, so we have no
I
questions.
actually made a mistake. I was supposed to ask it tomorrow, but whatever. Captain Smith.
Thank you. For Boeing, as of 2015, when Boeing asked to increase the ALI to approximately 29,000 cycles, Boeing knew of multiple reports of lug damage that were not disclosed to the FAA. Why did Boeing do this knowing of the lug damage?
We have no record of the lug damage being considered in the ALI extension, so I'm unable to comment.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right. I'll have more questions on that tomorrow. All right. That concludes panel 1. We only went an hour or over. And our first day of the investigative hearing. So on behalf of my fellow board members and NTSB staff, we want to extend our appreciation to everyone. I definitely want to extend our appreciation to the technical panel here. Great job. Certainly to all the parties, thank you for your participation. It's key throughout this process and throughout the investigation. Really appreciate your questions and your participation. And certainly I want to thank, and I got to give it to you, you didn't even take off your jackets. It's so hot up there. You did a great job. I really want to thank the witnesses. I mean, you did a fantastic job asking a lot of questions. It was very helpful, and we really appreciate your participation. And, you know, I do want to recognize Mr. Johnson, who doesn't have a microphone, so he can either yell it or hand it to me for any new exhibits or information that we agreed to get at this part.
There are no new exhibits.
There's no new exhibits. There's a long list of information that we will compile and provide a list for tomorrow. So thank you. The record will remain open for the addition of any more exhibits admitted during the hearing. The transcript will be available to the parties and witnesses electronically within 7 days of the completion of the hearing. Any corrections must be sent to the hearing officer by June 19th, 2026, and that's Mr. Shin. The transcript of the hearing and all materials entered into the record will become part of the public docket. As a safety agency, we do take fatigue very seriously. So we asked the Board of Inquiry, and I punished myself because I accidentally texted Cheech at 6:30 a.m. and I was like, so my rule was 7 a.m. So I won't do that again. I quickly apologized, but by then, forget it, was terrible. So I'm asking that once everyone leaves here, that we please not bother the technical panel, and that agency staff gets the rest that they need, and don't bug them till 7 a.m. 6:30 actually to me felt like 9 p.m. this morning. So if you have questions, if you do have questions, certainly you can direct them to Tim LeBaron, or Brian Curtis, or me. NTSB staff, you did an excellent job as usual, always impressive. Thank you for everything. Oh.